lot, even though it's way too early. It's fun though. Wake up, wake up, wake up! That's right. Wake up, everybody. No more sleeping in bed. Let's go. Let's go. I already got people in the chat. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Okay, Eric Eccles. I had not planned on it, but I looked at the chat and I see that we've got Eric Eccles. He sent out the bat signal. So he is starting a 7-hour round trip. He is hazing himself as we speak. So we got to keep him entertained in the car this morning. My man, I got you for at least 3 hours of that. All right. I cannot commit to more than that, but I can give you definitely at least the first 3 hours. Okay. So this is exactly what this is designed for. Who else we got in here? We got Kurt Locker, Steady Daddy himself. He has arrived and he's defying the laws of physics. Looks like, see here, for some reason it's showing him on Facebook, but I know he's here on YouTube. So he's somewhere in other places too. Wherever, I don't know where he is. He's government trained and he's stealthy. He's somewhere, but he's here too. All right, my man Carlos was first in the building. As usual, said I tricked him. He said he saw the show trailer, thought he was late for the party because of the show trailer. No, man, I'm trying to do better. Trying to have a show trailer to give people an idea of what's going to be on the show. So if they click on the link, it will, it kind of let you know. If you've never seen the show before, you kind of get an idea of who the guests are, what the vibe is going to be like. So I appreciate it. But no, you were not late for the party. In fact, you were early. All right, we got some new comments here. So he's on only YouTube. Man, I'm just telling you what I see. My guy Matthew Porter hitting me up with a morning, y'all. Look at you, those Floridians. Those Floridians. I had 2 Floridians in front of me during this earlier this week, and neither one of them felt any inclination to use their left turn signal, Matthew. I mean, I don't understand what y'all do down there. I just don't know. Let's see here. All right. Says the trailer's awesome. Man, I'm glad you liked it, man. I'm gonna try to do some more of that. And as I said, Eric Eccles is doing a 7-hour round trip. So let's jump through some admin stuff before we get the rest of this going. So if this is, first of all, good morning to the East Coast and to those of the Central Time Zone who have joined us early. First of all, I need you guys to help me out. If this is your first time checking out the show, I need you to subscribe. Help me reach 50,000 subscribers because I'm trying to change YouTube. I want YouTube to be somewhere where we can see what we enjoy seeing too. It's not just for the ASMR people who like to watch people crush chalk in their hand or whatever else they like watching. It's not just for cat videos. I like watching home gym stuff on YouTube, and I know that you guys do too, or else you wouldn't be here. So one way to make sure that YouTube does more of that is to hit the like button and then subscribe, because that will tell YouTube's algorithm that this is what you want to see. And the more people who say that, the better it is for you guys. So that's number 1. Click like, hit subscribe. If you've already subscribed, share the video with somebody else. Help the show grow, help the channel grow. If you would like to support the channel, that is easy. You become a member, become a friend of the show. Click the join button and you'll be able to support the channel. Only costs 99 cents a month. But the more of you guys do that, the easier it is for me to upgrade the show, keep the equipment maintained and everything else like that. And I would like to take the show on the road and do some of these interviews in person. And so that's a way that you can help me do that. All right. Now, let's go ahead and talk about what's on today's show. As always, we're going to shout out each time zone when it is 6 a.m. for them. Always do that. Already did the East Coast. So final good morning to the East Coast. Then the first hour, we're going to do news and other things, which includes the Bells of Steel camera bar attachments that I just saw pop up in my feed. So we're going to talk about that. And we're going to have Recliner of Rage at that time. I'm mad again, and I'm going to tell you why. All right. I feel I'm kind of conflicted. About, because I was right. So I should be happy that I was right, but I'm mad because of what I was right about. So there you go. So I'm mad again. So you're going to get Recliner Rage. And then In the second hour, we're going to have Rory Ellis from Roman Strength. He's going to be jumping on here. We're going to be talking about his career. We're going to be talking about the fact that he is apparently the official load tester over at Carp's Gym. And, you know, and we'll obviously we'll talk about some about his products too. So then in the third hour, we're going to have my guy, which is going to be 6 a.m. Mountain Time. We're going to have my guy Kyle from Kaizen DIY. He's going to come on here. We're finally able to work it out so that he could come on. So Kyle's going to be joining me for the third hour. And we're going to talk all about his products, talk about his YouTube content creator, well, about his content creator career. That was really a lot harder to say than I thought it would be. His career as a content creator. There we go. And anything else that you guys come up with to ask Kyle, you could just throw it in the chat, and we'll do that as well. If you got any questions for Rory, so you know, throw that in there. And then in the final hour, which will be 6 a.m. Pacific time, we're gonna have Sean Crandall from Crandall Fitness, and he is going to be coming on here joining me. We're gonna be talking about his business, talking about what's going on with him, see if potentially he might be going to Home Gym Con at some point in the future. You know, if his schedule works out or what. Let's see here. We got all right, here we go. The chat is livening up. First, this is referring to Matthew Porter. Statty Daddy said Florida man checks in the morning show. You notice that all of the crazy news items start with Florida man and then or Florida couple or Florida woman. Exactly. It's y'all. I don't know what y'all got going on down there. My man Travis Vincent. I don't know if you're headed off to one of your installs, my man, but I appreciate you checking in, and I hope you stick around with us while you're getting your day started, while you're driving around, doing the good work, getting stuff going. If you guys are not familiar with Travis assembles he assembles anything, but he assembles a lot of gym equipment. You guys can go and check out last week's show when Travis was my guest, and you can get a ton of cool stories from him about what he does. See here, of course, we got Coach Carp. Coach Carp is in the building. Got his coffee. Good to see you. My man Jared Martin, happy Friday, man. We made it. We made it to Friday, all right? Man, I'm super excited. And this was a Friday I've been waiting for a long time. So 20 years ago, we were on pins and needles, my wife and I, because I was getting ready to deploy to Iraq, and we still weren't sure. She was my fiance, and we still weren't sure if we were going to be able to get everything cleared up, paperwork and everything else for us to get married before I deployed. And so, yeah, this is like the 20. And then 9 years ago today, my little girl was born. And so now the 28th is no longer associated with the fact that we were on pins and needles 20 years ago, wondering if we we're going to be able to get married, but now it's associated with my little girl's birthday. And she's always going to be my little girl. I told her I need to start we're going to let her get up to maybe 10, and then she's going to Benjamin Button and go in reverse. Carp says about Rory, everybody needs a buddy that can deadlift 800 pounds. Yes, exactly. You know how useful that is? Like, what's the name of Meg Squat says, strong friends. You need that. If you don't have a friend who can deadlift 800 pounds, you need to just go to a strongman competition or a powerlifting meet, take snacks, and befriend the strongest dude there. I promise you it'll work out. It'll work out for you. Let's see here. Hey, congratulations. Hey, I appreciate that, Carlos. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, so we've got all that out of the way. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Let us jump into the show, and we're going to go into news and other things. I always feel like I should have a tie on when this part starts, but I'm not gonna. All right, so we got what's in the news today. The first thing that jumped out to me is that Bells of Steel and Fringe Sport are dropping new products at a rapid rate, right? Peter Keller said in the Home Gym group chat that it's on Facebook. Jake started it, and it's a basically we all just get together and we talk shop and we let each other know about what's coming up. And Peter Keller said he has got tons. That's the word he used. Tons of new products on the horizon. And so I'm excited about that. We already know that the Dane came out not that long ago. In fact, Kyle from Kaizen DIY, who's going to be on later, has already been reviewing, has already checked out the Dane. He's reviewing it. So I'm sorry, he has a review up of it. So if you guys haven't seen that, go ahead and jump onto Kyle's channel, Kaizen DIY here on YouTube, and check out that review. But this is this is just the beginning. This is going to be one of those summers where you just got stuff coming out, right? Pause. And then Fringe Sport then just dropped the Raptor Air Bike. All right. So the Dane came out, and Fringe Sport just dropped the Raptor Air Bike. And I don't really have a ton of information about that, but I do know that Peter was talking about it. He says, it's got a whole lot more. That it's not just your normal assault bike. It's not just like a random, I guess it's not quite the bike that we all remember for. Well, some of us, those of y'all who too young don't remember this, but some of us remember it from gym class. It was like it was before y'all called it, the CrossFitters called it the Devil's Tricycle. Back then, it was like everybody just knew it was like that thing that you tried to avoid, and you would think it'd be cool because the harder you pedal, the more air you get. But if you've ever done it, this is not a good time. So let's talk about some of the specs on this thing. It's got a full steel welded fan, provides to give you a smooth, continuous pedaling motion. Got big turf tires. That is huge because that is one of the things that used to get on my nerves about that thing, about the old school bikes like this. I never wrestled, but I know the wrestlers used to complain about it when my kids were wrestling. Like that bike was a pain to just move around. So this got large turf tires to make it easier to move around the gym. Peter Fringe Sport says that this is the heaviest air bike on the market. They upgraded the plastic pieces to heavy gauge metal for increased durability and performance, and it's got a wider base to eliminate the wobbling and the shaking. And then and that's another big deal too. You don't want to feel like you've fallen off when you start to get the arms involved. And then it's got 10 adjustable seat heights. So supposedly anyone from 4'11" like Carlos to 6'7" can use this bike comfortably. And of course, it's got the wind guard, the water bottle holder, and a phone holder, all for free. I'm not sure exactly. I guess you can put your phone on there and watch something, but you ain't going to be checking your internet if your hands are actively involved in using this bike. So that's the thing. While you got if you're into that, let's see here, and then not to be left out. And then also about Fringe Sport, they just restocked their kettlebells. So when I was at Home Gym Con, I was talking to Peter, and he said, and I mentioned to him that I had a 16-kilogram kettlebell from them, and I didn't like the handle, the grip on the handle. I say it's too slick. I do a lot of bottoms up kettlebell press, and for one thing, it was so slick that the chalk wouldn't stay on it. So as you're grabbing it and the kettlebell's bottoms up, it would tend to flop backwards. So that's, first of all, that's dangerous because if you can't keep your grip on the thing, it may fall and hit you like in the head or something like that, if you got it overhead. But also it's just annoying because you can't get your workout done. So I mentioned it to him, and he said what happened is they had switched manufacturers, and that I wasn't the first person to bring up that concern. And so they had so Fringe went back to their previous manufacturer, and so they just sent me a new 16 from the, now that they've gone back to the previous manufacturer. And I played around with it a little bit last night. Haven't really got a chance to really, really dig into it. If anybody's interested in a review, I'll do a review of it. But I can tell you that the grip on the handle feels a lot better. And it's still, if you're going to use it for something like kettlebell swings, the grip is not so grippy that it's going to chew up your hands more than any other kettlebell would, as long as you take care of your hands. So like I said, Fringe Sport, if you're interested in getting some kettlebells from them, they just switched manufacturers. So you're going to want to jump on that. This is a good time to do it. And then, while you're there, go ahead and check out the Raptor Air Bike, check out the Dane, all the other stuff. I don't know what you guys, Carlos said he's 3'2.25". I apologize. All right. Let's see. Jared says he's got a new product. He's got a the new Kyoto bar from Kensui Fitness. Yeah, let us know what you think about that bar, man. I'm not familiar with that brand. I've heard of them, but I've never used any of their stuff. So let us know how you like that bar. Michael Vaudrey, got another entrepreneur here in the chat. Always good to have you here. Hope you and your wife are doing well. Says happy birthday to my daughter and happy anniversary to me and my wife. Man, I appreciate that, Michael. I appreciate that. And Carlos said, congratulations, already got that. Yeah. So the only thing about the new French Sport products, they've you guys may have seen we did the when I was at Home Gym Con, we talked about their silverback dumbbells, and a few people have been getting them. I like them. I like the way the design. I like the way the handle feels in my hand. It's it's not knurling really because it's not a metal handle, but it feels good in my hand. It's nice. It's a nice grippy handle. The only thing is, it only goes up to 50 pounds. I'm gonna need more than that. So I'm hiding in the bushes and watching, waiting for them to get up to at least 100 pounds for the dumbbells, for those silverback dumbbells, and then I will consider. That's when it'll move higher to the top of my gym wish list. All right, for right now, 50 pounds. That's just enough to make me mad. So yeah, that's not going to do the job. And then Bells of Steel. I said they're getting active too. So Kayvon, he's got the elves over there in the workshop working hard. You know, they're up there in Canada near the North Pole. So they just dropped their camber bar attachments for straight bars. And let me see if I can pull this up here. Let you guys check that out. If you are listening on Podbean, then you guys need to come to YouTube in the first hour, and you'll be able to see all of this stuff in the YouTube video as I'm sharing my screen right now. So this is a camera bar attachment. This is a pre-sale, and it pre-orders. So it's supposed to ship by August 5th, which is the day after my birthday. So, you know, if anybody's just looking for something to get me, you know, that's an option. You know, that is an option. Um, let's see here. So basically, what I like about this is it lets you take the bar you already have and transform it into a camber bar. What I don't like about it is I'm not too big a fan of sliding stuff on them. Now, maybe if I use a beater bar, maybe then I won't care about sliding these sleeves on sliding these onto the sleeves of my barbell. But yeah, but I like the idea. I like the idea. I mean, is that something that would bother y'all? Having the something like that slide. I mean, I assume. Let me look in what it says here. I assume it's got something protecting the barbell sleeve. It's got to have some sort of, let's say it says save space, target your stabilizers with the camera bar attachment, slide them over the sleeves of your barbell, lock them in place with a threaded bolt. See, there you go. You're locking it with a threaded bolt. I'm like, how is that not going to damage your sleeves? Important. Locking bolt may cause wearing of barbell sleeves over time. For user and equipment safety, we recommend using barbell collars on the sleeves of the camber bar attachment. So they come with a threaded bolt, and they say that the bolt may cause wearing of barbell sleeves over time. So if you are concerned about your barbell sleeves, I guess what they're saying is you slide them on, and then instead of locking them in place with the threaded bolt, you just use normal barbell collars to hold them on. I guess that makes sense, but I'm still thinking, okay, there's nothing here. I'm still looking to see, okay, does it have? Nope. It doesn't say what's on the inside of the what would you call that? The part that slides over the sleeve. I don't know what you would call that. I'm having a brain fart right now. The thing that slides over the sleeve, I don't know what's on the inside of it. Is it UHMW? Is there something to protect the sleeves of your barbell from the friction? If you guys are in the chat and you know, go ahead, drop it in the chat. If you're watching this on replay and you know, put it in the comments. because I don't know, but it is a product that makes sense to me. Because and the advantage it has is these two camera attachments are going to take up a lot less room in your home gym than buying another bar, buying a dedicated camera bar. So you can have the straight bars that you already have, and then you just get these, and you can heck, you can probably hang them on if you've got like something on a wall storage, you can probably just hang these on in your wall storage and keep it moving. So that is a really uh that from a space saving standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to me. So let's jump into the chat because maybe let's see if one of you guys has the answer. Say in the condo gym last week, lots of 15 to 20 rep set because you only have dumbbells up to 50. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Your dumbbells only go. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't do anything with dumbbells if they're under 50 pounds. There's all kinds of things you can do. You do curls, especially incline curls, concentration curls. You can do Arnold presses. Lateral raises. I mean, there's a ton of things you can do. Um, Seal rows, with dumbbell seal rows. Can't really do Kelso shrugs. But yeah, the point is you can do a lot of stuff if the dumbbells are lighter, but there's a lot of stuff you can't do if the dumbbells are too light. So I just like to have that variety. Um, yeah, and so like my current dumbbell rack goes up to 80s, and then I've got one 95-pound dumbbell. So I'm still looking for I used to have 110. Yeah, used to have a pair of 110s, and I ended up selling them because my plan was to just get a match set all the way up to 100, up to 120, and I just never did it. So yeah, for me to spend the money to upgrade, I'm gonna need, you know, I'm gonna need something like those the silverbacks to go up to at least 90 pounds. I'll meet you halfway if you get me to 90 pounds. That's all I'm saying. All right. Um, let's see, collar. Eh, really? I mean, I don't know. Is it a collar? Let's look at it again. It's not a because I mean, I guess it technically is a collar, but it's like when I think collar, I think like the thing that stops your bar from sliding, not this piece right here. Not this thing right, not this. Even though I guess if you have those screw and pipe collars, then that's how they're shaped. That's basically what it is. Okay, so we'll go with that. I'm not emotionally invested enough in it right now to worry about what it's called. We'll go with that. See, Travis is calling it a sleeve. Uh yeah, what Mike said. Uh Eric says there's no sleeve on the ones Titan sells. Well, guys know how I feel about Titan, and if you don't, I'm not a fan. So anything they do that's non-standard, that doesn't look like anything like anybody else does, especially if you compare Titan to a brand that I do have a lot of regard for, uh, they normally take an L. Like I don't have any Titan stuff here in the house. Um, Michael, who is an inventor, and he would know. He says you need more bearing surface to mitigate the damage from the lock screw. And what about the idea of just using the lock, making the lock screw out of something that's not metal? You can make it out of a hard you can make it out of a very hard plastic because it's not like it's I mean there is some going to be some vibrational force just from, when you rack the weight, but I would think that if you get a hard enough plastic that would do the job, and it's not going to damage. Well, it shouldn't damage the sleeve of the barbell as much as metal would. Um, Referring back to the dumbbell thing, Jared says single arm pressing, you can do movements with lighter dumbbells. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the strongest dude, but I can do a one arm press with a 70. So a strict press with a 70. So, eh, eh. I'm just saying, yes, you can do it. Arnold presses are, I wouldn't say they're tougher, but because of the rotational aspect of Arnold presses, I can get enough out of them. The 50s are enough for me, right? And actually, I could probably do Arnold presses and be fine with 35s or 40s. But I'm just saying, um, even like a one arm dumbbell press, one arm dumbbell bench press, that's gonna 50 is not gonna be heavy enough. And that a lot of that is dependent on how much core strength you have, because you have to be able to maintain your position and not let the dumbbell pull you off the bench. So it's a really great core exercise, but even 50 pounds is not gonna be heavy enough. Um, Travis said, back to the collars, they should have designed them with collars as the attaching point. Okay. Okay. You mean like maybe like some locking collar, something like that? Something like the lockjaws, not that style of locking collar. I guess that's the thing. It seems like that's what they did. They use like these screw down type collars as the attaching point. But to me, again, that I don't like that style of collar for anything that's a bar that I care about, because it's gonna damage the sleeve. Tube sleeve, there we go. Thank you, thank you, Matthew. I knew this. I was like, why do I not remember this? But I was like, you know what? Uh, I remember when I was taking a class back when I thought I was gonna be a overhead lineman for power line work. One of the classes I had to take was um what you call, they were they were throwing a bunch of electrical terminology and a bunch of math, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of Venn diagrams, all kinds of stuff. And they said, y'all don't need to we got done, and they said, by the way, y'all don't need to memorize this. Don't memorize anything that you can look up. I was like, you just made me go through this whole class and showed us all this stuff, and you watched us take notes. You watched us taking notes and writing all that junk down, and you said, oh, you don't need to remember this. You just need to know where to find it. Don't memorize anything you can look up. So at least I got that lesson out of it. Don't memorize anything you can look up. But nevertheless. All right. Jav said yes to the core aspect of single arm pressing is very different. Just saying how one might still be able to get some kind of lifting with lighter equipment than usual. Oh, definitely. Like if I'm in a hotel gym like Carp was last week, yeah, I mean, I would say most of us in the home gym community, if you've been, or just in the fitness community in general, you've been somewhere like a hotel gym. Hotel gyms are usually the culprit. You go somewhere and they don't have enough weight, right? I would tell you that the Homewood Suites by Hilton have excellent gyms. They've got dumbbells. The two I've been to have dumbbells up to 70 pounds. They've got excellent sturdy benches. That's not always something you can count on in a hotel gym. And they've got their utility benches. All right. And they've got pretty decent cardio options. And then both of the ones I went to had the same brand. It was like a Life Fitness, basically like sort of like a functional trainer. So I would assume that that's who they have a contract with, that they contract with Life Fitness for like their kind of functional trainer station. So I highly recommend them. That would be the hotel chain that I think has the best dumbbells. The Wyndham has a decent hotel gym. The Wyndhams I've been to have decent hotel gyms, but their dumbbells are not very heavy. They stop at 50 pounds. So you just got to figure it out. I know we've all done it as we've traveled or whatever, or even when we're first starting our home gyms and we don't have access to all of the equipment we want. Yeah, you do have the I guess it unlocks your creativity. You have the need to unlock your creativity when the dumbbells aren't as heavy. Like one of the things I like is lean away laterals, right? So you put one hand on a power rack or something like that. You want basically something that's not going to fall over. And then you put your feet on the thing, right? And then you lean, and then your free hand, you do laterals with it. And that gives you it extends the resistance curve. So if you're doing standing laterals, then there's going to be a part near the bottom where there's no resistance on your the lateral head of your deltoid. But if you put your feet up against something like a post and do a lean away lateral, then the resistance curve goes further down towards the bottom. So that's a pretty good one right there. Another one that the first Mr. Olympia, Larry Scott, used to like doing is you take dumbbells as heavy as you can, and then you want to lean slightly forward, and you do your laterals that way, and that will target your lateral and your rear deltoids in a different way. And you can actually go a little bit heavier with those, so those would be cool for if you those would be ones that you would use the 50s on, right? So if you normally can do a strict standing lateral with, say, 20 pounds, 50s will work for you for the Larry Scott style laterals. And also you got to keep your pinky higher than your thumb when you do those. But those are really nice. I like those. Brian, what's up? He has arrived. My brother has arrived. He is in the chat. All right. Go hit Shane and tell him I sent him an invite on Facebook to come watch the show. And I noticed, because I'm observant, that he didn't come watch the show. So tell him I'm watching and he's not watching. I'm watching to see if he's watching, and he ain't watching. So I got my eye on it. All right. It tells me who's watching, and I'm watching. All right. So there we go. All right. So anyway, so those that's the camber attachments. What are you guys looking forward to seeing come out next? I know that I don't know what French Sport has coming out next, but Bells of Steel has a Hydra 7 ring bar. This one is for this set is for coaches. It's a tool for coaches because it's called 7 ring because that's how many rings it has on the bar, and it's designed to help you. So I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's got all these rings here, so it helps a beginner right there. It's got the center ring to help beginners with their centering for squats on their back and even for front squats. But then it's got rings here to let you know where your hands need to be for cleans, for bench pressing, for snatches. So again, that's why they call it the 7 ring bar. This one is going to be shipping by August 30th. Got a retail price of $259.99. So this is also a pre-order. And then they had another one that is Juno bar, I think. Yeah, the Juno bar. So this would be a women's bar. This is a smaller grip, multi-use bar for powerlifting and Olympic weightlifting. The thing about whenever somebody tells me that a bar is good for powerlifting and Olympic lifting, and I know Kayvon has a background in powerlifting, but the spin is just different for a powerlifting focused bar versus a weightlifting focused bar. So I don't understand how a bar could be multi-use for both, right? Unless you're saying you can use it for Olympic lifting and for deadlifting, when I do want the sleeves to spin and I do want, there to be a lot more whip. But a powerlifting bar is going to be stiffer. So a powerlifting bar is going to suck if you're an Olympic lifter because there's not going to be enough whip and the sleeves aren't going to spin as well. And a weightlifting bar is going to spin too much and there's going to be too much whip when you go to squat and bench press. So, I've got one of those multi-use bars downstairs, and I use that, to be honest with you, I use it for landmines. And whenever I do one arm snatches or things like that. But nevertheless, what do you guys think of that? Jared says didn't he see some group at Home Gym Con with a bar like that and the rings with different colors? I don't know, man. You guys know that my time at Home Gym Con was compressed. I still got around and did some interviews, but I didn't get to see as many booths. So if somebody else was there, Matthew Porter, do you remember seeing the brand that Jared is talking about at Home Gym Con? Or Eric? Eric's driving. Eric, don't stop and type in the chat. Stay safe. Keep both hands on the wheel. 10 and 2, man. 10 and 2, especially if you're in Florida. They're crazy. Keep your head on a swivel. But anybody else who was at Home Gym Con, drive. Oh, Mike V, you were there. I don't know if you remember seeing that brand. So if you do, or if you're watching and you know the brand that Jared is talking about, drop it in the chat. There, Eric, I just told you, don't type in it. I hope you had a red light. Please be at the red light if you're typing in the chat. All right. Eric says is the Stratera weight bar. And Michael V said Stratera or something like that. All right, Stratera. And Carp said he remembers seeing it, but he didn't remember the manufacturer. So just for you, Jared, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna Ask the internet. Well, okay. That pulled up the wrong thing. Let me show y'all what popped up. All right. Y'all screwing up my name, my Google algorithm, my Google search, right? So I put in Shatera and don't have the dang DEA showing up here. I don't even know what well, let's find out what it's for. It's used to treat ADHD. It's part of a total, ironically, considering I'm on a tangent right now. So this drug is used to treat ADHD. Uh it's and it helps by increasing norepinephrine, which should help you with impulse control. Okay, yeah, I don't need any of that. So I'm done with that. I'm just gonna tell you right now, Jared, you're never gonna find out from me because I ain't googling that again. All right, I'm not. Matthew said it's this Statera weight bar. All right, look, maybe there's one R too many, but all I'm telling you is I just got burned by that last Google. I ain't doing that. All right. Jared said that, please. Yeah, I'm glad you're happy, man. Got me on a watch list somewhere now. Like think I'm smuggling ADHD medication. Yeah, no more. We're done with that. All right. And one more thing is, as far as Bells of Steel, before I forget, this is not a new product, but since I was on there looking at the new products, I remembered, hey, I've been kind of admiring their deadlift jack. It's really reasonable. It's only like 100 and change, and it's got rollers. So it's a deadlift jack with rollers. So I like that because whenever you start getting really, so what I currently do is I have two bar jacks, right? And they're the ones that only go on one end, but I have two, so I just put them both on the bar at the same time. But that only works till you get to about 500 pounds. So to go above that, I would need to get a one a deadlift jack that works both sides at the same time. And my and I've got my eye on the Bells of Steel one. That's the one that really interests me the most. All right, so let's move on. This is a little bit of a new topic. Put in the comments what's the most interesting. Keep it clean. I always gotta tell y'all that, and no butterflies. But what's the most interesting video you've seen on YouTube this past week? All right, I'll tell you guys. I've got a playlist, and what I do on YouTube is I watch stuff for entertainment. But typically, the stuff I watch for entertainment, I'm also watching and I'm analyzing how they deliver the information because I'm like, if it's entertaining me, I want to see how they deliver the entertainment, deliver the information in a way that keeps me hooked. So, like, that's how I started watching the Bioneer, right? YouTube channel. Anyway, but stuff will just pop up in my feed because it tends to be a little bit eclectic. And these are the most interesting videos I've seen this week. So let's go ahead. I'll let you guys check out what I'm watching. This is my playlist right there. So at the top, you guys can see this one was really interesting. Actually, it's increasing quadriceps growth by leaning back. So a lot of times when you see most people when they do a seated leg extension, they tend to sit up and lean forward, and they're holding onto the handle. But Jim Stepani, yes, that he's a home gym dude, and that gym that you see him in on his YouTube channel, that's his home gym. But he says if you lean back, it'll actually activate your quads better because your hip flexors are slightly flexed. So that one was interesting to me. And then this one by Alexander Bromley, I told you guys a few weeks ago, maybe last month, that he's a home gym channel that you definitely need to check out. I have not watched this one, but he says basically you can squat better in the next 10 minutes. And so I assume that's like a mobility type thing. So I plan to check that out when I'm on the treadmill later on today. And then this one here, this one's just interesting. So this one might interest you, Matthew. I don't know if you're into Muay Thai, but I know you like tinkering and making stuff. And I just think it's cool seeing there's a guy who's a Muay Thai world champion. He's on. I follow him on Instagram. His name is Bao Muay Thai, and he's got that set up there where he's got like the tires stacked up to use as a heavy bag. He's got a really cool tire setup to use for elbows. And this video just shows you how to do it. So that's probably gonna be like the playlist when I'm on the treadmill as well. So basically, what I do is that this playlist is stuff that I just watch when I'm on the treadmill, and so those are the things that are the most interesting to me. Drop a comment and let me know what you guys have been watching on YouTube. What you guys have been finding the most interesting. Besides this show, of course. Carlos, I said no butterflies. No butterflies. Matthew said extra stretch. Yeah, it's and then that's the thing. Just think about, so I mentioned incline bicep curls earlier. The whole point of doing that is you're working the muscle in the stretch position. Technically it's semi-stretch, but you know what I mean. And you're gonna activate muscle growth because you're hitting the fibers in a way that you wouldn't in any other position. So I like the idea of leaning back. That doesn't mean don't sit forward. Also, I would say I'm a big fan of positions of flexion, and so I would say that sitting up would make it more of a mid-range / contracted position exercise. But by leaning back, you're also going to get a little bit of that stretch position flavor. So that's pretty cool. So the most interesting YouTube video Michael Vaudreuil is seeing is Ashley the Amazing jumping with a Thor hammer. Yeah. And in fact, coming up next week, we've got Ashley's going to be coming to give us a book report. Well, not book report. What do you call it? When you remember back in school when you had to do like the reports of what you did over the summer. All right. So she did a field trip to Force USA, and she's coming to give us a full breakdown of what she did, some of the stuff that she saw, what she thought of their equipment. And so make sure that you guys are here next year. Yeah, be here next year too, but be here next week for that. Kurt Locker, I knew you were gonna do that. I don't even know why you're watching YouTube videos of butterflies, but I'm not here to get in the way of a man's dreams. If that's what fulfills you, Kurt, hey, you know what? If anybody who's got Kurt's phone number, I want you to text him every video of butterflies if you watch this, text Kurt videos of butterflies just because he's toying with my emotions. All right. My brother said he saw Fat Joe. Man, Fat Joe, and I actually listened to his audiobook. I don't even know where I was driving. It's called The Book of Jose. That dude has some of the best stories. He's been everywhere, and it was really cool listening to him from an entrepreneur standpoint too, just hearing about how he built his career. So yeah, I like Fat Joe. Then Garage Gym Carp said the Garage Gym Radio Teachers Roundtable was very interesting. Teachers Roundtable. I haven't seen that. I need to check. Drop the link to that. I mean, I'm subscribed to it, but do me Carp, drop the link to that in the here in the chat, because I want to click on it and I'm gonna go check it out. That'd be kind of cool. I like watching Jake's interviews. Ashley, look at that. We said her name and she showed up. Good morning, Ashley. We were just talking about your field trip to Force USA, and can't wait to hear all about it next week. Also, Kurt Locker has requested that everybody send him videos of butterflies, links to YouTube videos of butterflies. If you see an Instagram video that has butterflies in it, feel free to send that to Kurt as well. Hit him up in the DM, send it to him. He loves that kind of stuff. So yeah, that'll be cool. And let's see here. So now that was the last news item. Now we're gonna move into the next segment. It's the one you've been waiting for. I'm not gonna make y'all wait this time. Carlos got mad at me because I made y'all wait till the end of the show last week. And so it's what you've been waiting for. Prepare yourself. It's the recliner of rage. It's the recliner of rage.
It's the recliner of rage, because he's not happy.
I am certainly not happy. Well, okay, like I said, I'm conflicted. So remember last week I told y'all that I was suspicious because I knew something was up, that something rotten there was something rotten in Denmark somewhere, and I just couldn't identify what it was, that something was bound to be happening. Okay, well, I was right. So I don't know whether to be glad that I was right or mad that that it happened, right? Because that's right. Today's recliner rage is dedicated to my standing desk, which is in my home gym, and it recently betrayed me during a review video, right? So it's a do-it-yourself sort of mounted standing desk. It used to be a TV stand back before you had TVs that could be wall mounted. Well, once we switched to a wall mounted TV, we just had this TV stand. I'm like, well, what are we gonna do with it? I didn't throw it away. Nope. I turned it into. We adapted it. I took it over to my guys over at Steel Materials here in Cartersville, Georgia. Got them to adapt it so it would hang. It would mount on my rack, and it has served me faithfully for the last 2 years. But last week, like I said, I told you guys the gremlins were hard at work in the home gym, destabilizing my feng shui. And sure enough, not 24 hours after I told you guys that something bad was on the horizon, this happened. Just watch this. All right, minding my own business, trying to make a living, and this happened.
When I first got it out of the box, it just looked awkward. In some ways, the shape is similar to the Theragun.
See what I'm talking about? Y'all see that? Minding my own business. That's not happened before. Okay? I'm trying to do the dang review, and down goes Frazier. All right? Down goes Frazier. So, fortunately, I was alert for potential betrayal. So, I was ready. So, what I did was I've got some, well, ironically enough, they're Kaizen, but I've got some Kaizen adapters. So they're used like when you go from you get an attachment that's for a 3x3 rack, and you have let's say a 2x3 rack. So the Kaizen adapters are used to make up the space, right? Well, they're magnetic. And so I stuck them under the end that was light. So I used them as a counterbalance. So temporarily, that was my temporary fix, right? But I'm going to be looking for a more permanent solution going forward, because I think the problem is that this was, when I had this thing made, it was made for a 3x3 rack. Because like I said, it's never been a problem. And I've realized that I've only used it with the 3x3 racks, and the rack that I currently have downstairs isn't quite a true 3x3. So I think there's a little bit too much play in the, what do you call it, the strap that goes around the back. So there's not enough friction to stop the tray from tipping over. So I would need multiple size spacers to keep the tray from moving. And I might ask Kyle about that when he comes on. But the fact is, that's not what's important. What's important in this moment is I was betrayed, and I knew I was going to be betrayed. So I was right about being betrayed, but I'm mad that I got betrayed. In fact, I'm not going to be happy that I was right. I expect to be right, because when I'm right, I'm right. And even when I'm wrong, I'm always, I could have been right because I'm right, because I might have been wrong. Okay? That's that. Because I'm right. In any case, the Recliner Rage is sponsored by my guy Ashton at Freedom Fitness Equipment. There's no need to be in the Recliner Rage when your home gym is outfitted with what you need to achieve your fitness goals. All you need to do, if you want to don't get that shoddy junk that's going to just break down on you. Don't let happen to you what happened to one of my uncles. He had this rickety bench because he was trying to save money, and he was doing incline dumbbell bench. The bench broke under him, and he fell, ended up tearing his rotator cuff. All right? Don't be like that. All right? Instead, get yourself some quality home gym equipment from my guy Ashton over at Freedom Fitness Equipment. You can give him a call. Call him right now. 980-216-4860. He'll work with you to help you build the best gym in town right there in your home. All right. Now we've got a few minutes before our let's see here. He said perhaps maybe a tube sleeve and a lock screw would help. Yeah, I don't feel like that's gonna. I feel like you're trying to be. The Mike's got jokes now. All right, there you go. I just got out the recliner. You know what, Mike? Just for that, there you go again.
It's the Recliner of Rage.
It's the Recliner of Rage, 'cause he's not happy.
I didn't mean to do that to you, Mike, but you forced my hand. You forced my hand. If you guys are watching live, once again, make sure that you are checking out the audio version of this show on Podbean if you would like to have it, so that way you don't have to have YouTube up the entire time. The episode is available as soon as the live stream is over. The episodes are available. So, Eric, you said you got a 7-hour drive. Well, you can go to Podbean when this is over, and you can listen to previous episodes that you may have missed, and that'll give you another 3 hours right there. That's 6 hours. All right, we almost got you where you need to be. All right, this show is here. We are here for you. All right, I'm here to help you. All right, now let's see here. Said not too early for JG. Nah, not at all. So, wait, hold on. Y'all talking about I'm already raging. I'm not happy, man. The junk. You know how long I've had to hold this in? That's right. Remember I said something was going to go wrong, and I was going to have to hold it for like 7 days. So I was mad about that. In fact, I'm mad about that too. That gummit. I'm mad about that too.
It's the recliner of rage. It's the recliner of rage, 'cause he's not happy.
Yeah, I'm mad because I had to wait 7 days to tell y'all. All right. Anyway, I tell you what, let's do something that's going to make me happier. So, Matt Welch, you were here, and you the star of the show. So look at Matt right here. Look at him. So proud of him. Let's go, Matt. Doing some stone lifting. There you go. Almost there. Let's go. Oh, whoop. Come on, Matt. You went the wrong way, Matt. Is that supposed to happen? Is that what's supposed to happen? I don't feel like I don't feel like that was the goal. But Matt, I want you to understand this is not a fail. This is not a fail. If you will just move your stone loading platform over to your left by 3 feet, you can, that hole right there that you just created, you can put a nice cactus right there. So it's not that you drop the stone and now cause the divot in your yard. It's the beginning of spring planting. All right, that's what you just did, because you're a forward thinker right there. All right, so don't be discouraged by that, Matt. You're just a gardener. It's the start of your garden. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm here to encourage you. He says that Matt says I'm working on building a pond. I don't know. Well, yeah, you got room for ducks. Put some ducks out there, man. And as I understand, the ducks will eat the mosquitoes, and I know it's always raining in the UK, so you gotta have mosquitoes. So yeah, and some midges and all them things. So yeah, that'll work. That'll work. And now let's go to my other one. This is other one that's submitted to me. This is my guy Rocco. I'm still very upset with how you disrespecting that Garage Gym Life banner, Rocco. But I love the fact that you got it up. So Rocco's doing some upper body, some lower body work there. I can't tell what brand of safety squat bar that is. He's moving too fast. In fact, actually, congratulations to Rocco, because he just earned his black belt in judo. So that's a pretty big milestone. So I'm really proud of my dude right there. And I appreciate you tagging me in your video, showing me all the stuff that you do for GPP. Rocco competes in powerlifting, strongman, Highland Games, and judo. And he's got his black belt. So once again, shout out to you, Rocco. Congratulations on the black belt. All right. So it is 6:53, and we are getting, that's a kabuki. Is that the Carp said that's a kabuki. Is that that's not a transformer bar, is it? They ain't gonna make me watch it again. Come on, Rocco, hurry up. Let's go. Get under there. Is that a transformer bar? Oh, you know what? I see it. Okay, I see it now. I couldn't see the I'm moving it like you guys can see my pointer. All right, yeah, I couldn't see it. Okay, yeah. Nice. All right, let's get that off there. Carlos said the disrespect. I know, man. How you gotta have the banner up and then have the banner leaning? You know what? Maybe that's the gangster lean. We'll call it that. That's the gangster lean, right? All right. That's the gangster lean. All right. If you let's see here. Go here. Matt says, on a good note, I hit my first 200-pound axle press last night. Just missed out on 215 pounds. Number one, shout out to you for using imperial measurements. Very proud of you. That shows growth. That shows growth, Matt. You didn't come with that metric stuff. And number two, congratulations on the PR, man. 200 pounds is legit. 200-pound axle, 200 pounds. That's a person. You just pressed a person overhead. All right. You don't believe me? Go grab. I know somebody's walking by your desk right now because you're at work. Just pick them up and stick them over your head. All right. Flex that new ability. Flex that new ability. If they complain, let them know that, let's say the building flooded, you will be able to keep them above the water level longer than anybody else. All right. So you are there to save them, and they should feel more secure, and tell them that they're welcome. All right. There you go. My brother said, nice press, my dude. Yeah, I'm saying my brother's got a really good overhead press as well. So he's from one strong man to another. And actually, my brother also has a gym that's outside in his back garden. There you go. Okay, hold up. See, Matt, you give with one hand, you take with the other. There you go, metricing again. He's like, I know I got to do the conversion for y'all out there. It's 6 kilograms above his body weight. Nobody, there you go, 12 pounds. Nobody knows. Nobody, I'm not doing the conversion. Okay, we have charts over here to do the conversion. I ain't doing it. Yeah, he's pressing a grown man over his head. Mike, that exactly. The next time somebody at your job asks for a raise, just pick him up. Pick him up, Matt. Everyone deserves a raise. And he said the banner's dropping on the scene with the gangster lean. That's right. It's like having switches. It's like you hit the switches. You know, you're hitting switches with my banner. All right. Hey, man, Rocco, I'm going to need you to fix that banner, okay? Hey, come here. I need you to fix that banner. All right? Okay? Okay. All right, and last one, Jared Martin says, Tattoo saying, is that a strict press? Heck yeah, axles are a good time. I prefer bench pressing with my axle, but yeah, that a strict press overhead is legit. You always feel like it's like the handle is so much bigger, like it feels substantial. You're like, man, you feel like you conquered the world whenever you press, get a nice axle press in a way that you don't get with just a normal straight bar. All right. My brother's headed out. He's going to class. Hey, we'll see you later. Don't forget to call your niece and tell her happy birthday. Later, my man. All right. Now it is 6:57, so I'll go ahead and I'll just shout out to the Central Time Zone now. Good morning. Good morning. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. If this is your first time checking out the show, go ahead, hit that like button and hit subscribe for me. Help me reach 50,000 subscribers. I think we're over, let's see here. Let's check out the channel. What is the channel looking like? Yeah, we are, we got some good, first of all, we got excellent viewer activity on here. But yeah, we're doing good, man. I can tell you, if you told me when I first started YouTube that I would ever have this many subscribers, I wouldn't believe you. And it's all down to you guys. I'm not gloating at all. I really, really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you to all of you who have subscribed, and to all of you guys who are watching this, who are going to subscribe. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're helping me fulfill my dream. So thank you. We're going to hit 50,000 subscribers this year. I believe it can be done, and I need you guys' help to do it. All right. And here's another way, if you guys are looking for a way to support the channel, and that is to grab a banner. Go ahead and grab a banner, and here's how you do it. Hey, if you want to support our channel, plus grab the perfect finishing touch for your home gym, go ahead and grab one of our 16-ounce laminated vinyl banners. They are easy to hang and easy to clean with just soap and water, and a great way to show that you represent the garage gym lifestyle. So head over to our friends at freedomfitnessequipment.com and order yours today. There you go. That's all you got to do. And when you hang your banner, don't have it leaning. Don't have it leaning. Don't have it leaning like Rocco. All right. Ryan Leach said, go Dogs. Hey, of course. Look at that. You see that? You see that right there? You know the deal. We got to come back. We try to be nice and let the University of Alabama represent the SEC in the national championship, and you see what they did. So, hey, if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. But we're gonna try to not talk about SEC football because we got Rory Ellis coming on. Rory is a Tennessee fan. And whenever you got somebody who's a friend and they have a problem, you basically, like when they got like stuff that's going on that's not going well for them in their life, you try not to bring it up. So I'm asking all of you to not bring up Tennessee football, okay? I'm asking everybody to not bring up Tennessee football in any way for the sake of Rory, all right? He's got a lot of stuff going on, and it's just not fair to him, all right? It's just not fair to him. Travis, did you say Georgia Bullfrogs? Don't get kicked. Hey, man, don't get banned from my channel. Don't get banned from my channel, Travis. You know where you live, all right? Don't be one of those Georgia Techers, all right? Don't. Travis? Hey, look, lean in here. Don't you talk about my Bulldogs, okay? All right. Okay, now, all right. So let's go ahead and let's bring my guy on. This is our first guest. It is time for the man himself. If you're not familiar with him, you're about to get familiar. My dude, Rory Ellis. Show you love. Rory!
What's going on, John? Good morning.
First of all, I'm a fan of that t-shirt. I'm a fan of that
Yes,
t-shirt,
thank you,
100%.
sir.
Hey, that's it. I love that shirt. Here, look, we're going to let everybody, if you are just listening to the audio version, you need to come on here and check out Rory's shirt.
This shirt was actually, believe it or not, like $15. It's from a company called Red Letter One. They run sales all the time. They do like limited. It's basically the same shirt. They just change the colors and stuff. So they run sales all the time. So check it out. Red Letter
Only
One.
problem I see with that shirt is you're supposed to let your lights shine before men. And if you wear it at night in the woods, nobody's going to see the shirt.
That's true. I do walk around in the woods.
Because it's a black shirt with camouflage on the front in the lettering. So if you wear it at night in the woods, nobody's going to see the shirt. So that's going to be a problem right there. Okay. Now, Rory, this is not on the list of things that I asked you to do, but due to circumstances beyond my control, my little girl, I control this. Yes. Okay. My little girl was born 9 years ago today, but due to circumstances beyond my control, she somehow realized that I was going to have a musician on. I don't even know how she found that out.
Okay.
And she has demanded that you sing happy birthday to her. So her name is Nora. Huh?
I got to get a guitar then.
Yeah. Get your guitar. Let's go.
What's the name?
Said, Nora. Like Nora Jones. Nora.
Done.
All right, there we go. This is what y'all come here for. That's right. Let's go. So Nora, Daddy was listening. I was listening to you when you made your multiple requests. She said, make sure they sing happy birthday to me. Make sure they sing. I said, they don't even know you. I don't care. Make them sing happy birthday to me. I was like, all right, very, very well. Like all her Puerto Rican side came out. She was like, make sure they sing happy birthday. I was like, oh, all right. Very well. So
let me tune this thing up real quick.
Okay.
Right. Good enough.
You need lemon juice?
That's good enough.
You good?
All right, Nora. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nora. Happy birthday to you.
There you go, my man. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. All right. My man Cart says the Pied Piper of Level Arms. There you go. And you got people admiring your guitars, okay? So let's go back up because your fan section has arrived. All right, your fan section.
So we got.
All right. First of all, we got look, Carlos. I told you not to bring up Tennessee Volunteers. He said I volunteered to now say anything.
Funny story about that, John.
All right, here we go. All right, go ahead.
Funny
go
story.
ahead, Rory.
I couldn't.
If this is too painful to talk about.
No. I couldn't care less about football. It's good for you, I promise. As a dog fan, I couldn't care less about football, to be honest.
Excellent.
I wear the Tennessee shirt to fit in here, so people don't hate me. But I truly don't follow football a whole lot. I know enough to talk shop with guys, but in your case, I'm actually a bigger Bulldogs fan than anything else because I I followed college ball when I was at Fort Stewart, and I was stationed there for a while. I had a buddy that I practically lived with. He let me stay at his house all the time because I was in the barracks. He was married, and it was a good friendship and whatever. So I watched more Bulldogs games than any other college football game. So definitely go Dogs. I have
there
no
you
shame.
go. There you go.
No shame in saying that.
Let's go. You're welcome back on the show anytime. You're welcome back on the show anytime. In fact, we're going to get you a Georgia Bulldog shirt so you can wear it that special day when we come up there and take over.
So I was going to, but it's like a size medium, and I wear an XL now. I can't fit into it any longer.
Oh,
so
no. They make bigger ones.
Oh, yeah. That's
I
my
promise
wife.
you.
Yeah.
We get you hooked up. Well, we got, I promise you, it's all over here. We'll hook you up, man. I got you. Yeah, I can't let you walk around with that Tennessee shirt. Use that to clean the dog bowl or something.
Right, there we go.
All right. Yeah. Let's jump into the chat. I've got questions for you, but we got people in the chat who want to say stuff. You know what? The legend of Rory, as your mustache grows, so does your strength. That's what Carp is saying. Is there any truth to that?
It is true.
So
every time I trim it, I get weaker. And I have to trim pretty often. You guys are seeing me in rare form. I have about a 2-week beard. I'm active duty Army, so typically this is all gone. It's just an ugly mustache. And unlike Kurt liked to call me out on my mustache at home gym con during the meet. I don't have the regulation to go past the lip because he's in the Air Force. It's not really a real
the hair force.
Yeah, chair force, all that jokes. Yeah. It's the same thing, But yeah, my mustache has to stay within the borders of my mouth, so it looks really goofy when I just do a mustache. But to Carp's point, by the way, what's up, Eric? When I trim the stash, I definitely get weaker.
So here's the thing, little known fact: Kurt's dang mustache is not regulation either. He said that he does a heavy waxing on it to the tricks to get it to be within regulation. There's a lot of waxing. Yeah.
That's pretty great.
Matthew Porter says Rohrman's strength in the house.
In my house, literally.
Yeah, of course. That's the best place. And he's got a shirt on. Last Instagram video, he did not have a shirt, but it's fine. When you're strong, when you're as strong as Rory is, you can, you know what, dude, you probably can be shirtless at church and they'd be like, hey, it's Rory. It's fine. It's fine. Just paint a tie on your neck and you're fine. Yeah. So Michaels wants to know if those are all your guitars.
Yeah, they are. These are just, I've been playing since I was 10. I'm 32. So 22 years of collecting, basically. Each one of these has some kind of significant story behind it, but yeah.
Do you have a specific brand that you stick with, or do you like to just,
Yeah, so
I realize that you play acoustic as well as other kinds.
Yeah,
so,
this guy right here is a Ernie Ball Music Man. That's the John Petrucci series. I won't get too nerdy on that, but John Petrucci is a guitar player in a band called Dream Theater, who is a progressive metal band, and he's known widely in the musician world as like one of the best guitar players of all time. And this is his signature model. And for a period of time, I was in a band. Progressive metal band. It was like a heavy version of Paramore. We had a female singer and everything, and we were signed to a couple labels, and we were endorsed by that company. So that's my go-to guitar. But then obviously all these other things do. It's just like gym equipment, like a barbell. These are just different barbells. One might be a power bar, Olympic bar, deadlift bar, whatever. They do different things. So
I don't know if you are. So I have a question and a comment. Why does that one guitar have what looks like a Florida license plate on it?
Because it does. So I actually made this. There's two of them actually. So this is actually one of the ones that I played most of the time. I made this guitar. This was actually my very first electric guitar. The body of it, at least. Everything else is completely new. But I wanted, just for sentimental reasons, I had the body laying around. So I stripped everything and made that, and then I made the Tennessee plate. Or the Florida plate, rather. And then if you see the green one over that way, that's also a Florida plate. That's a 1965 Florida plate with a Texas plate as well. Because I was born in Texas and I was raised mostly in Florida. So, that's what those are.
Okay. And then the comment I have is, if you are not friends with David Dennis from Gorilla Strength, you need to become friends with him.
Okay.
I will, if you DM me your DM me your phone number. I'm about to say text me your phone number. No, DM me your phone number and I'll connect the two of you guys, because he is really into guitars and he's a freaking genius when it comes to creating equipment.
Oh, nice.
So it's now that you're kind of dipping your toe in the strongman waters.
Yeah.
David is the dude you need to hit up. He's right there in
Okay.
Kentucky. He's not a far drive from you.
Okay.
Yeah, man, he's the man. All
Do it
right.
now.
Oh yeah, outstanding. All right. Yeah,
Got it.
I'll connect you guys. All right.
Yeah.
Then next question is Kurt says the rules are for squares. And
well, to be honest, Kurt, just for your knowledge, no one from my unit's watching, nor do I care. They all know my mustache was out of reg at all times. The Air Force reg is like a 1/4 inch out. I only know that because we have 4 Air Force personnel in my unit. I don't keep it like this. I trim it a little bit, but it's definitely out of reg.
So, out of curiosity, I thought that the Army didn't require you to have like the clean shave if you're off duty.
They don't anymore.
Like you're on leave or whatever.
Yeah, no, not off duty. No.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because in the Marine Corps, you had to have, it was like if you're off duty but not on leave, you had to be clean shaven regardless, right? At any time. Like if you're at the mall and you got, I mean, a 5 o'clock shadow, obviously, yeah. But if you walking around looking like one of the dang Duck Dynasty people, then you'll get talked about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
So all right, let's see. And Jared now wants to know if Kurt's gonna go full beard lady. So here's the thing. Let's circle back around to Kurt's comment, because that's the sort of comment you make when you're not far from retirement. When you're a master sergeant, not far from retirement. So take those comments under advisement. All right. Yeah. If you're not the things I just said, that's not what you hit. All right. It's ignore that completely.
Yeah, I've got like 13 years to retire, so I'm not in that boat.
Yeah. So let's see. Eric said that's the Dream Theater.
Dream Theater.
And we got more musicians here. So Matt said he played bass for 15 years.
Nice.
All right, there we go.
Why play? Why is that past tense? You can still play.
So he had a Music Man.
Yeah, there you go.
And a Music Man said they were great. Here we go. Matthew Porter says, you know that Florida life. Yeah, he's probably seen a bunch of people not using their left turn signal. Or the left turn signal on for no dang reason at all. That's also an option in Florida.
Yep.
That's one of the other things that's available. The whole time. I always wonder, did you get your driver's license in Florida? Or were you in America when it happened? Did you get your driver's license in Florida, or were you in America already? Okay, so you did get your driver's license in Florida. All right, so what I want to know is, what do they say about the left turn signal at any point during the driver's license thing? Was that something they covered? Because, I mean, you got to do a road test, right?
Yeah. I really don't know. So I was 15. I got it the day I turned 15 for my permit, and the day I turned 16 for my license. So I don't really remember. I'm sure there was something in there, but I've been driving. My grandparents had a golf cart and 4-wheeler, so I drove things all the time. It wasn't. I wasn't worried about the driver's test whatsoever. It's more like the hazard signs that you had to actually study for 5 minutes, and then I don't understand.
I'm just saying, I've been to Florida a bunch of times.
Oh yeah,
I've seen Florida drivers a bunch of times here in Georgia.
Yeah, it's a hodgepodge of everyone, mostly from the north people the snowbirds, and so you got a lot of bad drivers.
And then you got like the Cubans, you got people. So you have people from other countries too. Anyway, what I'm saying is that the road rules are very flexible in Florida.
Yes, absolutely, especially Miami, Southern Florida, which isn't even Florida anymore.
So okay, here we go. So Kurt says, and this sounds exactly like the sort of thing a sea lawyer would say. He said, I actually got mauled by a dog in some high desert areas, and he has a medical shaving. I believe you've got a medical shaving waiver because the scarring on his face gets cut when he shaves. I believe all of that story. All I'm saying is, the more I know about Kurt, the less I believe that medical shaving waiver is necessary. But I know he's got it. So hey, if you got it, you're gonna flex it. There you go. Yeah.
The military.
My favorite is like the Marines the black Marines who had like the no shave chit, because it's I get ingrown hairs when I shave. So, well, actually, you get ingrown hairs when you stop shaving. So there's like in that in between period, that's when you get the ingrown hairs. So you could either grow a full beard and look like Archibald Henderson, Grand Old Man in the Marine Corps from back in the Civil War days, or you could shave every day and then you won't have ingrown hairs. That's what I did, but whatever. Let's see here. Oh, okay. There's an idea. This might be something we can get Jake to do for the dinner. It's the Home Gym Con 2025 concert series. Kurt plays the drums.
There
We're
we
starting
go.
to get something together now.
Eric,
We're starting to get something
that's a
together.
band right there. That's Rush. That's a trio, power trio.
And they said they want me on vocals. I mean, I sing a little bit now. Have you seen the intro?
I've heard the song.
You've seen the intro, and I had my backup singers for Recliner Rage. I got some potential. He said, "Okay." Yeah, I know it was a difficult decision. There you go. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you can look like a Middle Eastern militia, or you can shave. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's actually get to one of the actual questions, because you brought up the music career. I mean, we talking about your music career. You've got a ton of irons in the fire, though, man. I mean, you're competing in powerlifting. You competed once that I know of in strongman. Then you got the music career because you play like every weekend, from what I know. Then you got a product or a couple of products. You're trying to get your products off the ground. Plus serving, then after lunch you serve in the military. So you've got a bunch of stuff going on. So, and then on the side, this is an unpaid gig as far as I know. You're the unofficial or the official barbell load capacity tester for Carp's Gym. So I know the military helps you a ton with time management. And it gives you like the willingness to just kind of power through sometimes. But how do you balance all of that? You know what I mean? Like and then you got to spend time with your family too. So how do you balance all that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I really don't know the answer. I don't do very well. Hang on. Sorry.
Whoa! Okay. Balancing was a joke. Did you just fall down? You okay?
No, my dog is in here. No one else is awake right now, so he just knocked over the last paint. He just knocked over this giant.
That's not a dog. That's a deer, man.
That's a deer. He knocked over the picture of the stag.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, Rory, drink water. That's not a dog.
Hey, Leonard, say hi, everybody. Say hi. Oh, Leonard just got his nuts chopped off a couple weeks ago.
Hey, no wonder. Hey, man, I'd be mad kicking stuff over too.
Right? I would too.
Lord.
Actually, I did. I was neutered relatively recently as well, and I was kicking stuff over as well.
All right. So go ahead. How do you balance things?
So I really just kind of I'm not one of those people that plans everything. I don't have like a schedule and write everything down, even though my wife probably thinks I should. My wife does all the scheduling, puts everything in like a Google Calendar, and for big events, big things.
That's why we marry you.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. I'm good at keeping it internally. Like I know what needs to be done first, and I just kind of prioritize those things. In terms of like working out, I've been working out for about 12 years, and I really just like it. So if I go more than a couple of days without doing it, I just kind of get irritable and annoying from what my wife tells me. So it's just part of my daily routine, just like brushing my teeth. I don't think about it. I just have to do something. I usually work out 7 days a week, but I use like a biceps day as like a rest day. Like I don't really do, it's not a full training day, but I'll do biceps or something, calves or whatever, just to work out. Yeah. Like it's like an active rest day. But in terms of business, this is still very new to me. I started growing my strength right before Christmas. I launched 10 products, just 10 handles, basically. It was kind of like a proof of concept kind of thing. And to my surprise, most of them sold out before Christmas, which was insane to me because, Christmas time is where people are budgeting everything and trying to save money for their kids and do stuff like that. So the fact that I sold, I think it was 7, before Christmas came up, and then I had like 3 left over that took about another 2 weeks or so. That was a good proof of concept that people actually did like the product. And it was proof to my wife that I wasn't wasting our savings, dipping into that fund. So, but yeah, in terms of, just organizing all that other stuff, it's really just work is a no-brainer. I have to do that. That's what pays the bills. Warman Strength doesn't do that. Unfortunately, being the load master for Carp doesn't pay anything either. Although that's a lie. Not monetarily, but Carp's been very good to me. He gave me a shirt. He gave me some of those ab mat weight spacers. He gives me little things here and there because he gets a lot of stuff from companies. So Kurt's a great, or not Kurt, but Carp's
you should tell him. You should say, hey, let's work out a deal where anything I can pick up and fit in the car, I can have.
What can I
never invite you back over?
Yeah, right. I'll get that with that determination. I'll get that new that leg press, ATX leg press.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know how he fit that in the car, but good on him.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
Figure it out. So I said you're the, we've talked a little bit about the low capacity thing. So if you guys haven't seen it, you need to go check out. I guess it was on Carp's Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
And well, it was on his YouTube as well, where he had the
well.
video where you came over and you helped him test out that trap. Well, you've done a lot, but you did the one that specifically I'm thinking about is like you helped him test out that trap bar.
Yeah.
To see like how much weight it can handle. But the thing is, as far as competing goes, I'm looking here. Your best platform numbers are 575-pound squat, 410-pound bench, and a 727-pound deadlift.
Mm-hmm.
Then in the 2023 October, in the fall garage gym competition in 23, you posted a 555-pound squat. I'm assuming this was without prep either. So 555-pound squat, 405-pound bench, and a 710-pound deadlift. So not too far from your. It looks like everything was roughly about 20 pounds under your platform numbers, except for the deadlift, which was about roughly 10 pounds under.
Yep.
And then you stopped screwing around and you hit a 415 bench in May of this year. And then like you went on tour and you just started benching 405 and deadlifting 700 in just random places. Like, hey, I'm in Texas, I'm benching 405. I'm over here and I'm benching 405. Oh, I'm over in this random place, I'm deadlifting 700. So what the people want to know is, does that make you the world's strongest acoustic guitarist?
Probably. If I categorize myself as just an acoustic guitar player, then absolutely I would say yes. Because acoustic guitar players are typically, this is going to offend a lot of people, but I guess if you categorize yourself as a solely acoustic guitar player, you're probably a little bit nerdier than an electric player. Electric players play all the solos, all the cool stuff. People think of Slash and all the big iconic rock guitar players that play electric.
So are you saying you're stronger than them too?
Absolutely.
Because there's that one dude that's kind of big. I saw him on stage with a LL when doing the Mama Said Knock You Out. They always had like this pretty muscular guitar player that would be there.
I'm not sure who that is, but he's probably some crazy good. If you're playing with LL Cool J, you're great.
Yeah. But he's a pretty much. So LL's a pretty good sized dude, and this guy was about the same size as LL.
Yeah. Okay. He's probably really good.
You know what? Let's just assume you're stronger than him too. Right there. Boom. You heard it here first. Rory Ellis is the strongest guitarist in the.
No, that's a mic drop.
That's right.
I don't want to drop this, but we'll simulate it.
That's right. All right. Rory Ellis, strongest guitarist in the world. All right. So that being said, what you just I said you just hit like the 415.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with your squat, man?
Thank you.
It's like that's the only thing that's lagging.
It's the only thing that's lagging. So I have this nagging knee pain in my right knee, and I've had some hip things. No injuries, thank God. I've been really lucky about that. I think it's just because I trained pretty smart. But the squat, I think, is probably the only lift that actually scares me because that's the only lift I actually feel pain in. So I probably nurse it a lot more than I probably should. But I do squat quite a bit, and I squat often. But my whole thing is going back to the planning question. I've never written down an exercise in my 12 years of training. I've never programmed anything. It's all just been like go with the flow kind of thing, how my body feels, reacting to that, and just kind of changing the course as I go along. So I actually just looked up another powerlifting meet that I'm interested in doing, or not powerlifting meet rather, but a strongman competition in August in Nashville. And I'm planning on, he doesn't know it, he's probably not watching either, but I want to hire Adam Dirks.
How come these people aren't watching? I told you to share the link.
I told Adam to do it. No, I did. I don't know. He's a professional strongman. He's got things to do. He's got people to eat and people to smack.
Okay.
So Adam Dirks is the coach for Evan Singleton, and he is one of the top 3 in the world for strongman, and he's over here in Nashville, Tennessee. So I'm going to hire him for this next prep, and I'm actually going to do like an actual program. I've never hired a coach. I've never bought a program or anything like that. It's just always kind of been off the cuff kind of training, and that's probably what's hindering my squat. I imagine if I had someone stronger and smarter, they'd be able to analyze my squat and find out why. But I ask myself that every day. I'm like, why is my squat so subpar compared to my bench and my deadlift? But it just is what it is.
Are you a narrow stance squatter?
So I've changed my stance a lot. I used to be narrow, high bar,
and
I used to just dive bomb. And I think that I would watch videos. And I think my dive bomb technique kind of messed up my knee a little bit because I could watch my knee shift forward on the right just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
I was always just proud of like the depth. Like I liked being able to
Sure.
dive bomb, 500 pounds and make it look cool. But I think as I
Thought you were
was training
facts,
in
huh?
yeah, as I was training in powerlifting, I realized I don't need to go that deep. Like I'm going this much deeper than the competition regulations. So I widened my squat quite a bit, pointed my toes out a little bit more, dropped the high bar down to like a high low bar basically because I don't have the shoulder mobility to get in there. But I've changed it all a lot, and it's been going. That's when I got the 575 was after that. I think the 555 that you mentioned earlier was a high bar, and I was just stagnant in the mid fives. And I'm slowly creeping into the high fives. If I could get to 6, I'd be pretty happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking because this is just kind of me just thinking what you're saying. Because of the thing with your knee, because I got a knee injury that's a gift from the Marine Corps that they're still paying me for.
Yeah. Good.
And so I end up having to start squatting more like Steve Goggins,
Mhm.
right? I don't squat exactly like him. Definitely not squatting as much weight as he did. The dude was the first guy to squat 1102.
Yeah, he's a freak.
But so he calls it squatting with your whole body.
Mhm.
So he uses his back a whole lot more, right?
Yeah.
And basically coming out of the hole, what he does is he pushes his upper back into the bar, kind of like that. So basically he said the way he did it is his squat supported his deadlift and his deadlift supported his squat.
Yeah,
right?
that's good to do it.
So yeah, I'll send you the link. I mean, I know you got a guy that's going to be training you. I'll send you the link just for you to watch. See,
yeah, absolutely.
You can check it out.
I
He
met
taught
Steve
my son how to squat like him.
Oh, nice. Yeah. No, he's a great guy, man. I mean, he was actually so I've actually only competed once in a sanctioned meet. I did a sanctioned deadlift only event just to break a state record, which is silly in the long term. It's actually kind of like the Massonomics shirt that says like, best deadlift over 40. It has all these different subtitles.
Yeah.
It was one of those. It was a state record for the 198s in the deadlift only category. So it was like 3.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
But yeah, Steve Goggins was the meet director there, and he's a great guy. And but yeah, I've only done one actual sanctioned full powerlifting meet. Other than that, they've been like gym competitions that were just put on. Yeah, but
like on base or something.
Usually I should just here at the Golds in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Because you started lifting in Afghanistan.
Yeah. So I started lifting a little bit before, probably about a year before, but I didn't really get serious until Afghanistan because I was probably doing 3 or 4 days a week. But I joined the Army probably at $140. And when I left in 2015, so I joined in 2011, early 11, and I probably weighed $140. And then when I left, I was probably 270 or 175. So I probably gained 35 pounds. All those newbie gains, of course.
Sure. Yeah. And it was, I mean, like when you're training overseas, I said this in like one of the questions, like when you're overseas, on the one hand, you've got like depending on your training tempo, your operational tempo, not training tempo, your operational tempo, you sometimes have more time to train because basically you're just training, patrolling, and eating and sleeping, right?
Yep, exactly.
And so you tend to like, it's really good. Like I went to Iraq and I was like 185, came back, I was 195.
Yeah.
Right. Because it just, again, once we took Fallujah, it was like eat, sleep, patrol, lift. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. And then you come back to the States and it's like you got all this other stuff pulling on you, you know, and it's actually harder than you would think, than most people would think to train when you're not deployed.
Yeah.
And you got all that other stuff going on than it is when you're at home and, life is just whatever.
Yeah. Luckily for me, when I was stateside, I was in Georgia. I was a very young E4 at the time, and I was in the barracks. The gym was a 3-minute walk from my barracks room. So like even once I got back from Afghanistan, I was training similar to that style. I just had more stuff to do, for my unit. But I didn't have anything to do. I didn't have a girlfriend at the time. I think we broke up when I joined the Army, weird things like that. And so I was just, eating, sleeping, training, and that's pretty much all I did. So I gained, obviously, and newbie gains are a real thing too. So I probably gained 35 pounds of muscle in that first 4-year enlistment. Then I got out, and when I did that, I was still training very, very frequently. I've never missed. Actually, the longest stretch of time I've gone without working out is a couple of weeks ago or last month when I had my vasectomy, and the doctor said, do not lift. Because my wife told him, she's like, he's gonna break the rules.
Hold
Like,
on a
he's
second.
gonna lift. I was like, of course I am.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You and the dog had like
Yeah.
matching vasectomy. I mean, what's going
Same
on?
doctor. Same doctor.
Same doctor. What?
Same veterinarian. They gave me the cone and everything, so I couldn't, clean myself.
It's a 2-for-1 special,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, hey, a discount. That's what the coupon said. So
Exactly. It was a coupon.
Hilarious. Oh God. All right.
Pre-4th of July sale.
And with that being said, Kelly, thanks for tuning into the show. Kelly goes to church with us, so yeah, really. Well, she's watched the show before though. She knows how junk gets crazy over here. Joey Echeverria, my man, what's up, man? Let's see. All right, now is all the dang snip story. So Matt says he had to take 2 weeks out of the gym after his. The 2 weeks off hurt more than the operation. I find that hard to believe. And then 50 Cal Fitness, I had that up a second ago. I'm gonna put it back up. Says Rory is truly a genuine dude and a brother in Christ. Happy we got to meet him at Home Gym Con. What do you mean? I noticed you didn't say you were happy to meet me at Home Gym Con because that happened as well. 50 Cal Fitness.
Yeah, he did say that. That's weird.
No, that's.
Come on, Derek.
I wonder what he's trying to say. Yeah, Derek. Anyway, he came. He said you went down there and saw him a week ago and had a blast. It's pretty cool.
I did. Literally a blast. Yeah. Yeah, so I was.
Oh, that's right, because y'all were shooting, right?
Yeah. So I was driving from Houston, where my family is, and to Corpus, where my wife's brother and nephews are, and we stopped in. It's literally like direct path, maybe 20 minutes off the highway. But we stopped in. And I saw Derek and Cody from 50 Cal and saw all the cool stuff they're coming out with, which I can't talk about, but they've got a lot of really cool products coming out. And yeah, they're just super hospitable. Again, brothers in Christ, which is amazing to just meet people and how that really connects people, I think, to a deeper level than it's like a gym bro kind of thing. So very blessed to have met those guys and gone over there, and they were super hospitable. My wife and daughters, we had the daughters at the time because that was why we went to Texas. Actually, it's for my family over there to meet my daughters. Because I have a 2-year-old.
Nice.
Awesome. I have a 2-year-old and an 8-month-old. Well, almost 9-month-old. So they met them for the first time and did the whole car drive thing from Houston to them, and that was a good stopping point. It was about an hour and a half or 2 hours in. So girls were getting a little irritable, and Cody's wife was super nice, and they took him in. They have 2 little girls as well, and they were just playing and all that stuff while me and Cody and Derek were shooting some stuff and blowing up plates with tannerite. So it was fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Matt has a recommendation. He said there's a guy named Zach Wild. So he may give you a run. He's a monster. So that we need to set up a comp for the strongest guitarist in 2024. I feel like we may need a little bit more time than that.
Well,
but you could do that. What you can do is you do a lift and you tag guitarists and say, "Are you a guitarist? Can you do this or whatever?" And then you do it'd be like an Instagram thing, right? So they'd have to do it to see who, and then claim the title of world's strongest guitarist.
So I'll just say, I think
prize.
I think my title still stands. Zach is not strong. Zach Wild, he played the guitar for Ozzy. That's his big claim to fame. He also does Black Label Society, a couple other rock bands. But Zach, he is shredded. He's like 60 years old and he's absolutely shredded. But he probably weighs $180. I got him all day. Sorry, Zach Wild, if you're watching. I sent the link to Zach Wild, so I don't know if you tuned in, but I sent the link.
So you're basically letting him know, hey, by the way, no offense, but I am stronger than you.
No offense, Zach. You got pinch from today, but I got the deadlift.
Zach, I am your father.
he is a beast. He was big in the day.
Hey, my man, Ian Matt. Hey, what's going on? Jim Dad _1976. What's up, dude? Little known fact, Ian made my spotter arms. The ones that say Garage Gym Life. Did you guys see the ones that had the Garage Gym Life on them?
Yeah.
Ian made those for me. So, hey, shout out to you. First time on the show, man. I appreciate you being here, dude. And Eric said that Zach is also old. So, don't knock the old dudes. I'm telling you, there's a reason they call it old man strength.
Yeah, I'm getting
all I'm saying. You just got a new follower, Carlos. So you just got a new follower. Now, Carlos, I don't know if you followed. Did you follow both of them? Because all right, you don't need to follow just one. So let me give you some help. All right. So first of all, follow at Rory Ellis Music on Instagram. And that includes those of you who are listening to the audio version. Go to Instagram, follow at Rory Ellis Music. And then you want to follow at Rohrman Strength on Instagram as well. That's the business. And that way you can check out Rory's products. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. In fact, let's talk about that now.
Yeah.
Well, let's just get this out of the way. Has the PRX situation affected you and your handles, or is it good? I mean, because basically your handles attached to the lever arms.
Yeah.
So that kind of, are you good because of that? Because or what?
Yeah. So their patent doesn't have anything to do with my product whatsoever. So that PRX video only did me a lot of business. So I'm very grateful to Coop and the guys at Garage Gym Reviews for mentioning me in a couple videos. If you haven't seen it, he actually mentioned me in the Fitness Most Wanted, like the best products of 2024, and I was mentioned 4th in that video, which is awesome. So I was probably 6 minutes into the video, he talked about the Megalith handles as the most innovative jammer arm handles on the market, which is really, really cool. But the PRX video, it was like a 26 minute long video. And I think I was mentioned at like the 20-minute mark. So a lot of people hadn't even watched that far, especially if you're not a jammer arm fan. You're not going to watch a 26-minute long video on jammer arms that you don't plan on buying. So the fact that I got as many sales as I did from that video, it just speaks volumes to what Coop could do and the reach that they have. So I'm very grateful for that. I've seen a huge uptick in sales, and I'm very, very blessed and grateful for that.
That's good, because you were already slinging Megalith handles in the parking lot at Home Gym Con.
Yeah, thank you, Jim.
Yeah, all right. I see everything. Okay, I see it all. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at these handles here and talk about some of the things that have to, about them, what makes them unique. So these are the Megalith handles, and this, being more specific, this is the handle, because this part, the actual horn, that's a different. Well, you guys sell that too.
So that's actually the handle. That's the knurled handle part. The weight horn would go on the other side of the.
The part that go on to attach it to the rack.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, because I know that you said basically they only come with the nut. They don't come with weight horns.
Correct.
So,
and I'll show you. So like when you buy the Megalith handle, it would come like this. So this is a stainless steel version. This is just one of the last 10 that I sold before. The first iteration was stainless steel, and they were 1/4 inch thick. The reason I stopped doing that is because I wanted more strength in a thicker product like this. So we beefed it up to 3/8 of an inch thick, and then it's powder coated black. Just
that's a lot bigger. So, we got the branding. Look at you.
Oh yeah. I'm a big branding guy. I used to draw logos for metal bands. So logos.
Hang on, let me give you the big screen right there.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
All right. So if you're just listening, Rory just showed us his product. So you can check that out on the YouTube version at Garage Gym Life Media on YouTube.
But the handle itself is this whole thing. And so when you buy a pair of Megalith handles, this is what you get, and there would be just a regular nut on the end of this. And then if you wanted to upgrade, we do sell knurled nuts that look really, really cool as well. So this is solid stainless steel, the knurling on the edges like that. So it's got like that ergonomic grip, so it's really easy. And the cool thing with these that's a little bit different, because you can't really innovate on a nut that, Rogue already patented the knurled monster nut that has the integrated washer on it. So what we did is just made it a little bit different. So this is a smaller diameter. So on a 1-inch rack or a 5/8 rack, they'll stack right on top of each other, so you don't have to waste any hole spacings. So if you want to, these are $25 a piece, $50 a pair, and that just threads right on like that. And then, of course, we have 5/8 as well.
Nice.
So, those are additional charge. But the handle, again, what you get from when you order a pair of handles on the website, you'll get exactly what you see. I threaded this too much. You get exactly what you see here, only minus the silver. The stainless steel, you'll get the black one, which is a little beefier. Nice. Yeah.
Okay. And so you guys can just head to rohrmanstrength.com and you'll be able to pick that up. But you've got other products on there. It's not just the Megalith handles. So let's go ahead and check out some of your other products, because I actually had a question about your weight horns. So let's go to the weight horn right here. Check this out. I'm going to share the screen right now for those of you listening. All right, so we're checking out your stainless steel weight horn. Right there is what got my attention. Scroll down just a bit. This looks like it's slightly angled. I don't know if you've got one there.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's stop sharing, and I can just look at it right there in your
I
hand.
John, I'm giving you my A game.
Oh, I see. Look, he's prepared. Hey, everybody else, all other guests, take notes. Okay.
I got the whole interface. I got the mic, everything. Oh yeah, I'm not.
Look at this. This is amazing. All right,
Yeah,
and
so
you got a YouTube channel, so
I
that
don't do a
does
whole lot
fit.
with it, but yeah.
Yeah,
But,
that's all right.
but yeah, you can see there's a slight bevel. It just helps load the plates a little bit better. It's just a very, very slight bevel. So
well, what I want to know,
just a tiny bit.
Well, what I wanted, the reason I asked it about the angle is I cannot stand when you have a weight horn and it's straight across. It's level, right? Because the plates come off when you're racking the weight, right? Especially if it's mounted in the back of the rack. But if it's slightly inclined, right? So it's got a slight incline, so it's going up. It doesn't have to be a lot. Because you don't want it to look like the letter. It don't want to look like a letter J, but just a little slight incline right there. That'll help prevent the plates from just coming right off, right? Yep. And it looked like yours have that little angle. Do they?
So I wish they did. They do not. So I'm sorry to say that they don't. They're just a regular weight horn. So it just threads on. I mean, if you bend the nut at the end, you might be able to angle it a little bit.
Okay, so all right. So what you just did right there, that you understand what I'm saying, right? It doesn't have to be that big, dramatic an incline.
Yeah. It's usually 3
degrees. It does look kind of thick.
Yeah. Well, so the good thing is, so unlike a lot of weight horns on the market, this is a true 2-inch. So your normal collars will fit on all of it. And the cool thing with this one is, as you can see, this is 1 inch here, and that's 5/8 on the other. So no matter what size rack you have, you could use this same weight horn. This is 12.5 inches total length, and then we have this guy that comes with it that is just a sleeve protector. So basically, when this goes on your rack, you don't have any metal contact, and then also when the weights come up here, the weights aren't touching your rack on the other side. So you're not having, with jammer arms especially, that's a big deal because the weights could come back and smack your upright. So this is just kind of a cool thing. So this is 1 inch long. So when this is in use, you have a full 11.5 inches of loadable sleeve, and then you can also use your regular collars, so you won't have that slipping issue. But I know exactly what you're talking about because I have the plate loaded lat pull down low row from Rep on the back of my PR5000, and those are slightly angled. So when you drop a plate on there, they just stay there. And I think the standard's like 3 degrees or something. It's a very minuscule.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a lot. It's just if it's completely straight across. I mean, it's a miserable time because well, you've had this happen, I'm sure. Like every time you rack the weight, so let's say I'm benching, right? That's 6 sets, okay, including warm up. So 6 times I got to get up and go get the weight. And it's not like I'm ramming it back. It just comes off, right?
Yeah.
It's just so annoying. And then let's say I do assistance work. Okay. So let's say, if I'm benching, it's going to be, it's going to be bench, maybe close grip bench, or maybe like a 2-board bench or something like that. Well, that's another 3 to 4 sets. So, okay. So now instead of 6 times, now it's 10 times. I'm having to go pick the weight plates back up. It's cardio. But that gets old really, really quick.
Really quick, yeah.
Really quick. I'm not a fan of that. Because I was looking at getting a pair of your horns. I've got some 100-pound plates, and they're always on the ground, except for my Forever In Between power rack, because I've got some bolts that I just I drilled 2 holes on either side, and I just Frankensteined it to put some regular bolts on there. But I'd like to have some weight horns because the bolts don't really look good, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's off the table now. I'm just saying that's what I will use it for.
Absolutely.
For my 100-pound plates. Yeah.
Well, the good thing is
I've only got one of each.
Yeah. The good thing is too that 2-inch diameter out, the tube diameter will be a better fit on your sleeves. That's what they should be. You don't have to use axle bar collars. A lot of the weight horns on the market are like 1.85 or 1.9 inch tubes, maybe even smaller, because if they're true dedicated weight horns that aren't necessarily for plate loading, just for storage, they're actually usually thinner. I think they're like 1.75, and that's just for ease of getting the plate on and off. So I think that's why they do it. But yeah, the 2-inch diameter will help with that.
Yeah. All right. So we got a comment here. So Joey said these are the best handles and nuts in the game, and Carp has abandoned us. He's done having fun. He's got to go do some work now. So we will catch him on the replay as usual. Hey, you know what? Shout out to Carp because he's always really good about coming back and catching up the rest of the show on replay. So shout out to him, and if he's watching now, so On replay, when you see this in the future, Carp, shout out to you and all the replay gang. I appreciate you guys.
Eric is probably the most active person I see in this community. He's that's why everyone knows who he is.
He's everywhere.
That's why everyone buys the shirts. Actually, to be honest, it was either this shirt, which obviously God comes first, or Carp's shirt. Those are the only two options when I was getting dressed this morning.
Here's the thing. If you had told me that you wanted to wear Carp's shirt, then I could have worn mine, and then we'd have been twins. We'd have been wearing the Carp shirt.
I actually even thought about hanging it on the back of just my chair over here. So I could be like, oh, here we go. Yeah.
That's it. Hey, Carpe Diem, man.
Yep.
Now, you develop your stuff in partnership with Aperture Engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about that relationship. How did it start? What's it like working with them?
Yeah, so Greg from Aperture, I have a lot of products from them. So when I first got Jammer Arms, the reason I found Aperture, I forget who I found them through. I might have just been myself, but either way, I found the plastic covers for my Rep spotter arms. Because before I got the Vendetta adapters, which are absolutely the best adapters on the market, not even adapters, just the best way to use Jammer Arms. So I know there's a whole PRX controversy going on now, but if you want to support a small company, Britton from Vendetta is the coolest dude on the planet. I'm actually meeting with him in about an hour. I gotta leave after this to see Britton in Chattanooga. But
is he watching?
Yeah, I told him to watch, so we'll see.
Okay.
He's got two little kids, so who knows? He'll definitely watch the replay at least. But yeah.
Well, here's the thing. So that's why I tell everybody when they come on, I'm like, hey, like you saw the thing. I was like, no profanity. Because people watch with their kids, or they'll be, have it on. The kids are playing in the background. They're taking kids to and from school. I'm like, man, let's not teach the kids any words they don't need to know yet. All right.
Yeah, I'm all for it because being in the military, obviously you're around a lot of people.
You hear things.
And I've been, bad at it too, but with my girls, I'm trying to be a lot better with it.
Yeah. Because you don't want them to start talking like that. You're like,
exactly. And just as a follower of Christ, I think it's important to represent God well. Like you wouldn't necessarily trust the words that someone's saying if every other word is an F-bomb, and then they claim to be this godly man. So that's really important to me. So I like that you added that in on the show note portion in the email. But yeah. So Aperture. I got in contact with them because I needed some 3D printed not spacers, but just washers. So I wanted to protect the rack because unfortunately Rogue patented the technology where you have the washer built in to your nut. That's a patented feature that Rogue owns. So I went to them to get a custom washer made. So when the washer is in place, you don't actually see the washer. I'll show you real quick. It's right out of reach.
Rory is now going to go get something.
Here we go.
Updates as they become available. Oh, he's back.
Okay. So this is what they made for me. It's just a standard washer, but they're nice and thick and beefy. So what this does is it just goes right in the back of that washer, so that way you don't actually see it from the front. So it doesn't change the look of that clean stainless steel look, but it does protect your upright from metal and metal contact. And then with the 5/8 pieces, they also made this custom piece that is dropped on the floor. I got another one. Look at that. I got another one.
Look at that.
And what this does is it covers up this shaft collar and just makes it a cleaner look. And then it also acts to, when it's in place, it protects the upright from metal and metal contact. So that's Aperture Engineering's extent of the megalith handle. That's what they built for me. And I'm very glad to be working with them. Greg's super, super good guy, super quick to respond, all kinds of things. He delivers really quickly. So, but in terms of actually making the product like megalith handles, because Greg didn't have any part of the megalith handles themselves, but I do want to shout out Britton again from Vendetta Strength, because Roarman Strength would probably not be where it's at. It wouldn't be where it's at without Britton from Vendetta Strength. So during this whole PRX controversy, I'm definitely very biased toward that because I have a close relationship with Britton. But I basically went to him because I saw him on a podcast. I think I saw him on the Garage Room Reviews channel, and he was just talking. I think he openly said, hey, if you guys have an idea, shoot me a message and I'll try to help you out if I can. I think something to that degree. And I did. And sure enough, he helped me out. Never asked for a dime. I tried to pay him a bunch of times. Never asked for a dime. He helped me do all the CAD drawings for War Man Strength. These are a direct collaboration with him. These nuts and the weight horns are a direct collaboration with him. So this was designed by Britton and myself. He did all the CAD drawings for everything. He did all of that stuff. So in terms of collaborations, Britton has been a huge, huge help. So if you want to help me, help Britton too. If you like jammer arms and all that stuff, buy the Vendetta adapters before you buy the Halo arms.
Nice.
That's my spiel.
No, that's what I mean. Because I was going to ask you how people can support you anyway. You know, you're a musician. I mean, you're in the military, so you've got what they call multiple income streams. But the cool thing about your products is it's a way to generate passive income. You know, and I mean, you've got multiple kids, so the reality is that if you you can't leave your music career to them, right?
Exactly.
You can't leave the army to them, but you could leave Roman Strength to them.
Absolutely.
You know, and so to me, when I see it, I'm like, a business like that, it's passive income, but I'm looking like, hey, this could change somebody's legacy. In that your kids could grow up, and this is something that I don't necessarily is not necessarily always like viewed as important in America, because it's always like, oh well, what if the kids don't want to do this? I'm like, just think about the only people who talk about the kids not following them into the family business are people who don't have money, right? Wealthy people, their kids follow them in the family business all the time, and they look happy to me, all right? And you know, and what they'll do sometimes is take the family business in a different direction, but that's how you build wealth for your family. So 3 generations from, maybe next generation isn't rich, but 3-4 generations down, everybody's built on it, and now you've changed not just your family's legacy, but you've also made it possible for your family to positively change other people's families' legacies. And so for me, I think it's a great thing to help a small business, a family-owned small business, because you never know how that's going to be used, you know, down the road in a positive way. And I mean, I tell my kids when I first started Garage Gym Life, I said, to me, success isn't just having Garage Gym Life be, you know, make money. It's one day when I'm done doing it, somebody comes up to me and tells me that they went to college because their parents were working for me, and they were able to pay for them to go to college or something like that. That to me is success. Like I've
that'd be the coolest thing in the world.
You know what I mean? It's like I don't want to necessarily be rich, but it's like, hey, if somebody says Garage Gym Life made it possible for me to go to college, that's winning. You know what I mean? That's winning, because I feel like I know we're blessed specifically so that we can be a blessing. You're not blessed to hold on stuff. You're blessed so that you can be a conduit for God to bless other people. And I believe that with all my heart. So I'm 100% on board. Everybody go, I'm going to put it back up. Everybody go check out roarmanstrength.com. Support this dude. And then I want you to go to Rory Ellis Music on Instagram. Because that's where they can find like where you're playing, and then you've got songs on there. You got your is it Brothers in Arms?
Yep, Brother in Arms,
Okay, Brother in Arms is up there. Go ahead. Talk about that.
I don't do a whole lot of self-promotion when it comes to my music, but if you do want to check out anything, I do have I think 3 or 4 songs on Spotify. Brother in Arms is probably the biggest, like most played one, because Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs actually shared that on his Facebook page with like millions and millions of followers, which is really cool. But yeah, that's just been, that's what I love to do. Music. I still write songs. My dreams of being a country music star are probably over now with my girls, but I still write music, and I still plan on pursuing a writing path or a publishing deal of some kind. So that's where my passion is. And if you want to check out any of that, I actually post a little bit more on, I hate to say it, absolutely hate to say it, but I actually post a lot of music on TikTok. That's about the only thing I post on there, because I hate TikTok as a streaming platform, or as a platform in general. I just think it's just a terrible place to be.
Well, let me ask you this. All right, so let's give you a safe haven away from TikTok. Have you thought about using YouTube basically you add your music. I don't know how to do it, all right, but you add your music to the YouTube library so people can use it for like their shorts and stuff, and then you'll get paid for that.
I haven't looked
If
into
you,
that. Yeah.
yeah, that's something that you could do. And then you have a YouTube channel, so
Yep.
you can put your videos there. So like, what's the guy named Veer Hall? He's a singer. Now you got me. Uh, he's a singer. He does different. Veer Hill. Yeah,
Okay.
he's saying like, so if you just put in VERE Hill, uh, just put it in the Google machine, it'll pull up and put up Tennessee whiskey. It'll show him coming up and like there's like a street musician. He just walks up and sings, right? But
Yeah.
he's also got some other stuff. So he's got his own channel. He's like, anyway, he's somebody who does that, right? And so that's an outlet for artists, like even if you're not touring or anything else like that. Mike Young,
Yeah.
who was on American Idol a while back, he was a Subway singer, and now he's got a thing so that you can use his music and you can basically
cool.
and then I know Snoop Dogg was talking about how like he put his music on like SoundCloud or something. He said, "Man, I'm making all kind of money off of that because people
That's
are
funny.
downloading."
Yeah. I have like
You don't have to
hundreds of
tour even once, you know.
Yeah, that's the dream, honestly. That's why I'm pursuing more of the writing realm now, because I don't want to be in the spotlight. I don't want to be famous. I don't want to, like you look at Taylor Swift, she can't do anything without being seen. She has to have her own little world, or people of that same like celebrity status, rock. They can't go anywhere. That'd be a miserable life, I think. I just want to be, successful enough to support my family, like you said. Maybe if I lucky enough to leave some kind of legacy or just something for them to have. That's all I care about. I just want to provide a good life for my family and honor God and everything I do. So that's the goal with Romance Strength.
Don't
And
you hide your light under a bushel. If he gives you a platform, it's because he trusts you with it.
Exactly.
All right. Shout out to Jacqueline Romero. Thank you for joining us. She gives us the smiley face. Appreciate you being here, Jacqueline. So for the sake of Jacqueline, if she doesn't know,
that's my wife. She hasn't changed her last name on YouTube apparently.
Oh, okay. So here's what we need to do. We need to make you big enough so that Jacqueline will change her last name to match yours. All right. Okay. My wife actually didn't do that either for a long time. And every year when we would go get our taxes done, I would get the lady who does. So we've had the same person doing our taxes for the last 20 years. All right. And so every year that we, for like the first 3 or 4 years we would go, I would get the lady who does our taxes, Susan. I would get her to harass my wife about changing her name on her driver's license, right? And I was like, come on now. I mean, she changed her last name, but she didn't change it on her driver's license. So here's what we're going to make Jacqueline change her last name. We're going to make Rory's name so big, she's going to be like, I'm going to be an Ellis. All right, so, tell everybody how to keep up with your brand, everything that you got going on, Rory. I'm going to give you the big screen. Let them know where to go to follow you, your business, your music, everything. Just tell them everything.
So I will mention just on the last part, she has changed her name. It is Ellis, and it is Ellis on Instagram. She never gets on YouTube. I'm surprised she's even watching. I'm surprised she logged into her YouTube or remember the password, to be honest, because she forgets every password. But
okay, hold on a second. Hang on. I'm gonna save you from yourself. I've been married 20 years. Rory, stop now. Stop now. Okay. All right. She already got you in the dog of vasectomy the same day. Just stop. Just stop now. All right. All right, go ahead.
Back to the pitch. All right. So the company. So Romance Strength, RORMAN. It's down at the bottom. Perfect. Look at that. So Romance Strength. That's where you get anything from the company. The Megalith handles are the biggest. The flagship product, if you will. And got some cool, exciting things coming out with that. There's a lot of new iterations and different angles and stuff like that coming. So really excited for the Megalith handles and what they've been doing. So check out romancestrength.com for all that stuff. There's also t-shirts and stickers and patches and stuff. But then down there, Romance Strength on Instagram, that's the page. I post it on there most frequently. So if you want to stay up to date with anything I'm doing, order status, all that stuff, I post all that stuff in stories pretty frequently on Romance Strength Instagram. My music is Rory Ellis Music, so just my first and last name, then the word music at on Instagram, and then on TikTok it's the same thing at Rory Ellis Music. If you just search Rory Ellis on Spotify, I got a few songs on there if you want to give it a listen. That'd be great. So yeah, that's all I got.
No, it's not.
What'd I forget?
Subscribe to Rory Ellis Music on YouTube.
Yeah, I never pitch my YouTube. There you go. Subscribe to Rory Ellis Music on YouTube. So I do post occasionally, like reviews or something. I've done a couple reviews for gym equipment, but most of the stuff is music content as well on the YouTube. So yeah, subscribe to Rory Ellis Music on YouTube as well.
All right, I've got the perfect solution because I don't give problems without solutions. And so once again, I got a solution. So here we go. All right, Jacqueline, this will solve everything. You're going to go ahead and abandon the Jacqueline Romero YouTube. Instead, you're going to manage Rory Ellis Music on YouTube for Rory, because he mentioned earlier before you came on that he's not good at scheduling. That's why he just lets you do it. He's a smart man. All right. And so there you go. So don't even worry about, she says she doesn't know how to change her name on YouTube. Don't even worry about that. You just want to get rid of that. Just delete that YouTube address and just start managing Rory's Rory Ellis Music on YouTube. And if you do that, I promise you, now it's going to blow up into, it'll probably have like 1 billion subscribers because Jacqueline's going to run it from now on. But Rory, man, I appreciate you being on here.
Yeah, I'm trying to
man. You know what? You could even just do, how many guitars you got? How many guitars
20,
do you have?
About 20.
20? Yeah, all right. So what you could do is you can start a series where you're going to play a different song on a different guitar for 20 days straight.
So I actually thought about doing that with the, I posted a video.
And post that on YouTube. There you go.
You know the squat video where people play guitar while they squat? I did one of those.
I saw that.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing a different song and doing like a series every week. Like, hey, pick a song and I'll play it. So maybe I'll do that. If there's enough demand for it, I'll do that and risk my life.
There you go. Oh, Jacqueline says you got, we brought up the wrong thing. She said you got too many guitars. We need to be quiet before she goes, before she starts pruning your collection. All right, yeah, we're done. Rory, I'm gonna get you out of trouble. Get out of here. You got a meeting to go to. If I were you, I'd lock the door to that room. And I appreciate you being here, my man. Thanks.
Appreciate you, John. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, later. All right, that was Rory Ellis, the man himself, world's strongest guitarist. You found that out right here today. That's why you come to this channel, right? And that's why you watch this show. So you guys make sure that you are following Rory in all the places that we mentioned, because he is definitely worth the follow. Now we're going to go ahead. It is now 8:02. So shout out to the Central Time Zone. We already had some Central Time Zone people here. And so we want to say good morning to all you guys. If this is your first time watching I'm sorry, I said Central Time Zone. Shout out to the Mountain Time Zone. I'm sorry, I already told the Central Time Zone good morning. So good morning again to Central. Shout out to the Mountain Time Zone. It is 6 o'clock in the morning for you guys. Thank you for joining us. If this is your first time on the show, go ahead, hit that like button and hit subscribe to help me reach my goal of 50,000 subscribers. I want to grow up and be like Kyle Devine. And so I need at least 50,000 subscribers to get me on a good start, headed off that way. I want Kyle to be proud of me, all right? And if you would like to support the channel in other ways, here is a great way that you guys can do it. Hey, I don't want you to just watch this video. I need you to like, subscribe, and if you're already a subscriber, I want you to join our channel for 99 cents a month so you can help us improve YouTube for the home gym community. Okay? Back to the video. And there you go. And we are back. So click that join button. It won't interrupt anything. 99 cents a month. And you're going to help change YouTube for the better. And here's somebody who's going to be joining me right now. My second guest. He is already helping me. He's already changing YouTube for the better. And so here we go. Show your love for Kyle from Kaizen DIY. Welcome to my home.
Love it, man.
What's up?
What's up, John? Kyle? Good to see you, man.
Look at that. Let's just everybody pause immediately. I don't know what we're about to talk about, but we're going to talk about this instead. Look at that background behind Kyle. Look at that. Yep. We're gonna admire this for a minute. Look at that. That's very nice, man.
Yeah, built all out of scrap wood. It's a standalone wall built onto the back of my dumbbell rack, and then it's got French cleats, so I can build storage as needed for each individual piece. And got the idea for French cleats from Kurt Locker. So credit where credit is due.
Daddy. Okay.
Yep. It's brilliant. It's such a good solution for DIY wall storage for anything, everything.
Okay. So I just noticed something that could be a trouble spot for this specific show. Oh boy. All right. let's see if anybody in the comment section saw it. Okay, no, they
Uh-oh.
didn't. Maybe I shouldn't even bring it up. I'm gonna regret this. All right. Are those butterflies over your right shoulder?
Yes.
Yeah. If you turn around.
No,
and look,
actually, no. They're sparrows. Well, there is a butterfly
yeah.
wing on a lady face. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right. So
Is that bad?
butterflies. Oh my God. Put those
Oh, wait,
away quick
that's
so
it.
somebody sees them. All right. So here's the thing. There is this underground subversive movement on my channel for them to get me out to. There's a. I got an email. I'm starting to feel like Kurt might have been the one who sent me the email, actually. But I
Yeah.
got this email, and it was somebody inviting me to go out to a butterfly gathering out in like Wyoming or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, here we go. See, Matt says John loves the butterflies. These dudes wanted to get me to dress up as a butterfly and fly out to Wyoming for this butterfly gathering with otherwise normal adults to gather and pretend to be butterflies for the morning. I'm not doing that.
Awesome. I think you should do it, man.
I know you do, and that's.
I think that's a great idea.
Being here, the show's over. So they've been trying to get me to do this butterfly thing forever, and I saw that. I said, "Oh my God, no, Kyle, no."
You might as well just get it over with. They're not going to stop until you do it. So just.
Then I guess they're not going to stop because I'm not going to.
Oh man.
All right. So let's see. We got guys in the chat already. Matt said it just your display reminded him he broke his plate storage on Tuesday, so now he's got to make a new one. Matt's also a DIY guy. He actually has he's got a shed that he built in his backyard in England, in the UK, and so most of that stuff is DIY. Nice. He doesn't really DIY the equipment necessarily, but like he's always building like the environment, whatever. And I think he made his strongman, his stone lifting platform as well too. That's so awesome. He's a fellow DIYer. Let's see here. Rory, you're supposed to be at a meeting, but he says, "What up, Kyle?"
Whoa, what? I just saw you on this show, Rory. Nice guitar collection, man. Nice guitars. I had never seen your collection before, so props.
Man, that's one of the things I love about the show, though, is like we get to, especially I love about doing it live. You know, I was trying to when I did it. There are some advantages to doing it the way most people do it because people can watch when they want. It's more convenient. But I think that there's something to appointment viewing, like when you know, hey, something's going to be on. So like Eric is driving. He's like 2 hours into a 7-hour drive right now, and he's listening the whole time. So I got him for the first 3 hours, right? Mm-hmm. But some of the most of the stuff that happens on the show is not stuff that I planned. You know, I sent you questions and everything, but you see already it's like the kinetic stuff is going on. Yeah. Rory, for some reason, is talking about matching butterfly tattoos at home gym comp, which is definitely not going to happen. All right, that's absolutely not. No, your head. Hey, I think your disagreement mode is broken on your neck. Bro, you're going the wrong direction.
I already have multiple butterfly tattoos, so I mean, for me, I'm just adding another one. I have a butterfly lady head on this shoulder. I don't know if I can get it. I have a hot dog butterfly. Damn it.
You have a hot dog butterfly?
It's too difficult to get the angle, but I have a hot dog butterfly on my leg.
So it's like a hot dog, like a hot dog you eat.
My headphones while I was trying to show up. All right, sorry.
Okay, so it's a hot dog like you eat.
Yeah.
With butterflies on it.
It's a hot dog body with butterfly wings. It's pretty sweet. I just can't get my
I believe you.
I can't get my foot up high enough.
Honestly, it's okay. It's fine. No, really, it's fine.
One traditional butterfly.
Okay.
One butterfly with a lady face, and then one butterfly with a hot dog body. So I think the next logical progression is a butterfly with John Greeves as the body.
Tattooed on yourself.
Sure. Yeah. I got tattoos.
Get behind that. Okay.
We all have to do it.
No. You keep using words like your sentences work, but there's always the word in the sentence that doesn't work. So like you said all right. And you said we, and so we and all don't go together in that sentence.
Maybe Rory and I will do it.
Right?
Rory and I will do it. And then
There you
through
go.
peer pressure, when you see how beautiful it is, you'll be like, I have to get one too.
No, I'll be like, I can't believe they actually did it. I can't believe they actually did it. Now we got more conditions. Jared, who's I noticed is not volunteering to also get a butterfly, but
nice.
he wants y'all to do a rendition of Butterfly, whatever that is, by Crazy Town, whoever that is, afterward.
Yeah.
So,
I know that
all
song.
right.
I know Jared. I know what you're talking about.
The only sane comment in this tangent is Matt said he built a gym, a strongman log, farmer's walk handles, a deadlift. I knew he built the deadlift platform,
nice.
Lifting blocks and plate storage, and now he's got to rebuild his plate storage. So that's what he's done. That's what he did before lunch. All right,
amazing.
Yeah,
that's amazing. I know we'll probably get into it, but to get kind of more in line and get on a serious topic, like
no, this is how the show goes, man. I promise you.
Okay. But that's why I love.
I said no profanity, but no schedule either.
Okay.
We have no parameters. I don't care what we talk about.
So I just want to say that's what I love about DIY is that it can be implemented in a number of different ways. And, some people only need it for storage. Some people need to DIY their entire gym because they don't have the resources to, procure manufactured equipment, or they don't have the money to buy a full gym. And it's sort of like anywhere in between. Also, I know Rory does a bit of DIY, just like tinkering. And, if something doesn't exist in the gym space, you can DIY a solution and test it out. And if it's good, then you turn it into a product. So, yeah, that's why I love DIY so much. Is there's so many different ways to implement it in the gym.
Well, actually, this is actually a fairly good segue. We're just gonna skip past half of the stuff that I was going to ask you.
Okay.
I mean, just because this makes sense organically. Like I said, I love the fact that we can do this organically. So if we go to your website, KaizenDIYGym.com, you've got a link to your video DIY tutorials, but don't you have a group where people can submit? I don't know if it's a Facebook group or what, but people can submit like DIY projects they've done. Yeah. So talk about that a little bit. I couldn't find the link to it on your website, but if you tell me the link, I will put it in the chat and add it to the banner so people can go check it out.
Yeah. So both on Facebook and on Reddit, we have groups where people can join. They can ask questions, get advice. They can post their builds, and it's just it's a great community to help and support other people who are doing DIY projects in the gym. So the Facebook group is just called DIY Gym Equipment, and the subreddit is called DIY Gym Equipment. But yeah, I'll send you the links once we hop off of here.
Oh, no, we can't wait that long. So, all right. So there's a Facebook group. There's the link to the Facebook group right there. I just posted that in the...
You're quick, John. Dang.
Hey, man, trained professional. Semi-trained professional.
Yeah. Nice.
All right, so there's a link right there, and I'll add it to the to a banner so people can see it. And then when I find the subreddit, I'll do that. But then I'll also so if you're watching this on replay, then what I will do is I've got the link that we just described in the video description. So you guys just go to the videos. So by the time you watch the replay, the link is in the video description. If you're listening to the audio, then I'm going to add that link in the audio description as well. So you guys will be able to check it out.
It's awesome. I started the groups like 3 years ago, basically when I started my YouTube channel and stuff. And they've been growing and growing. And I used to be very active. I was probably in the early days, like the biggest contributor, because I'm like, I did this and I did this. And it was like, I was posting it to a group of like less than 100 people who probably followed me on the other socials. But it has grown now to where I don't post very much. I just look and I get inspiration, and I leave comments and send encouragement. Some people are asking questions, specifically, how do you do this? Or, what's the best pulley? What's the best cable? All sorts of questions. So I try to chime in and help answer, but the community itself has basically taken over both of the groups. And there's some really, really genuinely helpful people in the groups, very knowledgeable. And it's amazing to just see them take on a life of their own.
Okay, so I've got so I just posted the Reddit one as well.
Nice.
So if that's reddit.com, well, basically, if you got Reddit, just go to our DIY gym equipment. All right.
Yeah,
And
there
if
you
you
go.
don't have Reddit, to be honest with you, if you have a home gym and you don't have Reddit, you're doing yourself a disservice,
Yeah,
because there is a tremendously knowledgeable community. There are a couple of tremendously knowledgeable communities on there that will tell you, they'll answer your questions with zero agenda. Now, you do have to be on the watch out, on the lookout. Sometimes you have companies will go in there to pretend to be just regular
right.
people, like Joe Gray and I talked about. But for the most part, it's a great place to go find out stuff. You can find out about equipment that people have had. You got people who've had home gyms for decades in there, and so it's a great resource. Um,
Yeah.
so let's talk about the first topic, and let's just get this out of the way.
Okay.
And then I know I see some comments with a couple of questions and whatnot for you. So we'll jump on those after this, but let's go ahead and let's do this first, and let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Mhm.
Get out of the way. You and your Kaizen JAMA arm adapters, last I checked, they were caught up in the controversy with PRX. And the last thing I saw about it was your response to the PRX response. So they responded, you responded to that.
Yeah.
And that wasn't, let's just say that wasn't their best work from a presentation standpoint.
Sure.
But everybody could be up in arms about the fact that they need, all the things they were saying. I don't care about that as much as I care about whether they made it right. So as much as you're able, because I understand this is a legal thing. So as much as you're able, what is the status of it now? And how has it affected your brand partners in terms of selling the products?
Yeah. So on the first question, I'm going to answer this like a politician and say
Okay.
I can't say much, but they did reach out. We've been in communication over the last week and a half. I am optimistic that we are going to get to a solution that works for everyone. We have had some like heart-to-heart conversations where I genuinely feel like they heard me and they listened to me, and I can honestly say I heard them and I listened to them. And so I feel like that is a good place to start when you have a video and then a response video and then a response video, but no one's actually talking. Is where most of the miscommunication happens. So I feel like we're in a good place, and I'm optimistic about where things are going.
That's actually what I was looking for.
Yeah.
I don't need the sordid details, or anything like that. What I cared about is that you guys were actually talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this before. I think social media is the perfect place to have a disagreement if you want to ruin the relationship.
Yeah.
All right. It's like basically if you go on divorce court, it's probably over. There might have been a chance to salvage the marriage, but if you go on divorce court on TV, you're done.
Right.
It's completely over.
Yeah.
All right. Once you air the daughter or Maury or any of those other shows, you're pretty much over, because that it's in front of everybody. Everybody's gonna chime in. People are gonna pick sides. It gets tribal. So just the fact that you guys are having offline conversations is to me the best outcome as far as I'm concerned. And then 2 years from now, the dust is settled or whatever, that's great. But I'm just glad that they respect you enough to actually talk to you. You respect them enough to actually talk to them. All right. So I think that's a good thing. So let's just move right along.
Okay.
So you were one of the content creators who you saw a bump during lockdown for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Prices of steel went up, equipment became scarce, people started making junk out of milk jugs, and some things were fascinating to see.
Yeah.
But more than that, not every do-it-yourself content creator was able to maintain that once gyms opened back up and equipment became available again. So talk about how you were able to stay relevant even now that we're, a few years past COVID lockdown.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with a little bit of luck, a little bit of creativity, and then just a drive to keep going. I knew once I got into it that it wasn't going to last forever. Like, just, I was making videos all about building stuff for the gym. But the videos themselves were like, took a long time to make each video, like a week of building and prototyping and then shooting, and then, another week to like sit down and organize all the footage and edit. So like production on a production level, they were just like a lot of work to make, and then they weren't getting a lot of views. So I knew early on that like I wasn't going to be able to sustain that. So about a year and a half ago, I branched out to making other types of YouTube content. And it ranged from like reacting to other people's builds, which I really like those. And the reaction of my audience has been pretty positive, because not only am I showing a ton of different ideas, but I'm highlighting some really intelligent people in the DIY community. So I've done like a series of those. I started doing review videos just because once my channel got to a certain size, I had equipment companies offering to send me stuff, and it's like, why not give it a shot? Now I've sort of scaled back on the reviews videos a little bit, and I'm really only focusing on stuff that I enjoy, and companies that I truly support. But yeah, I think the long answer to your short question is I just branched out and did other things, and some ideas worked and some didn't, and I just pursued the ones that were working. And then in general, I'm just a creative person, and I am genuinely curious in the gym. So I spend a lot of my workout time between sets just like looking at my equipment and thinking, oh, can I do this with that thing? Can I try something else? And every time I come up with an idea that's like moderately decent, I'll take a video of it and post it. And it's like hit or miss. Some people are like, that's brilliant. And some ideas is like, that's dumb. You should just do that on the machine that's dedicated for that thing. And so, I think it's just a lot of trial and error and doing what works.
Man, I used to think like you're saying that people say, oh, why don't you just use a machine that's already there, right?
Yeah.
And I get that, because I'm also notorious for saying, every time I want to drive to work, I don't build my own car. I let somebody else build one, and I'm comfortable with just using that. But I also understand, after talking to David Dennis at Gorilla Strength, he said something. He's like, the kind of person who is even interested in DIY stuff isn't his customer. So you're not taking business away from brands, because there are people who just like to make stuff themselves. They'd rather make as much as possible themselves as opposed to buying it, even though obviously it's not like you're hurting the economy, because you guys keep Home Depot going, right?
Right. Yeah.
So it's like it's shown in other ways. But you do have multiple brand deals. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned you don't do as many reviews. I told you in the questions I sent you that I still see you do reviews of products, and sometimes they're direct competitors of yours.
Yeah.
Right. Or direct competitors of brand deals you have. So you've got the French Sport Mammoth Belt Squat, and I saw you review the ATX Belt Squat, right? And other creators might look. Nobody who has a product can lie to me and say they don't look at the competition, mm-hmm. because you to stay relevant, you got to know what's out there in your space, right? But it's rare, in my opinion, to see somebody promoting stuff that doesn't necessarily give you like a financial payoff, right? Because you get YouTube watch time off it, but that's right. Whatever, right? So how do you continue to strike the balance that lets you continue to, is part of staying relevant, so people know they can still come to you for honest opinions on products that you don't make any money off of, while at the same time saying, hey, I do kind of want people to buy this thing, so I need to promote it, right? Yeah. So how do you strike that balance?
So I don't see the Mammoth Belt Squat being a direct competitor to the ATX Belt Squat. The Mammoth Belt Squat is like $250. The ATX Belt Squat's like $1,000. So somebody who's coming to YouTube looking for a belt squat to find, they have a budget in mind, and I don't think that they necessarily compete with one another. If somebody has $1,000 for a belt squat, they're not comparing that necessarily. They're not comparing the ATX to the lower end stuff. They're comparing the ATX to maybe the Rhino, the Squat Max. Like they're looking at higher end belt squats. So that's the first part of my answer is I don't, even though it's technically the same exercise, I don't see it as a direct competitor. But in addition to that, like my job as a YouTuber is to provide value for whoever's watching. And so that value doesn't mean, hey, go buy my thing and put money in my pocket. That value means, hey, these are the options and you pick the one that's best for you. And if that happens to be my thing, then cool. And if it happens to be the higher end stuff, like I don't want to talk you into buying something that you're going to be unhappy with. I want you to see all the options and I'll display them in a way that makes sense to me. And then you choose what you like. So, yeah, I feel like there's a distinction, but also, I mean, I'm also in uncharted territory. Like I don't know anybody else in our niche that is sort of doing this. I don't have an example to follow. So I'm just sort of like, this is how I think it should go. This is how I'm going to do it. And again, it's trial and error, man. Like if I start making companies angry, if Fringe is like, hey bro, don't promote other belt squats, then I won't. But, you know, so far so good. And Peter at Fringe really believes in the same ethos. Like if you are somebody in the market for a belt squat, you have your budget in mind, and that may or may not compete with the Mammoth belt squat. But the Mammoth is on the lower end. So what I see the competition for the Mammoth is like the Revolt or the Signature Fitness or like the sub $300 range. And those ones aren't adjustable. They're not universal. So they don't
have a kickstand either, right?
They don't have a kickstand. No.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. We are working on a universal kickstand for all of the other belt squats. So the Mammoth kickstand, as it currently is, we're working on a way to retrofit that onto all of the other lower end belt squats in the market. Oh, nice. And I think it can be done. I had to go buy a Signature Fit belt squat on Facebook Marketplace so I could start working on that.
Okay. Nice. Hey, so right there, we got breaking news. Hey,
breaking news, baby.
That's one of the things that's like you were saying is like, this is like the thing that, you know, adding value. And that's, again, is one of the reasons why I like doing what I do live, because you start having this kinetic interaction. And like when Kayvon was on from Bells of Steel, and he didn't come on intending to drop that Massonomics was going to be at Home Gym Con, but it just happened because we were talking, right? And so people get to find this out live. So right here, you got breaking news that you guys are working on a universal kickstand. And I think that's awesome, man. I think that's the sort of innovation we need. Guys, make sure I'm seeing comments here, and I want to hear from everybody. So as they say,
drop a comment and tell me what you think. I want to know.
That's right. I want to know what you guys think about all the things that we got going on. So let's head to the comment section before I go back to the questions I was going to ask you. So Jared says, let's go with the first one. Jared says he's got an idea for a do-it-yourself dumbbell stand for the Reppins he ordered. It's going to be all out of wood. I think it'll work fine. Well, the only way to find that out is to make it and post it. All right.
Right. Yeah, I want to see it, Jared.
And then too, I mean, the cool thing about the DIY community is I see you guys posting stuff, and then you comment, like if somebody's trying to figure out something, you're like, oh, well, why didn't you try this? So it could probably help you out with shortcutting some of it, you know, and just make it work a little bit faster. Or your idea could springboard somebody else to make something, and then it's kind of just like feeds on each other in a positive way and builds each other up.
Right.
Matthew Porter wants to get you wilding. Probably wants to get you doing that too. Wants to get you welding.
I know, bro. I know. It's been on my to-do list for
have you welding with a butterfly.
Dude, I would weld some butterflies, man. That'd be sick.
I bet you would. There you go. You know, my daughter actually, this butterfly thing is all over the place. So we were at the store buying some clothes, and she goes and sits down on a bench that's shaped like a butterfly. And I was like, no one on social media will ever see this photo because I'm not gonna feed this thing.
Oh man.
Oh, okay, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Eric said, first of all, Eric, again, you're driving. Stop typing in the comment section. This is not safe.
Not safe, Eric. We're going to answer this question, but no more after this.
Yeah, unless you're in Florida, then you're blending right in. You're doing all right. But yes, so he says he's going to need your help bringing an idea out of the crypts. So now I'm curious. I want to see what you guys create. So tag me once y'all get it going and you put a picture up. Tag me because I want to see it now. Make sure you guys mention, hey, that this was sparked out of this conversation on the Way Too Early for a Friday Morning show.
So I have something to tack on to that if we have time.
We got time.
One of the things that has come out of the whole PRX situation is I've had a lot of people reach out to me and a lot of people in the comments say, I have an idea for a thing, but I'm afraid of, somebody seeing my idea online and then using that idea and then, I don't get any credit for it. And so a lot of people, and then they say, I don't have the resources to patent this or pitch this or whatever. So people are reaching out to me left and right. I probably get 1 to 2 people every day pitching me ideas. And this has been happening for a while, but it's really ramped up over the last few weeks. So I'm trying to figure out a way to help people and use my connections to companies, sort of bridge that gap, because companies, smaller companies especially, only have an engineering team of like 1 or 2 people. And then we have this vast community of people with ideas and they just need to come together. So one of the ideas that I threw out in the podcast that Mike and I do is to do like a collective, and we get 10 people, 20 people, however many people are interested. We pay monthly fees. The monthly fees cover patenting and whatever legal protection we need. And then I threw it out there in one of my stories, and I asked, is this a good idea or bad idea? I got some critical feedback on it that I really appreciate. And people said it's hard when you have that many cooks in the kitchen. It's really hard to set on a direction. And if people are paying a monthly fee, they may expect something to come out of it, and not every idea is going to be a product idea. And so that was one idea. Another idea that Jake and I have been throwing around is possibly just offering it as a service. So individuals can, if they have an idea that they think is really good, they can, come to us and say, hey, here's X amount, and I don't know how much it'll be, but here's X amount of dollars, and that covers provisional patenting and whatever we need to get it manufactured. But basically go that route on an individual level rather than a group level, and still perform the same function. Like the goal is to get as many actual like good product ideas to the manufacturers, and then once the manufacturer take that idea and turn it into a product, like the money goes back to the inventor. But I just sort of, anyone who's listening, what do we think about those different takes, and is one more appealing than the other?
Yeah, I think that's the first thing I like about that is the fact that you're helping people protect their ideas, right?
Sure.
But it's, you mentioned that AdMat is a great company for collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they were actually able to do it, but it's like they had they said they had like the little inventors booth or whatever they set up, so like people could come to Home Gym Con and just bring your idea and pitch it, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't know if Michael Vaudrey is still in the chat. Michael was on, and so did you get to see his dumbbell invention that he had at Home Gym Con?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So to me, that's somebody who is like right in the wheelhouse for what you're talking about, because he's got an idea.
Mm-hmm.
He's worked on it for however long in his basement or whatever. And now he needs to like get over the hump, but he doesn't have the funding, or he needs an extra set of eyes on it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's the kind of thing that I think this is great for, because you get more people to help but without having to worry about somebody stealing your idea, and now you got it all the way to the 10-yard line, they go score the touchdown, and you don't get the credit for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I love the idea. This was not helpful. Carlos said, "Feed the butterfly demon." Not gonna do that. You still talk about this? Is not.
It's not gonna stop, man. That's my bad. You should have warned me. Take that thing down.
I didn't know that you had. I didn't know. You never know that. I will say 50 Cal Fitness says they would love to collaborate with you on a project.
Yeah. Heck yeah, Derek.
I like the idea of the build off.
Yeah.
Because I remember talking about it with somebody else. And so this is like I'm all about like the video creation, right? So it'd be cool to have what's the show? Forged in Fire, where you show up and you gotta like make a knife or whatever right there on the spot. And I'm like, how cool is that? Even at Home Gym Con, you bring your raw materials and you have like a little inventors area, and you guys just mad scientists your way towards something that could be great.
Right.
Just be entertaining.
Right. Yeah.
Entertaining, I think that'd be I think that's an awesome thing. And of course, so you mentioned your show with Mike. So everybody go ahead and make sure that you check out the Do You Even Lift Bro podcast on YouTube. But it's actually part of Garage Gym Radio. So to get that, so what you need to do is you need to subscribe to Garage Gym Radio, and then you see that as one of the playlists. So make sure you guys are checking that out.
Side note to that is that it's also available anywhere you stream podcasts. And
as Do You Even Lift Bro?
Yes. Do You Even Lift Bro podcast? That's our handle. I don't know. If you look up Do You Even Lift Bro, we're like the ones. Yeah. So
there you go.
Wherever you stream podcasts, if you want to do audio only, or YouTube if you want audio and video.
Nice. I like that he says we are the ones. Just acknowledge me. All right.
That's it. That's it.
You gotta say like, what's his name? Roman Reigns. Acknowledge me. All right. Let's see here. We got a couple more comments, and I'll go back to the questions. So the universal kickstand is a great idea. Joey says that. Joey sat with us at Home Gym Con.
Yeah.
So, that right there makes him one of the cool kids.
That's right.
Let's see here. And Rory, who's supposed to be in a meeting right now, and yet he's on here. I love it. So, hey, you're in the meeting, and I hope you and Britt are watching. He says they both sound like great ideas, and he says he reached out to you a couple years ago about the megalith handles, and he shouted you. I said you helped him figure out which direction to go. And so many people say that about you, which is another cool thing. Like you were one of the first bigger name home gym content creators to have me on as a guest. And I remember coming on there, and I enjoyed being on there. So again, shout out to you. And I think that's also why, I asked you about staying relevant. That's also part of why, because if you keep helping people, they keep shouting out that you helped them. Well, that's going to keep your name out there. So that's a good thing there.
Yeah, it's all about building community and being a part of the community and adding value to the community. And a long time before I was one of the larger content creators, like I was consuming the content. I was a subscriber on Garage Gym Reviews. I was subscribed to the Home Gym subreddit. I got a lot of value from the people in this community, and I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing without them. Also, Jake, always shout out to Jake.
Oh yeah, like we just assume that Jake is included in that because you guys are like the Bash Brothers,
right? I didn't even know you could make a career or whatever. It's not my career, but I didn't know you could make a career out of content creation around home gym equipment until I met Jake and geeked out in his garage and was like, what? You can actually do this? So
what?
Yeah. That's
awesome.
So cool. Yeah. So I probably wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for that fateful couple meetings with Jake.
All right. Michael Vaudrey said he is listening in the background. He said the salt mines beckoned. All right. Let's see here. So yeah, Michael, I don't know if you guys are connected, but if you're not connected on LinkedIn or something like that, Michael, you need to definitely reach out to Kyle.
Cool.
Because I think Kyle is your conduit to the thing that you said that you were looking for, Michael, when I talked to you at Home Gym Con. And Travis is so I don't know if you saw the episode from last week, but Travis assembles home gym equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but he assembles all kinds of stuff. So he does like college weight room installs. He does pro weight room install, pro professional sports weight room installs for like for people, just anything you can think of. And I'm trying to talk him into going to Home Gym Con so I can connect you guys. But he said you could be the fitness version of Shark Tank. So
basically,
that's the basic idea.
It's an idea we've been kicking around for a couple years. It's just like, it's hard again when we are working full time and this is just like a part-time hobby or whatever. Like, it's hard to know what's the best place to spend your time. And I know it needs to be done. I think that there's a lot of interest now since all of this recent stuff happened. So I think there's more motivation to really like bring this idea to the fore and make it happen, man.
So I want to talk about this definitely because and this is actually something that I oh yeah, okay. So Michael said, yeah, let's collaborate. So boom, there you go. That's the other reason for this show, because I love to connect people.
Yeah.
I may not have the answer to your problem, but I probably know the guy who does. And I love to, that's like the thing that I love, like connecting people with people who have the answers to their whatever they got going on. So there's let's just call it a misconception that once you hit a certain number of followers, and this is among content creators, not just people who watch the videos, but there's this misconception. Okay, you hit a certain number of followers or subscribers, now you're rolling in the dough. I remember when I'm laughing because I think I had like 15,000 Instagram followers, and one of my cousins, he had like 500. He was like, "Man, you're rich." I'm like, "What?" I was like, "I promise you, don't call asking for money, because I promise you, it's not like that, right?" And granted, you do have a full-time job alongside Kaizen, right? But talk about, for people who are watching this who want to be content creators, I'm not saying it's not possible to make a full-time living from YouTube, because obviously there are people who do it. But talk about the different income streams that you've had to develop to allow your brand to not just support itself, because to do YouTube or do this correctly requires money. All right. Yeah. So talk about the different income streams you've had to develop to make the brand support itself. And then also that then took Kaizen DIY away from being just like a YouTube channel or a simple community and make it an actual brand, with services that businesses can use.
Yeah. So, just to put it out there, I have 115,000 followers on Instagram, and last month I got paid $50 for the entire month of posting content. So, and that's just like, that's actually a pretty good month for Instagram. That's not even low. Yeah. So like in real dollars and cents, that's what it equates to. I make a little bit more on YouTube, and I actually did a video about a year ago really dialing into the monetization that I get from YouTube. So if anybody's interested in seeing the actual numbers, like I don't shy away from it. YouTube doesn't pay very well. Instagram doesn't pay very well. I think at the time I was making maybe $300 a month from YouTube, and it'll sort of go up and down depending on the time of year. But yeah, it's definitely not enough to survive solely off of that. So as like anybody else, you sort of try to figure out other ways to earn more money doing it. And it's not even to get rich. It's basically to break even, because these videos that I'm producing, it takes money to buy the materials. It takes a whole lot of time to build the stuff, to edit the video. Like, it's all just time spent and invested. So it's really just a way to break even until,
And then everybody's got suggestions for what you should. Oh, you should review this. I'm like, well, where's the money? Number one, where am I going to put it?
Right.
That's one. Right. Yeah. And they're like, oh, you should review this rack. I'm like, where am I going to put it? How big do you think this place is? Number two, where's the money coming from for me to get this thing here? You know what I mean? So yeah, everybody's got suggestions, and it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, go ahead, unpack it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I do, as you mentioned, the brand deals, that's where the majority of my income comes from now. Because every product that I've partnered with, I make a royalty on items sold. So I have, I think, 10 items out in the world now. And the royalty ranges for each one of those. It ranges from like $1 to maybe like $10, depending on the price range. But so that accounts for most of it. But I still have affiliates, and I don't push my affiliates very much unless I'm specifically reviewing that product. But I mean, it's still pretty low on what I make from affiliates. What else? I do. So there was a time where I was experimenting with the import Chinese companies. They were messaging me saying, "Hey, we'll send you free stuff for a review." And I tried that for a little bit to like get a piece of equipment in for free, and then make a video and then sell that piece of equipment.
Yeah.
Those brands don't have really good brand recognition, and so the resale value isn't great on those. So I stopped doing that pretty quickly. I think I did 3 of those before I realized it wasn't really beneficial. I think that's it.
Don't you do stuff to like websites and whatnot to help people build their websites?
No, I did. So on my website, I had the idea to possibly like help other people grow their social media. So like,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Like a social media consultant, because I feel like I have that down pretty well. I really understand the short form video content and like how to make a compelling video in 20 seconds, 30 seconds, tell a story.
Right.
But I didn't actually get any bites on that. So I don't actually do that. There was a time.
So hold on a second. You don't do it because you're not getting any bites?
Yeah.
So if people reached out to you, would you do it? Or is it like you're too busy to do it now? Because you got a lot going on.
Yeah, I think I should probably remove that from my website. I put that out there before I got my full-time job. So we're gonna get real into the weeds right now. About a year ago, I had a separation from my now ex-wife, but I was like, the first gym that I had was in the basement of that house, and then I sort of spent the next that was like Home Gym Con. Right after Home Gym Con, we split up, and I spent the next like 4 months trying to figure out where I was going to live. At the time, I was a stay-at-home dad, so I was trying to figure out like what I was going to do for income, and I was really just throwing out all these ideas on like, what can I do? So being like a social media consultant was an idea that I had to possibly like, make a living. And I applied for jobs in my area of like, being a social media, I don't know, whatever, manager or consultant or contractor or whatever. And I didn't end up landing any jobs like that. And prior to being a stay-at-home dad, I worked in IT. So I ended up just going back to IT, and it's been amazing. I love my job.
Did you like do like Upwork or something in terms of trying to do that? Because I know you wanted to go virtual to do that. That's the kind of job that's best done if it's virtual. You don't want to be at somebody's corporate place trying to get social media stuff done.
I was mostly just looking at job postings through the various
I got you.
websites that do that. Yeah. And I had some interviews and like I had some promising things, but ultimately like there's a lot more money in IT, and I had already spent like a good chunk of my life doing IT. So it was it was much easier to find like a really good job doing that. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to helping people with their social media, but now that I am working full time again, it's like the time to do anything else has been cut down, and I have kids, and I have a girlfriend, and I'm trying to do this Kaizen stuff as much as I can. So I mean, I'm like my nights, my weekends, my mornings, anytime I can squeeze in 20, 30 minutes to try to make some content, I'm doing that. So yeah, it might be kind of tough to do the consulting thing in addition to everything else. Yeah.
So what I just heard you say is Kyle would do an assessment of your channel if you send it to him.
Yeah.
But he's not gonna like manage your channel for you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good.
He'll do a channel assessment.
Sure.
Get you an Upwork profile. Look at that. Look at you going. Right.
Nice. Nice. I appreciate it, John.
I told you. Solutions, man. Solutions.
That's right.
That's why you guys come here. This is great from Anand. He says, I feel like a lot of content creators are almost too timid about their affiliates. He says, for subs like myself, it is a super easy way to get a little discount, but also help a content creator. So Anon, I love that. And as a result, I would love it if you go ahead and you can help me out and grab yourself a Garage Gym Life banner from our friends over at freedomfitnessequipment.com.
Nice.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, I think that I agree with that, man. It's like there are a ton of people, and it's like you like their content, you want to help them. You're like, oh, well, what do I do? And an easy way is you just see if they have an affiliate link for something that you were gonna buy anyway, right? And so for me, the other side of it is like the margins are so small, the percentages are so small that is like, man, you're gonna be working yourself to death trying to make that 5% or whatever actually, pay for groceries. Okay, well, I can get 1 pack of Twizzlers this month off of that, but it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. I do appreciate that, because I often forget that there are people that are looking to support in the way that they can, and that affiliate sales are a way to do it. I never want to come across as like pushy. And, in the early days when I was just building wooden equipment, it's hard to be like, hey, I'm going to show you how to build this thing, but if you'd rather buy it, go here.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell you the home gym plan on
right.
People like selling you the plans to home gym equipment.
Yeah. So I think I appreciate the feedback, and I am trying to find ways to organically work in affiliate links in my videos. But usually I have like a little thing on the bottom that says, if you'd like to support, click the links in the description.
All right. And by the way, I've got the link to that video that Kyle was talking about, showing like how he makes money off of YouTube. That's in the chat here. I'll add it to the comments so that you guys who are watching, I know Ian said he's going to go check it. He's going to catch the replay on Podbean. So I'll put that link in the video description as well. So, and then, so anybody who comes, the link will be in the video description if you're watching on replay, however you're consuming the video on replay. Carlos says, go get a banner at 2. Carlos for president. There you go. Go get you some banners. You need them.
Yeah, buddy.
You don't want them. One for the wall, one to wear. one to wear like a cape.
Nice.
I got a couple other questions. I want to make sure we talk about Home Gym Con a little bit before we wrap up. Because Jake is doing a great thing, and I 100% I found out about Home Gym Con through him, through a post he made, right? But like I said, when we were sitting together at Home Gym Con at dinner, I think that you need to get credit because the original idea came from you when you came back from Comic-Con, right? And this first question is, how closely does Home Gym Con, as it currently is, match what you saw in your mind's eye on the way home from Comic-Con when you were excited and called Jake?
I mean, going this year was just like I was blown away at how much it had grown from the first year to the second year. And I mean, the first year it was so much fun, and it was so I mean, not that it was small, but it was really intimate, and I like that about the first year. And like, it was really special, and those of us who were there will know why it was so amazing. The second year was like, this is what I was envisioning. This was, like, it's still not as big as Comic-Con. I don't think it'll ever be a like for like for Comic-Con. I don't think Jake wants to grow it to be that big. But yeah, I think this year that we just had was sort of like the way that I envisioned it in my head, and I love it, and it's so exciting. Yeah, and Jake has done an amazing job. That's one of those things that like I threw the idea out to him. He had like, it had come across his plate before, and he was always like, I don't think we could do it. I don't think we have the resources. And for some reason, that time that I mentioned it, he was like, but I'll actually look into it. And he happened to have connections at the French Lick Resort. And, 2 months later, we connect for a workout, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to visit French Lick Resort. Like, I think it's actually going to happen. I was like, what? Are you serious?
Nice.
And
I think that's perfect
really,
for
like,
the first time too.
Yeah.
Because when we first went there, so it's like a small event, but because of how like it's big, it's this big grand place. You pull up, you're like, oh, this is legit. I was like, whoa. Actually, my wife was like, are we in the right place? Are you sure this is the place? I was like, yeah. Like, this looks a little bit too fancy for what we're envisioning. I was like, no.
Right.
Yeah, it worked out well. You had stuff for families to do. I thought it was great. And I do think it's interesting that you got the idea from Comic-Con instead of from like the Arnold or some trade show.
Yeah.
Because the vibe at Comic-Con is different. You have interaction with people. Like people are coming there for community, whereas at a trade show, it's businesses coming like trying to decide if they're gonna buy something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I think what I said to you in the questions was those trade shows are places where you go to see something, and a Comic-Con or Home Gym Con is where you go to experience something.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about that difference.
Yeah. So I've been to the Arnold twice in the last 3 years, and I thought it was great. Like my first year, I was really excited and had never been there before. I didn't really know what to expect. The second year was cool, but the second year, I went to Home Gym Con. I think it was like 3 weeks after, and then it was like clearly after I'd been to Home Gym Con, like I don't need to go to the Arnold anymore.
Yeah.
The Arnold is just like it's a taste of what I'm interested in, but the home gym representation at the Arnold is pretty small.
Yeah.
It's a lot of supplement companies. It's a lot of clothing companies. It's a lot of
it's a spectacle.
Yeah, it sure is. Where Home Gym Con was just our people all in a room together, all vibing, all the companies, the small companies, the big companies. They were people from every company, and you could talk to them and interact with them. And they went from being, you know, a company with a profile on social media whose equipment I've seen and maybe have a piece or two, to like, oh, that's Adam from Rep. He's such a cool dude. Like we were hanging out afterwards. And, you know, Dean from Black Widow is like such a cool, chill, helpful guy. And you just don't pick that up from social media or through the website or whatever. So yeah, it's really a place to get to know these people and really like form bonds. And not just those guys, but like Joey, the first year, it was like the first time I had met Joey in person. And I've been following his account since then. And I feel like Joey and I are bros. And, you know, like it's those kinds of connections that really make it unique and special that like I just didn't get from the Arnold.
So Joey wants to know if you've considered Patreon as another income stream.
I have. I don't know how I feel about it, honestly. I don't know how well it would do, and I think part of me is afraid of failure. But I also don't know if I need it yet. Like I've considered, so people, when we talked about like the PRX thing and how it didn't work out because I didn't have a patent, a lot of people told me in the comment section, you should have crowdfunded and gotten money for the patent. And so I'm aware that those are potential income streams. I feel like I don't, like there's going to be some point where I'm going to need to utilize those, and I feel like it's not yet. And I don't want to do it now. And then, you know, everybody supports and contributes. And then in a year, I'm like, oh, but really I need it now. I sort of want to wait until it's time, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah. And so I told you we go off the rails all the time. So my next guest is in the comment section heckling. He said that everyone you named is not as cool as Sean from Crandall Fitness.
That is true. And Sean is one of the people that I talked to very early on in when I was developing it was when I just had the 4x4s on my rack that were fully articulating. I reached out to a handful of companies and was like, anybody want to work with me? I'm a small account. Nobody knows about me, but you know, I have this idea. Sean actually called me and we had a conversation, and he was one of the most kind and personable people that I experienced in the industry early on. And he, you know, let me know he was already working on his, and we've sort of kept in touch through the DM since then, but I got nothing but respect for Sean.
Oh yeah, he's a good dude, man. I like calling and harassing him, and we end up having random conversations. Every time I call him, because you know, he works for the Border Patrol, so every time I call him, I'm like, okay, before we go any further, are you actively in a firefight right now? Because if so, hang up. You can call me back when the bad guy's dead and you're done with your paper. Call me while you're doing your paperwork. As we wrap up with this, you've got that podcast with Mike and his melodious voice. I don't even know how you keep up with a guy who not only has a melodious voice like that, it sounds like pouring warm hot chocolate, but he's also got such excellent hair, right? So I don't know how you deal with it. So I want everybody to be able to catch up with all the awesomeness that you guys do. We mentioned the Do You Even Live Bro podcast, but just one more time, go through the ways that people can keep up with you. And also if they have a product idea or something like that they want to pitch to you, or just, run past you or something like that, how can people catch up with all things Kaizen DIY?
Yeah, so my handle is Kaizen DIY Gym, and that's on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. And then Mike and I do the Do You Even Lift Bro podcast. We have a small account on Instagram, but really, like, if you want to listen, it's either on the Garage Gym Radio YouTube channel or Do You Even Lift Bro on any of the podcast channels. And then the Facebook groups, the DIY Gym Equipment Facebook group and the DIY Gym Equipment subreddit. I think that's it. If you have a product idea and you want to reach out, my email is kyle@kaizendiyGym.com. Right now, I'm not necessarily doing anything with those other than just adding them to a list of people that I eventually want to reach out to when we figure out how this idea of getting equipment ideas to manufacturers, like when we get that all sorted out, then I'll be reaching out to everybody. But if you want to be included in that, if you want more information, shoot me an email or reach out on any of the socials and I'll put you on the list.
Nice. All right, man. Dude, this was a lot of fun. I'm glad I was
Heck yeah.
able to work it out to get you on here.
Yeah.
See, I told you, man, this thing is fun. It's one of the things is like where people don't understand what I'm trying to tell them until they actually experience it. I'm like, I'm telling you, this is something different, but it doesn't happen without guys like you coming on and being willing to give up your time. So I truly appreciate it. And I appreciate the fact that you, like I said, were one of the first people from the home gym community to interview me. It helped me kind of get a springboard. So I really do appreciate that, man. I know you got to get the rest of your day going. First thing, take that butterfly picture down, and we'll never speak about it again. I hope you come back, but without that picture.
Okay. All right. We'll see, man. We'll see.
All right,
thank you, John.
Hey, appreciate being here, man. Later.
Bye.
All right, that was my guy Kyle from Kaizen DIY. That was a really fun interview. So if you guys are just now logging in, it is now 9 a.m. So shout out to the West Coast, 6 a.m. It is now 6 a.m. Pacific time. Make sure you guys are hitting that like and subscribe. If you've been watching and you haven't subscribed yet, this has got to have convinced you that this is something that you want to see all the time. So hit that like button, hit subscribe, help me reach 50,000 subscribers. If you've already subscribed, share the video with somebody else and tell them, hey, man, no more boring mornings on Fridays. And in fact, I've got enough content now. I've got enough episodes now that you can watch this on replay every day of the week. So you could, you could go to work every day with this playing, and I got you for 3 hours at least, guaranteed. Best fitness content on YouTube. I'm gonna stand on that. All right. It's like they say, like the kids say, I'm standing on business. And now we're gonna bring on our final guest of the day. That is the man himself. He is the grand overlord of Crandall, Texas. The man who is responsible for keeping our border safe. Like even right now, he's about to be on here. He's got 3 eyes, and the third one is watching the border. So everybody, show your love for my man, Sean Crandall. Sean.
Yes, I'm here.
My man. What's up, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Okay, good.
So I can tell when somebody's married just by their headline, because he's very careful to put co-founder of Crandall Fitness, and that will not only keep you in a happier marriage, will keep you alive. That's right there. That line right there. That's what you want to do. All right.
Agreed.
Take notes, okay? Let's see here. So you're getting some applause already. Round of applause from Carlos, who's in Texas, and I'm not sure if how far away he is from your little hamlet of Crandall, Texas.
Well, everywhere in Texas is far from El Paso.
Yeah, well, that's true too. Yeah. Well, no, I'm talking about Crandall, Texas. You know, the town that you're the baron of or whatever. Mayor of Crandall, Texas.
It's my side hustle.
Yeah. Man, did you get when we talked last night? You were telling me how tired you were, and then I see that you did a video is like you have like this shirtless video on YouTube. It says interview with John Greaves. It's only like 5 seconds long. I was like, what is going? It popped up in my feed. I was like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I deleted it this morning. I was
why
like,
doesn't he have
oh,
a
that
shirt
wasn't
on?
supposed to upload.
It's this
That was supposed to be a test video.
dude, sweaty half naked dude talking about interview with John Greaves. I'm like, I wasn't there for that.
Yeah, we just got done lifting, me and the kiddos.
Hey, I hear it, man. Hey, that's actually a good segue because you can say something that not a lot of business owners who make home gym equipment can say, and that is you have a home gym business and you have a home gym as well. You even have home gym on the front of your store. And I think the fact that you're able to provide equipment that's comparable and in many ways superior to some of the bigger name brands is because you've been living the home gym lifestyle for decades. So tell me though, how do you think being a home gym owner who actually, or a business owner who makes home gym equipment, but who actually also trains at home, how does that help you in terms of designing and maybe getting the bugs out of equipment?
I'm trying to figure out how to get this damn camera. Okay. Yeah, well, the advantage for me is that I get to use it all before I start selling it. Sorry.
That's okay.
I get to use it all before I start selling it. So that's how we got most of our equipment set up, is just using it from like 1998 until now. So I kind of figured out like which cable machines we liked, how thick the cable should be, just from using that, versus going to the commercial gym and you kind of compare and you're like, well, if I'm going to sell equipment that's going to be worth a crap for people, we want to make sure that they're going to have it forever, because you don't want people calling you in 10 years complaining about their cables being broken or their bench isn't, their bench collapses on them or some crazy thing like that. So we just make everything commercial grade for the home. Because when I first started my home gym, there was only commercial companies, companies that sold to high schools and colleges and stuff, military bases. So we just decided that we would just sell equipment that quality instead of Walmart quality. That way we could just keep you from getting hurt, and also then it would last forever. Because I've had pieces in my gym for 20 some years, and if you didn't know any better, you'd think they're brand new, because it just, like, with a family of people using them, they'll last forever.
Right. It's funny you say that, because so I've had family members. I told a story earlier about how my uncle had a bench, some rickety bench. I don't even know what brand it was because he didn't tell me before he got it. But he's thinking, oh, I'm saving money, and then he ended up getting hurt using the bench because it collapsed on him, right, while he was doing some incline dumbbell bench. But I know other people who, like my brother who was watching earlier, he had a Titan trap bar, and he set the thing down, and it was because of how it was made, it ended up coming down on his foot, right? Because he, you set it straight down, you pick it up, and he knew as he was picking it up, he had to offset, but on the way down, you're not thinking about it. You just put it straight down, right? And of course it lands on his foot and hurts him, right? And it's just crazy the variance in terms of home gym equipment, because people think, oh, well, it's home gym, it doesn't have to be high quality, to the point where your stuff is so durable that you actually sell a ton of it to government installations and the military and all that.
Fire department, police stations.
Yeah. It's like, so do you think that's why if somebody searches for Crandall Fitness, a lot of times you come up more like associated with like government contracts and things like that, as opposed to home gym?
I don't think so. I think most of our government contracts come from like the guys that already have our equipment at their house, and then they might be part of that group of guys that are deciding what kind of equipment they're going to get for their fire department or whatever. That seems to be a common thread, is like if we do the Air Force or we do fire or something, is some guys like, oh, well, I have your power rack at my house and a bench and some weights. I know it's really good stuff, so I'm in charge of purchasing this year. So
nice.
I'm going to do a bid with you and a bid with Rogue and whatever. And every time we do a bid like that, we're going to win.
Nice. So let's say we got a few viewers who don't know about Crandall Fitness. We got at least one guy from the UK watching right now. He mentioned that he says it's way too far for a Friday, Crandall, Texas, from everything else.
Yeah.
But if I'm a viewer and I'm watching for the first time, I'm hearing about Crandall Fitness for the first time. What would you say is your signature piece of equipment?
Probably our free motion swing arms.
Okay.
Since I have a bodybuilding history, or like that's what I've always wanted to do is bodybuilding, or I've done throughout my athletic career, even when I was doing powerlifting or whatever, I always go back to bodybuilding. Having that attachment in my home gym when we first invented it was basically out of necessity for not having enough room to have like 20 pieces of hammer strength equipment. So I could do all these plate loaded movements that I could do on hammer strength stuff at a gym, but now I can just do them at my house. Because that was like the thing is I would have the home gym with the power rack and I could do squat, bench, deadlift, blah, which deadlifts aren't that big of a deal in bodybuilding anyway. But I could do stuff, and then I have to go to a commercial gym to do like maybe certain days, or if I wanted certain machines. That allows me to do a lot of stuff at home where I didn't have to go to the gym then. And then plus I like lifting with my boys a lot. So it's nice to be home and be able to do a bunch of different stuff. And like with that, you can move it pretty easily to adjust for different, size kids or whatever.
Right.
So just getting those like different kind of movements besides the old school jammer arms, like we had those also, you just go up and down, is having that side to side movement is huge. I mean, I've done entire workouts just using those arms because you can do like, I'm going to do incline, decline, flat. Now I'm going to do flies, then converging chest press, converging shoulder press, whatever. And you're like, there's 7 exercises for just my chest day. And I didn't even leave my power rack. Whereas before, your power rack is like, I can do incline, flat, decline, bench, and then I'm done with my power rack.
So you're talking about the exercises you do with them. You got a lot of them on your YouTube channel, and on your Instagram. So everybody who's watching this, make sure you subscribe to Crandall Fitness on YouTube. And I want you to go and also follow Crandall.fitness. Don't follow Crandall Fitness. Much love to him, but don't follow that. Follow Crandall.fitness on Instagram. And then you'll see all the cool stuff he's got going on. But you guys also have an app. So talk about the Crandall Fitness app a little bit.
Yeah, so
every
you can
time I try to go on the website, it says, "Hey, go to the app. That's better." What's the difference?
Well, if you use the app on your phone, that has like our apps. It has our blog. We do a blog almost once a week, just talking about different exercises you can do with different pieces of equipment, like comparing bumper plates, just other random stuff. It also has a lot more pictures on there of random like gyms we've done, home gyms we've done, commercial gyms we've done, where you can see stuff. And I think the purchasing, I don't know if it flows better or not because it's our own app. I think it's just easier to search through and flow with when you're guiding yourself, on your phone anyway. It's just better experience, I think, all the way around. And you can sign up for our point system also. Like if you buy from us, you get points and you can get gift cards later on. That when you log into the app, it shows you how many points you have, all that kind of stuff, like on the
okay.
While you're using it, as opposed to like, you can obviously do that through the website as well, but it's just kind of more interactive where it shows you all that stuff. And it just shows you like, it's got little tabs. So like if we have new news coming out, that'll be there, it's just kind of all the highlights.
Nice.
With Crandall Fitness, just kind of a little simpler to use. And we have it for Apple and for Samsungs.
I have a theory because you mentioned that you have a bodybuilding background. And my theory is based upon, I haven't had a home gym. It's actually rare that I meet somebody who's had a home gym longer than me, but you're one of those few people. But I still got over 20 years having a home gym. And just from watching it, it feels like things are going back to the way they were when in the early days, where you had a home gym and it was kind of set up for what, if you were like more of into like bodybuilding kind of stuff, your home gym would have that kind of stuff. And then if you were more into like, well, strongman didn't really exist, but if you were more into like the Brooks cubic style of stuff, then you'd have a bunch of just stuff like that in there. And then around the time the CrossFit was invented, that's when like you started getting like the garage gym package. And so everybody's home gym for a while there was just like cookie cutter. And I feel like we're starting to get away from that now.
Yeah.
People are starting to, customize their home gym for the way they actually want to train, not for what some company thinks it should have. So would you say that your what style of training would you say that Crandall Fitness specializes in providing the equipment for?
Well, it used to be a lot of bodybuilding because we had a lot of machines and stuff, which we still do. Just the machines, like our machines, most of them are made in the USA. So now they're really expensive. So before we first started, they're pretty affordable, even like the Select Drive stuff. Now they're pretty expensive, and I know they are, but we have them made in the USA, and some people like that specific thing. So they're really expensive. But we've kind of do everything now, except for maybe strongman. We don't have like the sandbags and all that kind of stuff, and the giant concrete balls and all that stuff. But I coming from a bodybuilding background, didn't realize bumper plates were such a big deal because I didn't do CrossFit. I still don't do CrossFit.
Yeah.
But once it came out and it blew up, you're like, oh, I guess we have to have bumper plates. Like that's the thing everybody needs. So I have like a set of bumper plates in my gym that I use like never. My big advantage of using those, I guess, is I put the 45s on the outside for doing deadlifts, and then my steel, like the steel plates are smaller, so you can slide them on off and on really easy. So you don't have to use a deadlift jack because the bumper plates are like an inch in diameter bigger, so that they just serve as my deadlift jack. But we've kind of
we're looking at them right now, and there's somebody, and Rory was saying that your bumper plates are literally bomb proof.
Yeah, we posted a video of us a guy blowing up some of ours with tannerite, which is literally a 308 shooting into a high explosive charge, which explodes. And they had done it twice. They had also shot it with a 308, a 50 cal, a bunch of other stuff. And even at the end, when you see the guy grab him after they've blown him up twice, and it was like a 15, I think, or 15 or 25 or a 10. It was a small plate because it was pretty thin. He drop kicks it. And you would think after being shot and blown up twice, he would drop kick it and it might split in half or something. No, he drop kicks it and it stays perfectly intact bumper and lands on the ground flat. So you're like, they're literally bomb proof. So you can claim that they literally are bomb proof.
Yeah, we're looking right there on screen. For those who are listening to the audio version, here in the video, I've got a picture of the hooked insert from the Crandall Fitness bumpers up on screen. So they're dead bounce virgin rubber, and and as Sean just said, they are literally bomb proof. You were talking about your machines. You guys have a ton of stuff. I mean, you've got essentially what everybody else has, but in a lot of ways, like I said, I think that your stuff is superior based upon your products that I have experienced. So my wife swears by your women's bar, and then I recommend your bench. Let's see, it's this one. I was recommending this one, the FID adjustable incline, the 3.0. I was recommending that one, and then you guys came out with this one, the heavy duty adjustable bench, which has the advantage of allowing you to do a lot more stuff. You got the decline, it's got the leg roller on it. So talk about, was the reason why you went with the heavy duty one so that you could, it stands up, it stores vertically. Well, what were some of the reasons why you said, hey, you know what, this is great, but I want to upgrade and do the heavy duty one and add a couple more features? So what was talk about how you decided to do that?
Yeah, well, the main reason is because some people like the leg rollers in the front of the bench. Like that one's we have them in commercial gyms, which is fine. But some people like to have more angles of adjustment for decline. So having the leg rollers on the back, now you have all the same angles as you have for incline for decline. Whereas the FID 3.0 just has like the 10 degree or 15 degree angle. Okay. Because you have to lock your feet in the front. The other benefit is like for powerlifting guys, the front of the heavy duty version 3, if you can see that the seat is tapered in. So it's more ergonomic to your thighs sitting there, especially if you're a smaller person, not a big tall ass person like me. So the FID has to be, because the leg rollers are on the front, it has to have a wider seat. So that way it traps the back of your knees with the leg rollers. So sometimes people, if you're smaller, like you have to kind of get your legs pretty far apart to get outside the seat when you're doing bench press. It just depends on kind of how you're built.
Right.
So we wanted one that was bigger and then also more maybe appealing to commercial gyms. They wanted something that'll hold like 1,500 pounds, or they might have a dude like in a rack bench pressing 700 pounds or something.
Right,
Plus he weighs 300, 400 pounds.
Yeah.
They don't want to have any issues.
Yeah.
And I like both, but if you're doing like ab stuff with wall balls or something like that, it's kind of nice to have like a sharp decline if you're really pushing yourself.
Okay. And you can do that with a heavy duty one. Okay.
Yeah, the 3.0 because because leg roller's on the top of the seat.
Yeah.
So then every seat adjustment is a new angle, whereas the FID one like goes 11 angles up and then it stops, and then it's just got the one little decline.
Got you. All right. So Rory said that was him with the guys from 50 cal.
That's like my favorite video ever. I love that video. I'm just gonna keep posting it like every month.
Oh, there you go.
And tell them if you guys want to make more of them, tell me. I'll send you stuff.
Well, there you go. Hey, Rory, there you go. All right. So
the more stuff you want to blow up, I've got some.
So what do you want him to just send you a DM?
Yes.
All right. So Rory, go ahead, DM Sean at crandall.fitness.
Or if you just want me to promote your page or your business or anything, just if you have any other footage of it, like when you guys are shooting them or anything like that, any of that footage I'll post. I'll collab with you guys. I'll spread the word.
Well, there you go. All right. So that makes sense. Well, he's a singer, so maybe he can come up with a theme song for Crandall Fitness.
There you go.
There you go. All right. See, look at this. I'm here. I'm just here. Connect. I bring people together. That's my purpose, man. And if they're gonna come together and blow up stuff, I'm all about that as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I talked about the Crandall Fitness Women's Bar, but I don't think it gets enough love online. So talk about your women's bar. What sets it apart from the other women's bars that are on the market? Because to me, if you're gonna give it as if you're like, hey, my wife lifts and I want to give a gift to her, that bar would be the thing because especially if she got small hands. So talk about your women's bar and some of the advantages of it.
Well, all of our women's bars have needle bearings, so they're already set up for like CrossFit, which seems to be like, even if people aren't doing CrossFit, right? Because kind of CrossFit took a hit when their owner got in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Even if you're not doing CrossFit, you're doing like that functional stuff. A lot of people still do like, hang cleans and movements with the bar where they want to have the needle bearings. So all of our women's bars have needle bearings in them. We also have the camo colors, which I don't think anybody else has women camo colors like that. And if they do, they don't have our pattern. I've seen some of the old generic like 80s forest camo, like that pattern with different colors from other companies where they still use like that old school like giant, like you see on the old like the old deuce and a halfs or whatever,
Yeah,
like from Rambo 1 where it's like the giant camo pattern from like the 80s.
and it's got like the old generic green jacket.
Yeah, exactly. So we have like the purple camo, we have a pink camo, we have the solid purple and pink, but we also have a solid black, right? Because I guess
nice. Okay.
But they're also what other people like. It says women's, right? But they're also really great for kids.
Yes, that's the other thing I was
kids
gonna say.
bar. Yeah, we have a kids bar that's 5 pounds. But at some point, your hands are too big for that, or you're lifting too much weight for that little bar. But you're not quite at a 45-pound bar, but you still want to do Olympic stuff where you can put tins on there, maybe.
Yeah.
So the women's bar has a smaller handle, but it still has the same knurling as the men's, like size, 20 kilogram size.
Yeah.
But
so these are some of this. We're just if you're just listening, we're scrolling through the website, just showing like he's got a ton of different bars on the Crandall Fitness website. You'll find a bar on there that you like that'll work for you. You got your professional deadlift bar, and you got multiple colors. You got a bunch of the camo. So, I mean, if you like lifting, you like bars, you can go there and just start looking around. You'll find something. And what I really think is cool about you, and I didn't tell you this last night, but I called you last night, and I could tell you were tired, from work. But the fact is, you still answer the phone, right? And so when people call with a customer issue, you're the one that answers the phone. You get back to people right away. And so I think your customer service, when I was like, well, what's the thing that sets Crandall Fitness apart, is basically your customer service. You answer the phone, you check the social media, you treat it like you treat people. From when I had a buddy, I recommended your bench to them. And I was sitting in his kitchen and I said, well, let's just call Sean and see if he's available. and we called and you started answering his question. Like, I think you answered on like the second or third ring. And I would like to think I'm just special like that. But the reality is that that's how you treat your customers, man. How tough
Yeah.
is that to maintain, I mean, without going into the details of all the stuff you had to go through yesterday, I mean, you got a dangerous job, right? You got all the emotional dump of that when you coming back out of stuff like, firefights and all that. And then somebody calls and say, hey, man, the cotter pin is missing from my widget or whatever, right? And you still are able to talk to them and treat them, humanely. So how tough is that?
Well, luckily we don't have too many firefights or any
fist fights, whatever,
Yeah. But I don't know. I guess I just do it that's just the way that I was raised and the way that I've always like handled people and the way I'd want to be treated. Like literally I answer emails every night. I'll get like last night I got an email at like 10 p.m. and it's like, or a message like, hey, where's this package? And I'll reply like, here's the tracking, it's whatever. Or we've had, usually customers will email me and I hate like emailing back. So typically I just call them and then they're like, oh crap, the owner called me. And I'll be like, listen, UPS is doing this. I'll take care of it. Like we'll get on your end, Well, don't worry. Whatever you need us to do, we'll take care of it. Like one guy yesterday got a bench. UPS had scratched it. And he was like, hey, it's not a big deal. What paint should I use? And I went on Amazon. I go, hold on. I'm on the phone with you. I go to my Amazon account. I find the right Pantone color that I have. I go, hey, I just sent you a Krylon primer and paint that matches for your bench. And he was like, oh, okay. Well, that is like, that's all. I go to be there on Saturday.
Nice.
So just stuff like that where you're like, no one does that as far as I can tell. And my wife sometimes gets on my butt because she's like, you don't have to be answering them all the time. You can wait. And I'm like, because I'll answer stuff at 11 o'clock at night, guys will, people on the East Coast or West Coast or Hawaii or whatever, they're emailing me. And if I'm there, like, why not answer the email? Like, plus I have like maybe some ADD. So I'm thinking like, as soon as I see an email pop up or a message, I'm like, I can't wait because they'll start bothering me. So I just have to take care of the customer like immediately. Because typically what happens is they'll call one of our numbers, which is one of our stores. And if my guys can't handle it, they'll just refer them to me and then I'll take care of whatever it is. And then, or if you email, I'm going to be the one who checks the email. So I'm going to see it first anyway, or messages on Instagram or whatever. I'll be the one who actually responds directly to that. So that's, I think, a rarity. And we're growing fairly quickly. So there's a lot more of them than there were before, but so far it hasn't been too much where I can handle it. Plus my wife's I can't say the other word, is bad in a good way. So so she does a lot of stuff like driving the forklift and picking up orders or helping people out, calling them or whatever. She's taken on a lot of burden as well while I'm at work with Border Patrol. So that helps a lot, is having an awesome partner that can like do this stuff too and not be like, no, I can't do that, or I'm not doing that, or I'm busy. She's like, no, I'm on it. Like one week she had to drive our El Paso store is about an hour away. One week she had to go to our warehouse over there and pick up equipment like every single day and drop it off our store because we were just selling. And she was just restocking. And that's what she was doing, was literally just warehouse, picking up crates in a box truck, driving them over, dropping them off, dealing with our kids, getting them at the mother-in-law's house. So that way she could do that, picking them up, bringing them back. And I'm just at work, like doing Border Patrol crap. Yeah. So she was able to do all that. So that helps a ton, because without her, I'd have to choose. I mean, eventually I'd just have to choose what I was going to do. Yeah. So luckily her being awesome. And then my two nephews work for us too in our El Paso store. And basically they've taken over all the installation stuff for us in the El Paso area and Las Cruces, which I used to have to get off work and go do with her, do it on my weekends or whatever. And those dudes, they're both in college right now, so they have a lot more time in the evenings and weekends and stuff. So they've been knocking all those installs out. So it's become like a whole family affair. So it's worked out really well.
Man, so I'm glad you said all that, because like I said, it's when people say, oh yeah, it's a family business. I'm like, no, literally, this is a family owned and run business. I mean, I guess technically so is Walmart, but I'm saying like this is legitimately a family small business. And I can't wait to see, like, 10 years down the line when your kids are old enough to work in the business, and like then they're growing it even more. Um I
Yeah.
I
We have that video on Instagram of us packaging up like 7 lat pull downs from last week. And it's just me scanning the camera across, like, it's my nephew, my 6-year-old daughter, my 8-year-old, my 10-year-old, my 12-year-old, and they're all banding. They all know how to use the banding equipment and everything. They're banding, cutting stuff. My daughter's putting
nice.
all like the shipping stickers on all the crates, and you just like, it looks like a
Oh,
little
there you go.
assembly line as they go down. And it's like, yeah, actually it's like everyone. And she had her little arm
Yeah.
broken in a little cast. So she's like got her one arm and she's like smacking stickers on, and like, yeah, everybody does it.
Man,
So
that's what I'm
it's
talking
like
about now.
literally from the ground up, every kid, everybody in the family is helping.
So my guy Travis, well, first of all, let's go with so Rory said done. He'll definitely reach out. So right there, that's
Awesome.
That's good. And then, but Travis, it's funny, Travis, because I was actually just thinking that I hope you're still listening, because Travis is an installer, and
Perfect.
he's done uh basically he's done some very big name clients, some universities, pro teams. So, and then he also does home gym stuff. So I'll connect, if you guys are interested, I'll connect the two of you, because yeah, he's here. He does Georgia. I think he said he does Georgia, Tennessee, and part of Florida.
Yeah, Travis, reach out, send me an email. I don't know if you've been on our website. We have like installers that do stuff, and I have a guy that does Florida and like overlaps into southern Georgia. So
Georgia's a big
if you
state,
do all
so
of
yeah.
Georgia, Tennessee, whatever, send me an email or just message me on Instagram or whatever. Just tell me what areas you cover. Give me your address and the contact email and phone number you want for that, and I'll add you to our website and just put your company there, and then I'll add all the states that you cover, because that's great for us, because then somebody can reach out to you on their own after they order stuff from us and just get directly with you, and we can just have you on our website all the time. That way everybody knows that you can cover those areas. So yeah, just send me an email. That'd be great.
Yeah, man. And I can vouch for him. He actually, the reason I met him is because he brought some stuff over to the house and installed it for me. So it was yeah, I can definitely vouch for Travis. So if Travis, if you need his information or anything like that, I'll make sure I connect the two of y'all. Let's talk about your monolift arms, okay? Because I love them. Not, and this, I'm not even kidding. It's not a like, it's a love. I love them because, so whenever I'm bench pressing, like right now, I'm having to use my freaking I'm having to use my J cups that I flattened. I cut them off so that they're a little bit shallow, and it's a pain because it screws with my unrack, right? Because you get the tight bench press position, then you go to unrack, and you got to kind of come out of that position in order to be able to come up and over, right? And so that just sucks. So I love your monolift arms because they let me unrack at my strongest position and then rack it at my strongest position. So talk about basically why you guys, like you said, you got a bodybuilding background. So what made you say, you know what, I'm going to make this thing that traditionally has been more of a powerlifting product, and just go into a little bit some of the details about them.
Because I lift by myself. Because before I had kids to come and spot me, even though they're little, I had lifted a lot by myself. So it's really a pain in the butt to unrack like 300 pounds or even 400 pounds without a spotter when you're by yourself. So I bought them literally out of necessity. I've never used them for squats because I don't know. I walk out anyway, and I know you're like supposed to use them like for squats. You don't have to walk out, but I have this bad habit of just doing the same thing every time anyway. So I just walk out anyway.
Ain't a bad habit. That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah.
But for bench press, they're like literally a lifesaver for bench press, because you don't have to have a spotter, right? If you have the tubes underneath, or ropes, or spotter arms, or whatever it is you're going to use underneath to protect you from killing yourself, from dropping it on you, there's no way you can get into the right bench position and just press up and be in that position with J cups. Like, J cups are a pain in the butt. Also, the risk of shoulder injury when you're doing really heavy weight with J cups is just dumb, because you're putting it from over your head, or your head's going to be off the bench, right, to try to get a good spot. And then inevitably do bench press and just ram that bar right in the bottom of the J cup, right? If I get to
Oh,
a
heck
good
yeah.
position first. So the monoliths to me, like I think they're one of the first things we came out with actually with once our power racks came out, like as an accessory, because I was using them all the time at home.
Yeah.
Because I had a different company's stuff before we made them. And
Yeah.
I was like, these things are like indispensable, especially when you're by yourself. And I'm assuming most home gym people are lifting when it's convenient by themselves. Either if you and your wife lift, you might not be able to lift at the same time. So
Yeah.
I
mean, that's our
and bench press
situation.
is like the thing everybody does, right? So
Yeah.
it's just, and shoulder press too, like all those bar movements inside the rack, they're just indispensable as far as I'm concerned. Like they're one of my favorite things, and they're like probably the thing we talk about the least. Right, because like they're not cool and fancy, and it's not a Smith machine being on your rack or some other doohickey.
Yeah.
So they're just amazing. I love them. They're worth every penny to me. I would have paid more for them, even though they're small and compact and as much as a bench press. Like, just I've been using those literally since like 2004.
I mean, the thing is, so
I've never.
I didn't feel like I needed monolift arms when my kids were younger, right? Because they're teenagers and they were so. I mean, two of my kids competed in powerlifting, so we're training at the same time. So they're handing off for me. They knew how to hand off.
Yeah,
I don't need that. Yeah. Well, guess what happens? Kids grow up and they move out. All right. Now I'm back. I'm by myself. I'm like, okay, oh, we got a problem. My bench is starting to get is at the point where my bench is heavy enough that it's hard to unrack and still, like I said, maintain that position. Yeah, if I'm unracking 135, of course I can just use the J hook. No big deal, right? But now it's I'm over 300 pounds, and it's like, okay, yeah, this is kind of tough to unrack. So I'm if somebody even if you don't compete in powerlifting, if you just train the bench press, to me, monolift arms are. I don't see why you wouldn't use them. And then as far as, and I'm like you, I don't use them for squatting because I still walk it out anyway. So to me, it's like I don't see why you wouldn't use them though if you're benching, because they just once you've used them, it just makes everything easier. Now I did have to get used to how I was like I didn't even realize that my bench on the way up when it starts to get heavy I would helicopter a little bit.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that until I got the monolift arms, because now they're in a place where I was bumping into them. I was like, why am I bumping into these? And I go back watch the video. Oh, because I'm helicoptering. So they actually improved my technique, which is something that was unintentional when I got them. I just got them to help me out with unracking.
Yeah.
But because I have them, I'm like, oh, now it helps me with my bar path. So I'm like 100%. That's like the Crandall Fitness item. I tell people, hey, you need to go grab these, and you need to grab them from Crandall Fitness because I believe in the brand, not just because of the price or anything else like that. But I know if something goes wrong with them, I can call you and you'll take care of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So sometimes you got brands that are like, oh yeah, this and this, it costs this or whatever. But then something goes wrong, you reach out for them, to help you out with the warranty, the lifetime warranty or whatever they give you. And they're nowhere to be found. So I'm like, for something that's keeping the weight from falling and hitting me in the face, I would like for it to work. And if it stops working, I want the person who sold it to me to be around so he can give me another one that works. Because again, I don't want something falling to hit me in the face.
Yeah, that's another item that I see like people making weird variations of. And I'm like, just leave the dang. Like I just saw one from another company that's like a miniature version. It's like a J cup size. Like, oh, it saves room on your power rack. Well, the point of the monolift arms is like as the arm swings down, it lowers the bar. So now you're in this position you want to be in to press off, not at the height like you would be with the J cup, right? So then they fold away and they go up and out of the way. So if you make the little arm too short, now you're just using another J cup that's just like a oversized J cup. And then by the time it moves out of the way, it's not really that much farther out of the way. I'm like, they're a certain size, they're that long, and they're heavy because everybody's like, oh, they're heavy. Like, yeah, they're like what, 25 pounds each. Like, that's not super heavy.
If you're strong enough to need them, that's not heavy.
Yeah. So you're like, why would you want a miniature version? Now the thing can't move out of the like. I don't understand. I saw one too with a spring in it. I'm like, yeah, and that spring, like, how is that spring gonna hold up and not break off? Like, they're just pieces of steel counterbalance. Like, you can run into them with a forklift, which I've done on accident. My kid did. You're like,
Yeah.
and they don't bend because the steel's like, 3/4 of an inch thick. Like just like they're good like the way they are. Don't ruin the wheel. Like don't remake the wheel. Like it's good. Just leave it alone.
Let me once again say the words that people need to hear. They are designed to protect you from the bar falling and hitting you in the face. All right, in the face. Let's think about what we're doing when we're bench pressing. Maybe that's
with
your
a
face.
neck.
Maybe it hits you in the throat.
Yeah.
And I've seen. I mean, again, so because of doing live streams of powerlifting meets and stuff, I've seen the bar fall and hit people in the face, hit them in the throat. I've seen some gnarly stuff, and then you just like, oh yeah, I don't want that happening to me at all. So anything that stops the bar not only improves my technique, makes it easier for me to lift, but also, most importantly, stops the bar from hitting me in the face.
Yeah, and keeps you from tearing up your shoulder.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, man.
Huge on that. That's my biggest thing is like the grip I have when I'm doing the bench is I can keep my elbows tucked.
Yeah.
And there's no shoulder pain. Like where before I was pulling it off by myself, like, because you're going from like, I don't know if you can see, like from overhead.
Yeah.
Right. And you're having to pull it forward. This one you just press straight up and then you just start your bench. Like it's the first rep instead of trying to do some weird stuff and then try to reassociate, get your back set back up or whatever.
100%. I mean, even if you're doing a bodybuilding style bench still.
Yeah.
You
well, a bodybuilding bench is the same, right? Just
nevertheless,
you're just going
it's still
slower.
Your face.
Yeah. You're just going slower and doing more reps, but at the end you're still fatigued. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm using them for.
Lips and teeth. Come on now, let's think about that. All right.
Yeah, or your teeth through your lips.
Yeah, I know, right? So this is the part where you've been really disciplined, and I'm proud of you, but we're gonna ruin that right now. I want you to tell me secrets. Do you have any products that are dropping this summer that you can reveal right now? Come on now. Everybody else is giving me scoops today. You can do it. Join the crowd.
I don't think so.
Well, make up something.
No, we don't.
Lie. I mean, don't lie. No, don't do that. Don't lie.
Yeah. No. I have no interest in lying. Actually, no, we don't. We don't at all. We're actually we're actually probably making our, what the heck's going on with my damn camera?
I don't know.
Anyway,
I'm getting vertigo. What's going on here?
Right. Actually, what's going on is we're probably shrinking some of our inventory, like probably getting rid of some of the camo bars and stuff like that. Like, so as people, if you see them on their website and you were thinking about getting one and it's low in stock, I would get it now. We'll probably keep a couple colors. The thing is, like, people really love that bench you were talking about, the FID version 3. And we've been selling so many of them that I'm really having a hard time keeping those in stock, as well as like those new free motion swing arms and stuff like that. So we're having a problem now keeping certain items in stock. So I'm kind of having to sacrifice some other stuff to be able to keep ordering those like in mass. Because let's say if I sell 20 camo bars or 15 camo bars in a month, but I'm selling 80 benches now. The camo bar is not so important for me to keep everything in super stock anymore.
Gotcha. I mean, you got limited space in the warehouse. So
yeah, exactly. Well, we have, exactly. Well, it just our stores, right? Just limited space in our stores. The warehouses we're pretty set on, but it's also a money thing, right? You have to be able to buy everything. So like, do I want to spend $50,000 on, 500 new bars, or do I want to spend $50,000 and get 300 new benches or 200 new benches or 100 new benches? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the difference, is like, what's the hot seller, and how do I keep that in stock all the time? So that's the thing is we're kind of like, I'm probably done adding stuff. I know everybody's like in this add a functional train, or not a functional trainer, add a, what is it? A Smith machine to your rack. Yeah. You won't see that from us, because if I'm not using it all the time and I don't really like it, I'm not selling it, because I'm like, that's just a gimmick. I mean, maybe it's not gimmicky. Maybe it is. I don't know. But I'm just, I'm just the guy that's like, hey, I've been doing this for so long and using it. Like, I've gone through all the phases. So like way like 15 years ago. So I'm going to just go stick with the meat and potatoes and like, just sell you a really good set. And then if you want to add gimmicky stuff later, you can, but maybe that's more of a talking piece than I'm sure there's somebody that
no, I actually agree with you, because again, so I always feel like the old man, like, hey kid, get off my lawn, or you know how like old people always think things were way better back in the day. So I feel like sometimes I'm like, am I the only one who thinks that this is unnecessary? So like there's this trend, like you were talking about the Smith machine, right? So it's not just that they're bringing out the Smith machine. So before the Smith machine was the functional trainer. Well, nobody wants to get rid of the functional trainer. So they're not replacing the Smith machine with a functional trainer. No, we're adding the Smith machine to the functional trainer, right? So now it's a Smith machine and a functional trainer. I told you when I sent you the questions, like I've seen the one, and I'm not too bad. This one isn't too bad, but there's like an arm that you can stick on there. So now it's got a heavy bag on it. And then in the back, now we're going to add storage shelving. And then so you can put your kettlebells on there, and don't forget about the landmine. And I'm like, now you got this Optimus Prime is sitting in your dang gym. When are you actually going to use this thing?
I cannot say it enough on podcasts and in person. If you've ever used a Swiss Army knife, it's fucking, oh my God.
Oh,
if you,
no! I knew one was coming. I'm sweating, holding them back. You did so well so far.
I was doing so good. I'm sorry. Now you got me fired up because I hate.
Drink your chamomile tea, relax.
I hate racks with so much crap. Like, by the time you buy it, I have nothing against Rep Fitness. They helped me out when I was super small. By the time you have your Aries rack and add 15 things on there, or 100 things on your rack, like if you've ever used a Swiss Army knife, it's like not good at anything. It has every option in the world. It's just not really great at anything.
Yeah.
Why not just spin I remember I did a post once on Instagram. It was like, here's our lat pull down low row with a 1-to-1 ratio. Here's our power rack, bar, bench, weight set. Here's our functional trainer with a 2-to-1 ratio, and you can do flies on it. All those added up are cheaper than the newest company's multi thing with everything out, because every time they send you a price, right, they show you the base one doesn't have the shelf, doesn't have this, doesn't have all the stuff. By the time you get to where it does have the stuff, just like Reps racks, that's like $600. Well, by the time you add cross members on it, a pull-up bar and J caps, now you're at $1,000, or $1,500, whatever.
Dude, ours are just like shipping for that monster.
Well, on Rep, you won't. It's free, right? But so like our rack looks like it's like
no, it's not. It's embedded in the price. Come on now.
Yeah. Well, so like our rack's $1,100, but it comes with all the attachments you're gonna add onto a Rep or a Rogue anyway, and it costs you $1,500. So mine is when you have a rack that's got so much crap on it, one, it just gets in the way of everything else. Like how are you supposed to use your cable machine while you're trying to use your J-caps, while you're trying to use your swing arms, while you're trying to use this and that. And then let's just say, I got a whole tangent on this. And then let's just say you're not the only one lifting. Hey, I'm going to go lift with my wife. Now I've got to adjust 17 things so that we can go from bench press to whatever, and or forget doing supersets, right? So let's say I want to do functional trainer. We're going to do flies. We're going to do a superset bench to flies. So if it's all in one rack, now we got to do bench, get up. Now my butt's in my wife's face because she's doing bench press, and I'm trying to use the fly machine on the front of the rack, or whatever. She's trying to do squats off the Smith machine while I'm doing whatever. Like if you have separate machines, not only is that machine made for those movements, so you're getting like the 2-to-1 ratio, the 1-to-1 ratio, so you get exactly what you're going to get at a commercial gym. Because that's my opinion is I'm building a gym at home so I don't have to go to a commercial gym. But I like commercial gyms, the quality and amount of equipment they have. So I want my home gym to represent my favorite things from a commercial gym so that I can do my commercial gym workout at home and not feel like, well, I can't do this because I don't have that, or I can't do this because I don't have that. And most people.
My wife and I actually, I'm sorry to cut you off, but my wife and I actually used to do that. We would go whenever we go to public gyms, or like when we went to, I remember we were at Camp Pendleton in the one of the gyms there. And we were like, we called it shopping. Like we use the equipment at the gym, and then we go home, we look, the little nameplate. Then we're gonna go back home and we try to look it up on the website. Hey, could we get that? Or back when we're really trying to set up our home gym, we're searching the internet for that specific thing, Craigslist or whatever, because now we're like, we like the way that works. And I just think that your point about it, you think it makes it easier for multiple people to use it, but it actually makes it harder because you're getting in each other's way.
Yeah.
I just think some things don't need to all be in the same place. It makes it too congested. And honestly, it's not safe.
Yeah, and it's just there's just too much crap in the way. It doesn't make it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just way too old school, but like I get it. People see these like giant multi-piece racks that like everything can be done on. My nephew's just built one the other day from another company that has like one of those Smith machine, I don't know, like
Voltron
functional trainer things. It took them, two of them who've been building our equipment for 3 years now, like 9 hours, two of them, guys that know what they're doing with their own equipment, showing up. Like 9 hours. Can you imagine how long it would take a person to build one?
God.
Like,
Yeah,
whereas our power rack, you can build our power rack in 45 minutes, like if you have a buddy. And then the functional trainer will probably take you an hour at the very max. And even our lat pull down, maybe 2 hours.
Yeah.
So you like might spend 5 hours building 3 things, whereas you could spend 18 hours by yourself building
it's like
some monstrosity that then you look at and you're
just
like,
getting mad the whole time.
I will never. Now that functional trainer, because like the things, once you add the functional trainer on there, now like, and if you have a weight stacks, now where are you going to put your bar just to do like your regular bar? Like you just stop doing barbell stuff because now you have a functional trainer. Like it's bolted on, you can't take it off.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like for example, like our lat pull down. Everybody messes me. Well, your lat pull down in Titans, yours is $50 cheaper than Titan. We only do that because nobody knows who we are. It's not because mine's crappier than Titans or Bells of Steel. Ours are commercial. Like if you look at the Titan one and you look at a Bells of Steel or whatever, and you see the legs on those things, they're made out of 2x2 steel or 2x1 steel or whatever. The whole machine is made out of 2x. It has 4-inch pulleys. Our entire frame on our lat pull downs are made out of 3x3 steel, the same as your power rack. The cables are a quarter of an inch thick, and our pulleys are 6 inches on purpose, because if you use 4-inch pulleys on every 180-degree turn, eventually your cable is going to wear out because it's the pulley's too small and the cable is kinked all the time as it goes around and it starts to crack. Cheap companies with guys that don't lift or whatever are making them cheaper so they can make more of a profit. I'm making a commercial gym piece. Like we have those in commercial gyms because that cable will last 40 years. Like there's cables from other companies that last a year or two because they don't understand how pulleys work, or they don't understand like the size of the pulley isn't necessarily important for functionality, but it is very important for cable longevity and machine usage longevity. Like I don't need to have a 4-inch pulley where the cable's kinked like this, where I can have a 6-inch and now all that kink is off the cable and that cable's not going to crack on you. It's just going to last forever. Our cables are designed to hold 4,200 pounds. You'll never replace one of our cables. Nice. Like it doesn't mean it makes no sense to me. Like just look at, like I get it. They look similar. They are very similar. I get that. But if you just look at the details, like if you watch my videos, I point them out on our YouTube videos. I'll point out like, this is why I use 6-inch cables or 6-inch pulleys. This is why I use 1/4-inch cables. This is why I use 3x3 steel on the bottom on the legs and these ginormous bolts. Like there's a reason behind everything when we design it on purpose, because I've been using equipment for 20 some years and commercial grade equipment. So why would I want to sell something that's not commercial grade? Like it makes, to me, it makes no sense. And most of these new cable machines, at least ones I've seen in person, have small cables and small pulleys. Well, guess what? Over time, those things are going to crack. It's just like if you took a hose and you kink it and you held it like that for a long amount of time, well, the hose is going to crack. That's why you're replacing your garden hose all the time, because you're kinking. You know what I mean? Like when it gets kinked, it cracks. Yeah. If you have it on one of those giant roll-up things, it's a foot in diameter, and you're rolling your hose up all the time, it's not kinking. Like people need to understand this. And I get it. You see it and you're like, oh, I know this brand, or I know this, and they must be fine, or it's cheaper. Like, so our lat pull down should probably be more expensive than the Titans, but it's not, because our name's not as well known. But I guarantee you ours is going to last longer, and the cables are going to last longer, and you're never going to replace the cables. More than likely in your whole life, you'll never replace them. I mean, I've had cables on my machines where I have 6-inch pulleys and stuff. I've had those for 26 years now, and I've never replaced a cable. Actually, you wouldn't even know that I've even used it. If you walked in, just looked at the cable, you would never even, there's no wear on them at all, because we put thought into what we're building and what we're using, because I want you to use it forever. Like I'm not in the business of selling you cables so I can make $50 on a cable that I charge $10, that cost me $10. Like I'd rather you just get the machine and use it forever. And you're like, man, I've had this Crandall Fitness thing, and it's literally lasted me like 15 years, and my kids use it through high school. Like, that's better because I don't want to be shipping you cables all the time, and I have to keep those in stock, and that's a pain. So whether you just use it all the time and be happy with it.
Nice.
Like, just legitimately just have better stuff. So we just strive to have better stuff on everything.
So I know that you're co-streaming this to your YouTube channel as well, but regardless, I want everybody to subscribe to Crandall Fitness on YouTube because
Yes.
Sean mentioned some of the videos. So subscribe to Crandall Fitness on YouTube. Follow at Crandall.fitness on Instagram. But more than that, subscribe to Crandall Fitness on YouTube. It is worth checking out. We got some comments I want to jump on before we get out of here. Okay, so Jared. I see
Jared just kind of holding the drywall, my man, in the ceiling. It's fine. Or just, we had a guy do that. I
was actually going to come to him later, but yeah, let's.
Yeah, he went between the studs. And he just sliced like a little 3-inch wide channel like through his drywall and just slid it up inside there and was like, kind of finished it real nice. It's like, yeah, it's fine. He's like, it's never moving, so I'm not worried about it.
But here's the thing, though. You do. Not all the time, but you do some special order stuff. Heck, you got a special order thing for me that I've been giving you the blues about. So Jared, all I'll say is,
yeah, we won't. So
give Sean a call.
The best thing Jared could do, because we're not going to make it. We're not going to make a shorter one. Well, the reason I don't make a shorter one is because I'm 6'5". So every piece of equipment I sell is made for tall people, so that also short people can use it. Because there's nothing I hate more than sitting down a lat pull down and going to the top of my, movement, my ROM, and then I hit the stack on the stack and it just.
But you're not going to Jared's house to work out with him.
Yeah. I know, I get it. So what Jared does is, I'm going to tell you this, Jared, is you just buy it, take it to a machine chop, and have them chop off 6 inches of the upright or a foot of the upright, and then just because those cables you can just attach right on to where you were. And that whole housing on top so the only height are the two uprights, right? Those are the two things that determine height. So those uprights are the exact same size uprights that we have for our functional trainers, for our power racks. They're the same.
Okay.
Same hole spacing, same numbering, everything. So what you can do is you can literally I've had guys take them to a machine shop and they've cut off whatever amount of inches they want, and they just mount the whole cable assembly, because it's separate pieces that have the pulleys and stuff in there, right back to the top, and now it's just however much shorter you need, and that doesn't cost very much. Or if you have a circular saw with a metal blade, you can literally just cut them off, because they're gonna get covered up by the housing assembly anyway, so you're not going to see the tops where you cut them. So you can literally just cut them down and make them fit any height you want, as a matter of fact. So that's an option. It would be cheaper than me trying to make a special order when it's going to cost more and all this other crap.
You said the guide rods would have to be shorter too, right?
Right. So the guide rods are just steel. So you could it's the same thing. You just cut them down.
Okay. And Matthew Porter.
The bottom. So on the guide rods, there's threading at the top, but the bottom of the guide rod just slides down into the holes. So they're suspended from the top by a bolt. So if you did that, don't cut the side with the threading, because then you'll be in hurting. But you could cut it from the bottom on the side that doesn't have the threading. Right. You could just have a steel shop.
You cut the post from the top, cut the guide rods from the bottom, and you're good.
Yeah, exactly. Because on that one, they only mount from the bolts on the top. So they just kind of set in that hole at the bottom as a guide hole. There's no need to have bolts on both sides. You don't need them that tight. They're not going anywhere.
So Matthew Porter says a metal chop saw. He's in Florida and they're crazy down there. He said metal chop saw will do quick work on that for you.
Yeah, exactly.
But I like that you pointed it out, when you were like, hey, look, just take it to a machine shop and cut it off. But I like that you said the reason why you're telling him to do that is because it's cheaper for him than for you to make him a special order piece. You know what I mean? Whereas some companies will be like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll special order. I'll make a custom piece for you and then charge him $1 gazillion, when he could have gotten it, had it chopped off, and then, heck, you can still get somebody to come assemble it for you once the bottom is chopped off, and they can do it just fine. Let's go to some of the other things here. So we got a couple other comments. There was one from Anand that I want to make sure we show. So Anand said most people were talking about all the Frankenstein Voltron racks out there now. He said most people that lift a decent amount realize a simple rack is a much more enjoyable experience. Dude, 100%. Dennis Cornelius is one of the strongest human beings in terms of powerlifting on earth. The dude still lifts on a squat rack that he and his dad built after when he was in high school in the afternoon after school. All right. So a simple rack. There's fewer things to go wrong, and I 100% agree. And then Anand followed it up. He said, "It's more enjoyable than having the wires from a functional trainer and 30 different accessories plus a Smith machine." And I 100% agree with it. I mean, I like the functional trainer on the rack and all that, but my wife and I, on as you know, to what you were saying, when we train together, we do run into that. It's like, okay, well, I want to use this, and she wants to do this, so now we can't train at the same time or whatever, or she's got to do cardio while I'm lifting, or vice versa. So there are drawbacks to it. It's why we have a separate leg extension and not one of those rack mounted ones. So you can still kind of like, you know what I mean? You can work out together, because that's like quality time together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the only thing I've ever told people to help modify their power rack isn't even something that I would makes me more money. It's literally, if you have the room and you have multiple people working out, slide your every picture you've ever seen is the power rack against the wall, right? It's always against the wall.
I knew you were gonna bring. I knew you were gonna say.
It's just slide that dang thing to the middle of the room and put J-cups on both sides and spotter arms on both sides. Now you and your wife can set up your own bench press and squat areas, or you can have your squat area set up on one side and your bench. That's what I do. And set up your bench on the other side and use the 4 posts as make it 2 racks. Like that's about as extreme as I'm going to get, is like, especially with families that have like a bunch of kids, like, hey, you can put a dip attachment going out one way. You can put a landmine on the other side. And then on the one side,
if
you can
it's in
put
the center of the room.
Yeah. You can put your swing arms on one side, and then the other side, you can make your bench squat area. Now the rack's 4 racks, but 4 people can functionally use it at the exact same time. And you're not like, well, now we're in front of we're in each other's way. Well, you're not now, because now you can be on 4 sides of a power rack, especially if you bolt it down. It's not going anywhere. I mean, who cares? You could put pull-up bars at both ends. You don't have to put like the Crandall Fitness nameplate on there. You could just put, ours come with the 2 pull-up bars. You could put one on one side, one on the other.
Yeah.
Both people could do pull-ups at the same time. Like, there's ways of doing it, but like adding a bunch of cables and Smith machines and crap, like, you're going to build all that and spend all that money, and you're going to be like, man, I just dropped like $6,000 into this thing. And then you're going to add up having separate machines. Like, we just did a gym for a fire department. It's 13 by 16 feet, which is smaller than most people's garages, because I believe most garages are like 24 feet, 25 feet long, something like that, to fit a car.
Yeah.
And we put 6-post rack in there, 5 to 100 pound dumbbell set with 2 dumbbell racks, a functional trainer, and a lat pull down, and 2 benches. And it's completely functional for like 4 firefighters, right? Yeah. You can do that and still have function for 4 people and spend, that's on the extreme side, right? So you're going to be like 10 grand in, but have like a commercial gym in your house, like all the functional stuff you need: lat pull down, low row, arms, chest, shoulders, all the cable attachments, your squat rack, your swing arms, all your dumbbells from 5 to 100 pounds. You know what I mean? That's a third of your cost right there, is a dumbbell set, because of how heavy it is. But like just machines, if you just did a rack, a functional trainer, lat pull down, you're not even in a bench. You're like, not maybe it's $6 grand, which is the same price as any of these guys, like big machines. And you're going to have a 300-pound stack on your lat pull down and 2 200-pound stacks on your functional trainer from us. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you don't have to have like this 3-car garage thing going on or whatever, a 2-car garage. Like, you could just have like an 17 or whatever. What's a normal one? Like 12 by 25. Like, that's way more than enough space to have like a really nice home gym and not have to spend $20,000 or $30,000. And you can do it, you can make that fit, and it's going to be great. Yeah. 15 by 9 feet. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's a power rack at one end, 2 machines on the other end, and boom. And then a dumbbell rack between them. And now you have 3.
Yeah. He built, that's actually a shed that he built in the UK. Do you guys ship to the UK?
We don't right now. Okay. I talked to one of the, I can't remember what strength company it was. He makes some kind of like adapter, kind of like Vulcan does. And some other stuff. I talked to him, and he was talking about like the custom stuff is just a nightmare.
Oh,
And
the
I don't
shipping,
have time to deal with me just doing the custom stuff, importing it's a pain. I didn't want to imagine like trying to figure it out for each different country and making sure it gets there. Like, oh my God, that'd be a nightmare.
Yeah, driving nuts. All right. So a couple of other comments here. Okay, so Travis said he sent you the information, and Matt was saying, yeah, it would suck to take 18 hours to build a multi-rack, and then of course you're gonna be left holding a bolt and I have no idea where that bolt's supposed to go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good reason why, like on our YouTube channel, when we do I do the how to build videos.
Yeah.
Because the instructions that come with them are inevitably crappy. Even if I make the instructions like step by step, it's still a piece of 2D paper.
Yeah.
Whereas the video, I can be like, here's a screenshot of what you're going to need for phase 1. And then like, this is how you do phase 1. Here's phase 2. And then this is how you build it in an hour instead of 4, sharing a paper. Like,
exactly.
And then I can say the nuances like, hey, this is like, don't put this bolt in, even though the instructions say to, don't put it until the end because you're going to have to take it back out to run this cable through here because it's not going to fit. So make sure you don't do that because I did that when I built it and I made that mistake. So don't, learn from my mistakes.
So once again, I just told y'all you should subscribe to Crandall Fitness on YouTube. And there we go. As another reason, subscribe to Crandall Fitness on YouTube.
Yeah.
Even if you don't have a Crandall Fitness rack, that's going to help you out a little bit, just seeing like the idea behind why you put stuff together. So yeah, subscribe to Crandall Fitness on YouTube. It's gonna help you out in a bunch of ways. And while you're at it, go check out the website, crandallfitness.com. Matthew Porter said the stuff that you're saying is exactly why his cable machine is not attached to his rack.
Yes, we're on the same page.
He also says, it shows that you know your equipment really well. Again, that goes all the way back to the beginning when I said you actually work out with the stuff. So you get the bugs out. So when people ask you questions, you can actually answer them, as opposed to I've had situations I reach out to a company and they're like, oh, well, let me ask. Then I got to wait for them to go find out the answer. Then they come back and, whatever. It's just a pain, as opposed to if I call you and ask you a question, you know the answer. And I've done that multiple times. We're just talking about different things. Let's, you said that you don't have anything dropping right now. And you, don't tighten anything till it's fully assembled.
Yes.
100%. I have committed that sin multiple times, and I've finally learned my lesson. I don't do it. At best, I'll finger tighten. The socket don't come out till I'm done. We're done.
Especially on the
power
racks.
I've had to take stuff back apart too much.
Yeah, especially on the power racks and stuff, because you can kind of, once you go the bolts like hand tighten in the rack, you can kind of like wiggle it, and it kind of rests into where it's going to be.
Yeah.
And then you tighten it, and it kind of fixes itself to kind of like settling to where it's going to be at, instead of like trying to force stuff. Yeah, it just doesn't look as good.
This wasn't something I planned on asking you or plan on bringing up, but it actually just hit me. One of the things I like about your brand is you make all of your stuff so that it's compatible with other brands too. So your stuff is it's a true what you call it, a true square or whatever. Like your posts, some of them are off. Some brands, the posts aren't exactly 3x3 or whatever. Talk about that a little bit, about how your stuff is compatible with multiple brands. So like the monolift arms, I don't have my Crandall Fitness rack yet, but I could still get the monolift arms because they're designed to fit any rack with those dimensions. So talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so our racks are 2.99 by 2.99, right? Because we import them as opposed to 3x3. But we make all of the attachments fit so they fit on Rogue racks. That was our big target, right? Was how many people in the US before Rep got really big are using Rogue racks. So we want to make sure everything we sell fits on the racks, because if you already have a rack, I'd be kind of stupid as a business owner to be like, well, you have to have a Crandall Fitness rack. You can't use my stuff. So I designed a lot of our accessories and our power racks based off the Rogue rack because they have the largest rack, like by footprint. Rep and Titan and those guys, they all have like smaller, like the distance between. Ours are 49 by 49 like Rogues are. I think Reps is 47 by 47. So as a bigger dude on the 47 by 47, I kept hitting my elbows on the safeties. Like the pin and pipe safeties, I'd hit my elbows on them when I'm doing bench press, and just
ain't no reason
angry.
For that. Oh,
just
God.
angry. So that's why our racks are like big, like the Rogue racks. I think I don't know about, Bells. I'm not sure about Bells. I still don't know much about
I just had a sympathetic elbow pain just when you said that. Like,
yeah, it's not awesome.
Oh my God.
It's not awesome. So I'm like, no, I'm not doing that crap. So, but so our stuff's compatible with Rep and Titan and Rogue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even like our cross members and stuff, where you have to use 2 holes, like we sell those shelves, like dumbbell shelves and stuff that go on your power rack in between the uprights. I had a guy the other day ask me, "Will it fit on a Rogue?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he got it, and both bolts line up right perfectly. So he was super happy. He's like, "Oh my god, I didn't think they both would hold up." He's like, "I was prepared to just bolt the top one and just not have the bottom one. I didn't care." So yeah, they'll fit, and they'll also fit. So our single pin stuff will 100% fit on anybody's stuff, right? Because you don't have to even worry about the hole spacing. But our double pin stuff will also fit.
Nice, man.
So that's on purpose, right? Just for longevity of the company. Is like, yeah, okay, Rogue can sell 1,000 racks a month, and we'll just sell 1,000 pairs of J cups to go with them, or whatever. Swing
go.
arms to go with them.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Man, number one, I'm gonna say this. So typically by this time, people start to drop off because they start to go to work, and I gotta actually work now or whatever. And instead, our viewership is actually going up. So
that's funny.
So your millions and millions of fans are showing up to watch. I guess. I don't know.
17 fans from Credo, Texas.
Go.
Thank you.
Oh, now we just lost one. All right. Nah, just kidding. Nah. So the cool thing about that is that you're getting more and more people are going to get exposed to the brand, especially on the replay, because we get tons of people on replay. So for those people and the people who are watching now live, where can they go to find out more about your brand? I know I put the website,
you can go to the website,
whatever, but
Instagram, we post a ton of content, and that's where I post like all the new stuff we're going to come out with, like the video where my new friends over there at 50 Cal Fitness blew up our bumper plates and showed that they're bomb proof. Yeah. All those kind of videos, like you see, it's kind of like a business one because we're small with a family one, right? So you're going to see videos of me and my kids like making pallets for shipping. You're going to see videos of us like doing events together because we support a lot of local stuff, nonprofits in the community. You're going to see us doing that and also see equipment and also see the business side. So it's kind of a blend of both because we're small, and I think to me, it shows more like human and not like the just big machine of company like trugging along. That shows like, hey, this family actually like puts their time and effort in this, and their sweat and tears, and their kids are in it, and everyone's involved, and they're supporting local basketball teams and local charities and stuff like that, and they're involved in the community. We're not just like in it for the money. I literally started the company because I had a home gym, and I was like, I want to have custom weights because I'm that guy that's like, I want to have my own custom weights. And so I had to order a bunch of them, and we just started selling them. And then we just sold so many of them. And I was like, hey, let's try custom bars. And then everybody, mostly at work, I started selling all the bars, and it just grew out of necessity and I was like, oh, it's cool to have our own stuff. Like, oh, I bet people around us like to have nice stuff at a better price, because back then it was like basically Rogue was like it. And it was built literally on accident, but out of my own vanity that I wanted to have custom stuff. And then other people saw the quality, and they just kind of blew up, and then they told their friends and told their friends. And then all of a sudden we had a website. And I mean, our first website was complete dog crap, and I made it myself in like Squarespace, and we were still selling a ton of stuff. And if you look at our reviews on Google or our website, you're never, ever, ever going to see one person be like, man, their customer service was junk. Like, never. That's all there is. It's just customer service. There's no company, I can guarantee there's no company that has better quality than us. Rogue, nobody. They might have the same quality, but they definitely don't have better quality. So you're not going to get less quality by going with us. But if you have a problem, we're going to handle it. And I'm or my wife are going to handle it personally. And you can take that to the bank. I guarantee it. And you're never going to, like, our lifetime warranty on our bars is, send me a picture of a bar you've broken in half, because I know no human can do it. And if you manage to do it somehow without using a truck or a semi or something, we're just going to send you a new bar. Like, I'm not going to be jacking around with, send it in, and we'll have our inspectors inspect it, like our engineering team. Yeah, I'm the engineering team, and I don't know crap about engineering. I have a business degree. So my engineering is about as much as I can design on paper, and then a real engineer tells me, like, he sends me the specs of a drawing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's just the way we are. It's just like you're not going to find better customers, but no one's going to be better. They might have more options. Granted, you'll have more attachments and more accessories, but Rogue attachments and Rep attachments will also fit on our racks, right? And vice versa. Like it goes both ways. So don't be afraid to try the little guy because you won't be disappointed. I guarantee it.
Nice. Well, man, we got a. I saw another comment. So there's two. All right. So first of all, Matthew
Thank you
says
very
you need to
much.
send 50 caliber bumper set. That was a cool video. I think they got something in the works now to get that going. And Anand says, I love the pride in what you do, Sean. Anand, do me a favor, because you do love what Sean's doing. Please don't just, obviously I know that you don't like the video that you're watching right now, but do me a favor and share Sean's website, share his Instagram with other people who are in the home gym community, and start talking about his brand as you are a part of home gym communities. Let people know that they're out there, because it's, Rep Fitness has an entire marketing department. You're looking at the marketing department for Crandall Fitness.
Yeah.
Here, let me show
on
it to
my
you.
phone.
Right? Let me show you right there. That's the marketing department for Crandall Fitness. So help them out and go ahead and get the word out there, because I'm doing as much as I can, but I'm only one dude. And I think the more people talk about brands like this that are adding value to the home gym community, the better it is for all of us. So, Sean, man, I appreciate you coming on here.
Did you want to hit on the swing arm thing or not?
Oh, you know what? I was gonna let you go. We almost got out of here, but Sean doesn't mind controversy. Yeah.
There's no controversy on my end.
Well,
I'll just put there. We'll make it short and sweet.
No. So tell me, because people don't realize that you've had your swing arms longer than I would say anybody else. So how did the PRX thing affect you, or did it affect you?
It doesn't affect me at all because they cost twice as much. Their design is not as good as ours. And fun fact, our patent was filed before theirs. So they did in fact pay to have theirs expedited, and they got it approved first. But we shall see what's going to happen when ours get approved, because ours is going to come later. But in the patent industry, whoever files first is the winner, and that was us. So to be determined. That's we'll see. But yeah, theirs does affect us none. As a matter of fact, in their patent, they've even cited our arms, which have been on sale for a year longer than they even designed, had their patent for. But yeah, they paid for expedited patenting, and that's great. They got theirs approved. But that doesn't mean anything, because ours was filed first. So
there you go.
We shall see what happens with that in the long run. So I can't talk too much about it, but yeah, just that ours was filed first. So and there's a very distinct rule in that community of what that means.
So when it comes to Great Prophet Ice Cube, once again, it's on.
Oh yeah, and I'm not the only one. There's other patents that people are coming after them for infringing on. So it won't just be a problem with me. There'll be the problem with other people, and that's fine. They want to do that and come out with videos that, I mean, I don't have to even say anything, because we sell our swing arms cost. Let's say their patent. Let's say worst case scenario, their patent stays. We get our patent, right? Because ours was filed first. So we're going to get ours anyway. Our design's better, like hands down. The articulating arm, but at the upright, and then the vertical after, is just a much better design, especially when it comes to like the whole point of the thing, which is the free motion part. Having the wider angles to do the movement on is the better design. I've heard that. And especially in the last 2 weeks, I've heard it like every day. People are messaging me, telling me the fact that theirs cost more than twice as much as ours. I mean, they're $1,500 plus like $280 to ship. It's like $1,780. That's like just buying a lap pull down from us. I mean, it's crazy how much they have. So I don't care. Whatever. They can do whatever they want. Ours are a better design. It is what it is. And eventually we'll come to a head when we need to come to a head. But so they're not even in our ballpark. Plus, they have done themselves zero help with the way they've handled it, like with Kazan and all these other guys, like and Vulcan and stuff. They really shot themselves in the foot by like coming out and like being sarcastic and being condescending, and like obviously, the dumb followers that follow us on our Instagram that are going to watch this video don't understand patents. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to insult every person in the garage gym community and the home gym community, tell you how stupid you are, then insult the people that you probably follow and like. And this is probably going to be really good for our business. I'm like, okay, like whatever you guys want to do, if that's what you think is the best play. I'm not sure who's in your marketing department, but they're probably like, they should have been like, that's not a good idea. You should probably not do that. So
I said it's not their best work.
yeah, I don't have to do anything because they're just like shooting themselves in the foot like on the daily. It's great. Like just
to me, that was the rough draft, and you're not supposed to do the rough draft live. So yeah. This is Jared says the lat row sounds a bit challenging. He's actually in the market for one. So
yeah, I get it. I can't. I would love to sell you one, but I don't want to sell you one that's not going to work. You know what I mean for you. And if you don't feel comfortable adjusting it, that's fine. Like I have no hate towards you. Like get the one that's going to work best for you. I'm encouraging you. Like just having a home gym, get a home gym, man. It's the best. Like if you want a lat pull down, there's nothing like having one at home.
Yeah.
Like it's just better. Like I'm just all for people being fit at home. I mean, I've been preaching this. My sister has a gym. My brother has a gym. My other brother and sister don't have gyms, and I've been trying to get them to work out forever. I try to get my parents to use my brother's gym, like back in Missouri, and we just want people to be healthy and live longer. So, like, don't. Hey, I'm not going to take any personal offense if mine doesn't work. Like, just get whatever works for you and just continue that lifting.
Yeah. And then, of course, everyone who lives in the Crandall, Texas domain, they have to have a home gym. That's part of the requirements for living there, as stated by Lord.
I wish I would get some. I don't know if I've ever sold anything to somebody from Crandall, Texas. I would love. I reached out to their high school like a million times because they're like,
seriously, it's in the name.
Yeah, like I'm like, you can have your own custom gear. You don't have to even change anything. It would just, it's like we do have a lot of guys with the last name Crandall that buy stuff, and I'm like, yeah, because you wear the shirt or whatever. Everybody's like, oh, that must be yours. Like it's already a customized brand.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, man, I appreciate you being on here. Like I said, everybody go ahead and check Sean out. You guys can see he's got a you have a podcast, or are you just a guest on podcasts all the time?
I'm a guest. We're gonna start one.
He's America's podcast guest.
We're gonna start one in August. We're getting it. We're moving to a new warehouse that has like a little room that's like perfect for podcasting. So we're gonna start one. It's gonna probably not be specifically home gym related. It's gonna be kind of like interviewing like law enforcement. I've got some buddies who are Navy SEALs and stuff. We'll probably start doing like kind of a general, all kinds of different things. So,
but I mean, I was trying to push people towards that because you got some really cool stories that are from your law enforcement background, and then
exactly,
who are like spec ops or who are just military, and so they've got some cool stories to have on there. So if you guys just want something that's entertaining that you can check out when you're going on a drive somewhere, like Eric, we actually got you 4 hours through your 7-hour drive, Eric. So man, hey, stay awake. Watch another video or play another episode, and we'll get you the rest of the way to where you're going, man. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Sean, I know I already told you to let everybody know where to find you. You got anything that you want to shout out before? I mean,
no, just follow us on Instagram for like the newest updates. Follow us on YouTube if you want to see me like do in-depth descriptions of like our bigger piece of equipment and why I built it that way, and you really want to understand like the way I think. That's the best place to see it. Other than that, Instagram is where you're going to get like all the newest stuff that's coming out and just kind of more of a personal like dive into the company. You're going to see company stuff, but also like our family stuff, and not dumb family stuff like, oh, we're on vacation, you know what I mean? But like with the business, like here's events we're doing, and this is kind of where we're going to be this weekend, and this is what we're going to be doing with Crandall Fitness in the future, and blah, blah, blah. That kind of stuff. So it's kind of more of a in-depth look at the company itself, and not just like me in the background, like, hey, there's an ad for buying our bumper plates, or this is the ad for whatever, you know?
Right.
Like, I mean, just stuff like that. So it's more, you understand there's a real person behind the logo instead of just a corporation running stuff and kind of doing their own thing. And that we understand equipment and why I'm selling it and why we're making it a certain way. There's a reason. Everything we make is for a reason, not just because I'm all willy-nilly about it.
There you go. Well, man, I appreciate you.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Oh, heck yeah, man. I had a lot of fun. I always enjoyed talking to you.
Maybe we should definitely
offline or online.
Yeah, maybe when we do these in the future, always put me last, because That's where we're an hour and 20 minutes. Like we wouldn't be able to fit into like a 30-minute. We have to make sure that.
Oh no, you don't get it. It's like if you were running up against and I had somebody else coming up, I'd cut it off and I'd be like, you just got to come back, and then that's how you get that. That's it, man.
Yeah.
That's how you keep.
Well, I'm willing to come back whenever because
heck yeah, man.
I like
get
talking.
You back heck yeah. I like listening. This is very restful for me. I can ask you one question and then relax. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, right.
All right, man. Well, look, everybody who's here,
thanks guys for listening and
here,
tuning in.
And normally I'll just let Sean stay on here with me, and I'll tell you guys that coming up next week we have got. Let's see here. We got a special treat for you because we got Ashley Hiromiak. She went to Force USA. She's going to come and she's going to give us a full report. Carlos is going to be back and he's going to help me rank the best bodybuilding movies of all time. But I got to let you guys know that this is actually going to be this is the one time this is pre-recorded because my wife and I are going to celebrate our 20-year wedding anniversary. So I'm not going to be spending time putting together a show like I normally do. Instead, this is going to be, it's pre-recorded, but I got everything done. It's going to be a premiere, and I will be back from our trip in time for the show. So I will still be in the live chat, still hanging out with you guys. It's just the show materials themselves will be pre-recorded. I think it's going to be a great show. I think you guys are really going to enjoy it because, like I said, I've already got everything recorded and uploaded, and I think it was really good. Awesome episode. So once again, thank you to everybody for being here. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you. Without you, this show could not happen. Now go share the episode and help me grow. Peace out.
Laters.